Hi, my name is Linda Berenius, and I work as Head of Development at the Global Challenges Foundation, a non-profit that works to strengthen global governance to handle global catastrophic risks. Welcome to this seminar, both you who are here in Sharm el-Sheikh and you who are with us online. This is a seminar on climate adaptation and business opportunities and responsibilities. As the impacts of climate change gets more and more severe with extreme weather events and rising sea level that threatens communities and countries, the world now need to focus on climate change adaptation. While mitigation, that refers to actions preventing or reducing emissions of greenhouse gases by, for example, increasing the share of renewables, adaptation means anticipating the severe effects of climate change and taking action to prevent or minimize the damage they can cause. And in this seminar, we will explore opportunities and challenges for the business private sector, because the private sector has in many ways taken a leading role in mitigation, but a similar business-led movement on adaptation needs to be developed. So first, I would like to welcome on stage Her Excellency Aminat Shona, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Technology in the Republic of Maldives. So please, welcome on stage. We're honored to have you here. Can you please tell us about the situation in the Maldives and other small island states?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Linda, for your invitation to speak here this morning. I think most people know where the Maldives is and what our situation is. We're one of the most climate vulnerable countries. 1,200 islands in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Most of our islands are just about a meter above sea level. Our population is just about 500,000 people, but we also have over 1 million tourists who visit the Maldives every year. We are witnessing and living every day with the realities of climate impacts. Every single island in the Maldives, freshwater lens has been contaminated by saltwater intrusion. Every single island is eroding at an alarming rate. We are seeing today that our coral reefs are bleaching at an alarming rate as well. And as we know, we are also a country that is so dependent on our ocean for both income, protection, and also for food as well, because of the connection to fisheries. What happens when our coral reefs are degrading slowly, but not so slowly anymore? It impacts our fisheries, it impacts our tourism as well. So climate change and its impacts is not something that we will live with, but it's something that we are living with today. We are seeing it. Unpredictable weather has become the norm. Monsoons have changed as well. Every rainy season, we have to struggle when our islands are flooded. As we know that the Maldives, although it's a very small country, described as a small country usually, we are a very large ocean state. We are about 800 kilometers from north to south. We occupy about 90,000 square kilometers of ocean. When we think about it, we are the 30th largest ocean state if we consider the ocean that we occupy. So climate impact has a direct link on what happens life below oceans, and degradation of these ocean resources. Entire mix of unpredictable weather makes life, doing business, and living in the Maldives very complicated. And 1.5 really is the magic number. 1.5, if global temperatures reach beyond 1.5, I can't imagine how my home will be like. And I don't want to imagine that, so we have 86 months to go. And within these 86 months, we have to find a way to limit global temperatures to below 1.5, because if we overshoot that, we're currently, the impacts that I've just described is at 1.1. If we overshoot 1.5, it will be a tremendous challenge in every possible way to live in the Maldives.
Thank you. And one question here that I'm wondering about, could you please give us also some examples on what concrete solutions are needed for your country? Because sometimes I have a sense that, especially from the private sector, the term adaptation gets a bit abstract, but still things needs to happen on the ground. Can you just give us one or two really concrete examples of solutions that are needed?
I think for a lot of people, when we talk about the impacts of climate change, it also becomes so complex. It also sometimes feel like we can't do this. But I'm here to tell you that we can do this. We can find a way to find solutions together. One good example is that in COVID, the world came together to produce vaccines in just 6 months. The world came up with trillions to help each other to come out of the pandemic. And now, with the war in Ukraine and Russia, the world has again come up with trillions to help with the war. So there are ways, there is money, there is technology available to do this. For instance, our water resources are depleting, and currently in the Maldives we are working to have a combination of rainwater harvesting with desalination, with inclusion of renewable energy into these projects to be able to provide reliable source of clean drinking water to island communities. We also have a vast ocean that we can use to produce energy. Again, mitigation for Maldives is also adaptation in the end. We are a country that spends about 10% of our GDP on importing fossil fuel to fuel our economy. But we also have sunshine in abundance, which is why we are transitioning to an economy fueled by sunshine by 20. We have a target to reach net zero by 2030. There's all kinds of technology that is being tested and that's been put out there to provide energy using ocean resources. The Maldives, I see, is, although small, can also be used as a laboratory to test this technology and scale up this technology as well. And we are open for this. Also, when we think about adaptation, we're talking about safe disposal of waste in the Maldives, in countries like the Maldives. I think one of the areas that we often forget is what about the environmental problems within our own countries. Waste management is the number one environmental problem in the Maldives. And in this regard, we have a policy now in place which we are implementing to phase out single-use plastics in the Maldives. And we have seen since the implementation of this policy, import of single-use plastics have significantly gone down. But for this, we also need alternatives. We are a country that is so dependent on tourism as well. So we need to connect with businesses who have alternative products that can link up with small island communities like this as a measure of adaptation in waste management, renewable energy, as well as sound adaptation measures.
Thank you for these also very concrete examples and for setting the stage. I would now like to welcome up on stage Victor Bernard, who is a program, you can just please come up, is a program officer at the Raoul Wallenberg Institute. Just please stay. And I'm thinking that we will save the applause for a bit because otherwise we won't have time for discussions so much. So we will save that for next part. Thank you. So Victor Bernard, Program Officer at Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, and Jimena Liva-Roche, Director of Global Initiatives and Head of Peace, Climate and Sustainable Development from International Peace Institute, and also the former focal point on climate for Guatemala, and now also working closely with the Minister Shona on climate change adaptation. So maybe a joint applaud for both the introduction and for the new speakers. So, Jimena, what is the status for adaptation in international climate negotiations and policies right now?
Thank you, Linda, and thank you for organizing this event. And thank you, Minister Shona, for setting the stage so beautifully. It is a bit premature to say where we will end at the end of COP on adaptation. So, but if we envision an ambitious COP27 outcome in Africa, it has to have strong and very concrete and specific outcomes on adaptation and loss and damage. I think the world is ready to see action and leadership. So we are really expecting strong announcements at this COP on how are we going to address adaptation and loss and damage. Strong and ambitious words in a covered decision are no longer enough. So we're hoping that out of this COP, aside from strong and ambitious text, we also get strong and ambitious commitments on action on adaptation that includes member states, but also business, as well as the banks and the international community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. And Victor, I wonder, the UN General Assembly declared this summer that a healthy environment is a human right. What are the implications?
Well, thank you so much for that question. The implications are manifold, like this, right? Yeah, okay. As you... So, yes. All right, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Well, as you all know, there was a declaration at the UN General Assembly that was just adopted, recognizing everybody's right to a healthy environment. This is a very interesting resolution. It's a historic move, actually, for people and planet, because it not only addresses states, but it also links the right to a healthy environment to business conduct. So it explicitly references the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, noting its relevance and its application to environmental context, and that all enterprises have a responsibility to respect human rights, including in climate change adaptation context. So this phenomenon, climate change, is as much an environmental crisis as it is a human rights crisis. And this landmark resolution will affect, or hopefully will affect, countries' conduct in this area in many ways. For example, it moves us closer to a universal recognition of the right to healthy environment as a standalone right, where many countries will now seek to incorporate it into their constitutions or domestic laws. Secondly, it will accelerate the adoption of environmental and climate change policies and standards, hopefully in the climate change adaptation field among states, but also businesses. And it will, most importantly, it will strengthen the access to justice for victims of climate change and environmental degradation by giving them an additional framework to rely on to hold states and businesses accountable. And we can see that now growing in Asia within the field of climate change mitigation, but now also climate change adaptation, as seen recently in Pakistan.
Thank you. And this sounds a bit hopeful to me. And Minister Shona, how would you like to reflect on this, and also on how you think that the UNFCCC process can assist small island states and other vulnerable countries in the effort to undertake adaptation actions?
We have been working to agree on a global treaty on climate change for decades now. The Maldives has been at the front line of voicing about the need for an urgent agreement. The longer we wait for an agreement, the more costlier it will be for us to fix things. I think it's well overdue now for a global treaty on how we address climate change. It's really important that the outcomes of this agreement is easily accessible, equitable, and also predictable in nature on how we are going to address it. The 1.5 really is the magic number for us, and that's where it started as well. It started about mitigation and adaptation, and because we have failed on mitigation and adaptation, we're now in loss and damage. So for countries like the Maldives, a global treaty where all of us agree on the urgent need to cut down our emissions to keep global temperatures below 1.5 is for the survival of the planet, not just for the Maldives. We all know that we are not only the people who are being affected by it. Of course, we are the frontline states now, but look what's happening in Europe. Look what's happening in Pakistan. Look what's happening in India, in China, everywhere in the world. We are seeing it. And we must not think that these events are just isolated events. All of these things has global impacts in terms of supply chain issues, in terms of global food supply, and this is going to have a massive impact on our cost of living, on our economies, on our political systems. So the most pressing issue of our generation is addressing climate change, and that the heart of this problem is mitigation. Unless we are able to quickly agree on mitigation targets, on how we are able to agree on reducing emissions and addressing loss and damage for countries like the Maldives, it's going to be a very, very complex world.
Thank you. And maybe over to you, Jimena, on this is so complex, and it's such a huge challenges. And here we also have a bit of focus on the private sector and businesses and so on. From your point of view, how do you think that business could start to get involved in adaptation on a bigger scale than today?
Thank you, Linda. I think that it's now clear that governments alone cannot address climate and that we need the private sector. And if we look at the precedent of how the private sector started to get involved with climate, it really had a great push in Paris, right? In Paris, there were really the first big commitments from certain business in the mitigation space. And out of that collaboration, big coalitions emerge that contain public and private entities. I think that's where we are today for adaptation. Right now is the moment where we want to see big, strong coalitions on adaptation emerging in this and in the next COP. And we would be delighted to support that effort.
Thank you. And Victor, how do you think that also the human rights support measure, how can that is that the most important thing for getting businesses involved, or are there other, from your point of view, other aspects that are more important? What would you see as the key to getting businesses more involved?
Well, thank you so much for that question. I actually don't want to use human rights as the tool. I mean, I also heard somebody else speak about the litigation strategies that they've been using against businesses. Of course, you don't want to sue your own country. You don't want to sue businesses. Well, you would want them to act accordingly in the first place. But we believe that in this context, where things are moving very slowly, especially on loss and damage, we believe that human rights is one of the few tools that you can use to actually highlight the point of how countries that have least contributed to climate change are now bearing the heaviest brunt of the consequences. And trying to rectify that, well, the environmental treaties and instruments don't have that in their core framework. So human rights is there to complement that, to supplement it. And we hope, for example, that human rights will play a big role in developing jurisprudence at the international level. I was in a session with someone who is presenting a petition to the International Court of Justice, representing Vanuatu, which aims to compel the court to issue an opinion on the obligations of countries to protect the rights of present and future generations from the harmful impacts of climate change. And I'm assuming that my colleagues here is supporting those initiatives. But whilst this legal advisory opinion is very broad in scope, we hope that it will lead to general obligations of states to protect the rights of future generations, but also create concrete duties for polluters to address the loss and damage which the poorest countries are suffering from. So this is just to give you an aspect a perspective of how human rights at the international level is being used. But of course, adaptation as measures need to also be grounded in human rights, because they can also have human rights implications. So that's another perspective that we'll probably talk about more later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will now move on to the next section of this seminar, where also we will have a presentation of the role of business in climate adaptation. But first, I would like to thank you both, especially thanks to Her Excellency Minister Shona for the very nice introduction and informative introduction, and also to Jimena and Victor. So thank you so much. And then I would like to invite Richard Klein on stage, who is a team leader of International Climate Risk and Adaptation and a senior research fellow at Stockholm Environmental Institute. And yeah, Shona, if you have, maybe you have to go, but if you have time, you can also comment on the next steps. But I know that you have another, and you have the negotiations, so you decide. Thank you so much for being with us. Richard, I wonder, why do businesses need to care about adaptation beyond their own value chains?
Thank you very much, Linda. First of all, for inviting us, my colleague Mikael Mikkelson and myself, to prepare a background report for this session about the role of business in adaptation, and then, of course, also to speak here at this event. I think it's very timely. Yesterday, UN Global Compact, the UN body that tries to connect the private sector to its objectives of sustainability, also issued a report on the role of business in adaptation, and particularly on the focus of just transition. So in my comments, I'll try and link the messages of those two and highlight, I think, the growing role of the private sector when it comes to adaptation to climate change. But before doing that, let me just go back a few years in time. When we talked about adaptation maybe 10 years ago or so, we thought about adaptation as, well, first of all, for some people it was seen as something politically incorrect. It was something that distracted from the actual purpose as they saw it for climate policy, and that was to reduce emissions. Fortunately, we have gone past that. We need to do both. When I talk about adaptation, that's not because I think adaptation is more important than mitigation. Both are needed. If we don't mitigate, then at some point we won't actually be able to adapt anymore. But if we don't adapt, then all the impacts and risks that are already in the pipeline that we are committed to on account of past emissions will not be addressed. So we need to do both. The other thing 5 or 10 years ago was, or perhaps still even, is that adaptation is very much seen as a local issue. as something that every impact of climate change is unique, and we need to have locally led adaptation, and particularly in the global south. So that's the framing of adaptation that we also see here in the UNFCCC, and I think also that companies are sort of having to address. And when it comes to, for example, investments for the corporate sector, I think companies will be looking at climate change adaptation as either something that they will be affected by or as something they could benefit from. I think the picture is a little bit more complex. What the IPCC has shown in its sixth assessment report is that climate risks and climate impacts are increasingly complex and also increasingly difficult to manage. And that is because, to put it simply, we're all connected. We're all in this together. And we've seen that with COVID. One virus in China, within a matter of weeks or months, affects the entire world. And it also means that, just like you said, that adaptation or climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's also a human rights issue. We saw that with COVID as well. It was not just a human health issue. It became an issue of just about every policy field in the world. And climate change and climate risk is working in exactly the same way. The same way that the virus can move from one place to another, climate risk can move from one place to another. And I'll give you an example. For example, the Maldives. We know the Maldives are very exposed to sea level rise, and we heard the minister speak about that. And of course, that's a very clear and direct impact. But 80 or 90% of the food that is consumed in the Maldives is imported. What happens when, because of climate risks or because of extreme events, the production of that food or the supply of that food is disrupted? Colleagues of mine at the Stockholm Environment Institute have looked at the way in which drought in Asia caused political instability and food insecurity in West Africa. Why? Because drought led to reduction in the yield of rice in a number of Southeast and South Asian countries. An export ban was instituted. It created a spike of the price of rice in the world market to such an extent that it was unaffordable to people in West Africa. These kind of connections are really important. That means for companies that it is not just a matter of looking at their own risk, which of course is being addressed through the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. It's also not an issue just of looking at where are the opportunities or what role can finance play. And we'll hear from our NABA and from Eric about finance and the opportunities later. It's also a matter of responsibility. And my final message here is that in the same way as mitigation can lead to winners and losers, and we are talking about just transition in the context of mitigation, whether it's Polish mine workers or people working in jobs that are dependent on the current fossil economy. There are people working, for example, at the very beginning of supply chains of agricultural commodities that could become the victim not only of climate change, but also by the actions of companies when they realize that, for example, the quality or the supply of these commodities are no longer what they expect. So in the same way that a just transition is necessary from a mitigation perspective, I would argue that companies have a responsibility to also look at what a just transition means from an adaptation perspective and how their actions to adapt in their own interests may or may not affect people that they are doing business with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned 2 papers here that are newly released, and there is also one of the papers, The Role of Business in Climate Adaptation. You can also download it on the Global Challenges Foundation's website. And the other report, where can people download that?
That will, I think it is available on the website of UN Global Compact. which is unglobalcompact.org, I think.
Thank you. So please stay on stage, Richard, and we will now move on to also some concrete examples on climate change adaptation solutions from two companies here with us. We have Eya Hitavua, Vice President and Corporate Affairs at Tetra Pak, and Jan Svärd, CEO at Easy Mining, with a long career in the chemical industry. And thank you so much for the introduction and welcome up on stage. So first, I would like to ask you, Eya, can you give us some concrete examples on your solutions for climate change adaptation?
Very good. Yes. For those of you who may not know Tetra Pak so well, so maybe to start off, I should explain the company. So we are a company with Swedish origins, 70 years in existence, and what we do is that we provide solutions, end-to-end solutions to the food systems. So basically we have technologies and equipment for food processing and various kind of food design tools, as well as packaging solutions. So we are one of the world's largest in this area. So when it comes to responsibility as a business, so firstly, we've been very active on can you hear me actually? Yeah. So we've been very active and very progressive on the climate side. So we were one of the first companies with the science-based targets. We have net zero targets which have been approved by the Science-Based Targets Organization, and we basically have long-term and short-term targets. So that's kind of in the core of it. And when we look into our impact and when we talk about mitigation and when we talk about adaptation, where really we believe that we and our industry can make a difference, it is the food systems. And what we've done in this area, so we've worked together with FAO and some other kind of UN organizations and platforms, and we've developed different type of pathways which we believe that can be used and have a role to play in adaptation in particular, but in general in this food system transformation that we need in order to basically for people to have access to nutritious food and to survive basically. So I'm not going to take the time to explain all the pathways, but I'd like to give some examples of pathways that we believe are going to be critical. So one of them is what we call healthy food for healthy planet. And what it means is that we have existing foods available in existing format. They use certain raw materials, certain processes to make the food available. And we would believe that there needs to be a disruption in this area. And what we've been doing and working together with our customers as well is to look at alternative technologies, alternative materials. So for instance, in the case when we talk about Maldives, algae could be an alternative source of protein. It could provide the type of nutritional kind of benefits required in a country of 500,000 in population. It is of course quite early, nascent still in technologies, but for this size of a population, that, for instance, could be a solution. And developing a kind of a resilient system which may not have all the kind of assets that in a more developed agricultural country would have, because I understand that only 5% of the current GDP comes from agriculture. So it really needs to be thought over whether fisheries or agri would provide that. And we have great examples of not only from algae already, or fungi, of turning food waste into a resource, for instance, for animal feed. So technologies like that can be adapted, scaled, and look into the context of a given country. So that would be a very tangible example. And I have another one if you shall we leave it later?
We'll see if we can have come
good.
back to some, but thank you so much. And it's so good to hear also these very concrete examples. And algae and fungi sounds quite good. I don't know about the waste, but maybe you can tell us more about that. Please, Jan, what are your concrete solutions in the adaptation sphere?
Absolutely, I can do that. So I'm from Easy Mining, and we basically use what people now call waste and produce clean nutrients out of waste. So we don't really believe in this value chain. We think it's a cycle. You should always reuse what you have there. But of course, part of it is detoxification, because everything you used has been somehow toxified, so you need to be better in taking away what's toxic in the solutions. But one example that we always talk about in this respect is, nitrogen fertilizers. They are produced, you use air and natural gas. So of course, enormously energy intensive. It also, when you use it, it produces N2O in the wastewater treatment plant. And of course, it's a very potent climate gas. But what we do, we catch it in the wastewater treatment plant and produce a clean fertilizer of it. And we have actually come a bit on the way. We are not just wishful yet, but we are actually producing in a plant in Copenhagen today.
Thank you. That's really interesting. And I wonder, Richard, when you hear about these examples, and also I know that you have looking for other concrete examples, would you like to add any concrete examples on how adaptation solutions could look like from a, I don't think it works now, but hopefully.
Yes, absolutely. In our paper, there are several. I think when we look at solutions for adaptation, the first thing we are thinking of are what are the technical solutions, and you gave some excellent examples of that. There are plenty of other companies in both the global north and the global south who are, who see opportunities in adaptation. Adaptation is creating a market for them, whether that is through water engineering, whether that's through waste processing, whether that is in the public health sector. There are a whole number of different possibilities there. And this is exactly where, of course, it also becomes interesting from the private sector to seize on these opportunities, in addition to, of course, also looking at how they might be themselves affected by climate risk. But I would argue that in addition to the technical solutions, there is also a role for private companies within the governance of climate risk. The governance of climate risk isn't something that should be left alone to the public sector, to the UNFCCC or to national governments. As I said in my short introduction, we are facing a systemic issue where we are all connected, where climate risk can move from one place to another, cascade from one sector to the next, and within that system, companies play a role as well. And that also means that they need to play a role in governing that system in a way that is just, that respects human rights, and that could be through, alliances that already exist, through labeling, through working with local communities. Plenty of examples there, but my call here is to think beyond the technical solutions to also see what governance solutions exist.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, why don't we see these technical solutions all over the world? Where are the barriers? Since we have the technical solutions now, and why don't you do this all over the world already?
Yeah. No. First, of course, you need to solve it technically, so it's one big step. But of course, a lot of the best engineers and researchers want to work with this now. I say when we, just as a personal example, when we recruit to Sweden, we get applications from all over the world who wants to be part of solving this. So we have 10 nationalities in our lab in Uppsala. But apart from that, I think the big thing is that the legislation today is totally adapted to a linear economy. It is based on that you start in a mine and that you go step by step and then you put it on a waste somewhere on the waste pile. And it's not based on that it's circular. And so, for example, if you take these fantastic solutions we have for phosphorus, it cannot, July in EU this year, it was allowed to use a cleaner fertilizer than they have today. But in some examples, you cannot really apply it in the best place. So there is plenty of legislative hindrances, actually, that prevents you from doing this. So, because there is a push and there is a demand, but this legislation is just too slow.
Thank you. Eija, would you like to comment on what do you see? Why don't we see your solutions all over the world?
Yeah, I think yes. So I totally agree that I think policies are needed in order to enable this, but maybe also, and I think we spoke about COVID and how it was possible to do things very fast. So in some areas, I think if there were collective initiatives funded, R&D funded on open innovation, for instance, to provide certain kind of low-scale solutions that could be deployed fast. I think that type of initiatives would be really welcome, because there are a lot of startups, for instance, working on the same things and getting separate funding for these initiatives. So pooling certain type of critical innovations and the funding behind that would enable then to scale up those solutions and bring them out. I think that's one thing. And the second thing is that I personally find it from the food systems side, which last year at COP26, it was totally still out of context. The topic was not at all discussed. So this year there are like 4 different pavilions about food systems. There's been a kind of a senior high-level meeting about food system, which actually was co-hosted or co-moderated by the Prime Minister of Sweden. There's a lot of progress on this topic, and now action is really needed. And while we are here now, there is actually a coalition of businesses getting together for a call of action for food systems. And yesterday I attended an FAO panel where FAO had a call for action in this area. So I'm actually quite positive that there is sort of drive for action. It's the means and the deliverables which we need to nail down.
Thank you. And I'm also wondering, maybe first I'll ask you, Richard, and then I will go over to you, that regarding climate mitigation, there is by now an established norm that companies have a responsibility to reduce their emissions in pace consistent with the Paris Agreement, and that means basically that halving the emissions every decade to reach net zero by 2050 by the latest. But still, that means that carbon will be emitted during this transition time. And while these carbon emissions will continue during the transition, those emissions will add to the damage to countries already severely affected by climate change. So why is it not considered as a responsibility for companies to also compensate for the losses and damages done to third parties?
Well, you will have to ask the politicians there. I think this is very much an area that's very dynamic at the moment. Within the UNFCCC, compliance mechanism exists, but it's not particularly powerful. But what we are seeing outside the UNFCCC, that increasingly litigation is being brought forward, not only to companies. The Netherlands is a good example where the Dutch state was seen in breach of its duty of care and was basically forced by court to increase its efforts on mitigation. But also companies are increasingly sued for non-action. It happens with RWE in Germany, with Royal Dutch Shell, and several others. I'm not a lawyer, I can't necessarily speak about that, but I think the Paris Agreement provides a very strong framework to also be used within domestic law in a number of countries, if not all countries, to ensure that companies take their responsibility. I think responsible companies will act before they have to appear in court, both on mitigation and on adaptation. And my call to companies is that don't only think at the risks that you yourself are are exposed to, through, for example, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, but also think of the risks that you yourself might actually generate by your actions on adaptation and mitigation.
Thank you. And yeah, the same question then to A and to Jan. You can choose who would like to answer first. Do you think that, I don't think you have to answer just from your company's view, but do you think that the private sector has a broader also responsibility for the loss and damage that the continued emissions of greenhouse gases will, the damage they will cause during that transition to reach net zero by 2050?
I mean, this is going to be my personal opinion, but if we look at the current energy crisis, for instance, in Europe, and the fantastic goals that the EU came up with the Green Deal, and how many things are now basically at risk in terms of the green transition, and then the oil and gas industry is making a lot of money out of this crisis-triggered situation. I think there is maybe a discussion to be had whether some of those profits actually should be allocated for the benefit of resolving some of this situation. But that's purely my personal opinion. I think there's a long history of certain industries which one could claim that they've exploited resources and things like that, and I think it would be a country by country call to see what has been just in the past and what should be just in the future, I guess, in this area.
Thank you. And John?
I do it completely personal then, because of course I've been in business all my life, and you know, people in business are the same as other people, and you still get a knot in your stomach from hearing the environmental minister in Maldives. So you really want to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. And I think, again, totally personally, very little of the issues will be resolved in the courtrooms. I think it will be solved by real people in real businesses, of the engineers and the scientists and so on. And if they are prevented from solving it by they have to be locked into a courtroom, is not a good idea, in my opinion. But of course, you know, then again, there is companies that doesn't take the responsibility now. What they did 20 years ago is one thing, but they don't take the responsibility now. So I think a combination of sticks and carrots is the best solution.
Thank you. And then my last question for you in this panel, before we will also move over more to the finance side, is like in mitigation, we can see that the private sector in many ways takes on a leading role. Why don't we see the same movement now in climate change adaptation from the business sector?
This question is probably best answered by the private sector, but I think one of the fundamental differences between investment in mitigation, investment in adaptation, is the scalability of these mitigation investments. There are direct opportunities for companies to basically make money. In adaptation, there are those opportunities as well, but they don't necessarily scale as well, particularly when we see adaptation as a local issue. And that's also why I think we need to move away from the idea that it's exclusively a local priority. Of course, it is a local priority, but it is also a national to global priority. This is also what the Paris Agreement says. When I talk to finance people, I learned this wonderful word, bankability. It's about the bankability of projects, right, Eric? And Eric, I'm sure, will tell us all about how we can, through innovative finance, make adaptation investments more bankable. But I think it comes down to, you know, basically the bottom line of any private sector investment: is it going to give a return on investment?
Thank you. And very, very short answers now before we invite Dr. Aruna Bagash on stage. Eya and Jan, do you think we will see a business-led movement in climate change adaptation solutions?
Yeah, but I think I agree with saying that, you know, scalability of a solution is very important, that you can repeat it over and over and over again, because it's a combination. If you want to refinance it, you need to make money on it, and then you need to be able to repeat it. And of course the feeling is that a lot of the adaptation issues is a one-off, but then if you can repeat it in multiple locations and places and so on, then it also turns to a business, I think.
Thank you. Eija?
Totally agree on scalability, but also I think we need to look at new forms of finance and how you can create that kind of reassurance for the investment, so that it is actually a proper investment that makes money at some scale. And I think there, if we look into the development of the impact investment areas, or pooled, blended fund, we'll probably hear a lot about that next. But I think that's probably a key element in triggering large-scale investment into this area.
Thank you so much to Richard, Eija, and Jan. Thank you. And finance is obviously a key. And I would like to first invite Dr. Arunabha Ghosh on stage, founder, CEO of the Council of Energy, Environment and Water, top-ranked among Asia's leading policy research institutes. Welcome. And why are the needed investments in solutions for climate change adaptation not happening, and how can this be solved?
How long do you want me to speak, Linda?
First, I want you to speak like 5 to 7 minutes maximum, and then we will invite Eric Usher, and then we have companies on stage again.
All right, thank you. I used to be in my school band, and you used to hold the mic like this to feel like a rock star, but now this is even golden in color, so it's like a concert performance here. Thank you so much for inviting me to the Swedish Pavilion. I hope you can hear me. You talked about finance. Let's just be very clear. The greatest, I hope you can hear me, yeah? The greatest crisis facing humanity is not climate change. That is only the second greatest crisis facing humanity. The greatest crisis facing humanity is a lack of empathy. It's a lack of understanding of the lived reality of people from other geographies, from other cultures, of other colors, of other genders. And if we don't internalize this, none of all of this matters. And this is, we claim that we have a shared humanity, but we don't actually. We don't have a shared humanity, not because we are not exposed to the same problems. We are. If 2022 gives any lesson, it is that the assumption that the poor would adapt and the rich would escape no longer holds. We are all impacted. But we don't have a shared humanity because how we respond to those shocks impacting us is currently different. So how do we have a little bit more of a level playing field in how we respond? So I want to, in the 4 minutes that I have left, Linda, I just want to illustrate to you 4 or 5 ways in which we can think about this in a more structured, problem-solving way. I think about adaptation and resilience not as a sort of slow boom approach towards an impending shock, but the rule of thumb I use is how quickly can I bounce back once I have been impacted. So if that is my rule of thumb, I have to then ask myself, what are the ways in which I'm going to be impacted? So think about it in 5 different ways. First, human security. Second, food security. Third, livelihood security. Fourth, infrastructure resilience. Fifth, macroeconomic stability. Now, can we have solutions that respond to each of these. And I would argue that we have examples and innovations that can bring in the public and the private in very concrete ways for all of these 5. Let's start with human security. In 1999, India, or rather the state of Odisha in India, got impacted by a major cyclone that cost 10,000 lives. 20 years later, when a similarly sized cyclone hit the same state, less than 70 lives were lost. Because of massive investment in early warning systems and being able to communicate that clearly in time to the communities impacted. Now that's one example. But actually, if you look at the Sendai framework, multi-hazard early warning systems is a requirement. Now, the state or the public sector might not always have all of those solutions. So you need to work with those who actually have that high data, big data capability to process the impending shocks and deliver those early warnings. And equally, you have to work with communities who can serve as your first line of defense to be able to relay that information. My colleague Milan here has been filming. We've produced 16 films across 5 states in India on what we call the faces of climate resilience. I just want to show you one. We've got some postcards we'll show you later. But a community radio station in one district in India is giving those early warning about floods and forest fires and so forth. Communities of rural women in the state of Odisha replanting forests and becoming the first line of defense. Communities, again, serving as forest firefighters. So there are ways in which big data and climatological analysis and early warning systems designed by the private sector can also work with communities on the ground. Very quickly, some of the other stuff. Food security. The severe heat wave that impacted all of us through this year resulted in about 10 to 15% in the decline in India's wheat output in the summer. But it also impacted France's wheat output significantly. Now, while Russia and Ukraine might be granaries and they are in conflict, France is the 3rd largest wheat exporter from Europe. So when we see this impact occurring in different parts of the world, you then can quickly begin to imagine what the food security challenges will be for food importing regions. So the role of the private sector then comes in terms of food insurance program, crop insurance programs. Livelihood security. Minister Shona talked about mitigation and adaptation often being the same thing. So let me just give an example of what we at CW have been doing, a program called Powering Livelihoods, using distributed energy to drive livelihoods in rural areas by supporting private sector startups. Now that is a $53 billion market in India. It's a huge fortune at the so-called bottom of the pyramid. One example, cattle fodder, which becomes scarce as the soils get degraded, water gets degraded. Solar-powered hydroponics to grow cattle fodder, green fodder, is a $4 billion market opportunity in India alone. So again, you have an opportunity to use climate startups, but also bring in mitigation on the solar side and adaptation. Fourthly, on infrastructure resilience. And this is where the role of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure becomes extremely important. Something that India has promoted, 31 member countries, but also an opportunity for international organizations and the private sector to come together. Every $1 invested in resilience and adaptation saves $5 to $6 in avoided losses. So when you're building the next bridge or the next power plant, or the next airport, or the next railway line, there is a clear financial payback if you invested in the adaptation story. And finally then, is the macroeconomic stability. We are impacted currently by a food crisis at a global level, a fuel crisis, an impending finance crisis, and an ongoing fever crisis in the form of a pandemic that's not really gone away. If you were a finance minister, you'd be throwing up your hands like, give me a break, right? Because a finance minister does not have a choice of dealing with one crisis or the other. He or she has to respond to all. And macroeconomic resources are running thin. So how can we use public finances to create a global resilience fund as a first loss insurance payout, but use the private sector insurance players to merge risks across different geographies to lower the risk curves and be able to spread the risks in a manner that actuaries and insurance agents can do better than anyone else. So what am I trying to tell you? We cannot fix for climate change or climate adaptation unless we begin to walk in the shoes of the vulnerable. But it's not just enough to have that empathy. It's also important to start thinking of those concrete solutions in human security, food security, livelihood security, infrastructure resilience, and macroeconomic stability. If we built up those concrete solutions, maybe next year, the global stock take, we can say, we actually not only know how bad it's going to get, but we also know how good we can be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arunabha. And please stay on stage. And I would like to invite Eric Usher, who heads the UN Environment Program Finance Initiative. Welcome. And I wonder, Eric, could you please just say a few words on your work and then also elaborate a bit on why should financial institutions and the private sector care about climate adaptation, and how can private capital be scaled for these needed solutions? Please.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Linda. And morning, everyone. Nice to be here on a Saturday morning. Everybody hard at work with the competition. Arunabha laid out a lot of things I'm going to speak further to. For those who don't know us, we're the part of the UN that has a very long-standing relationship with the financial sector. Actually, this is our 30th year anniversary. We were created at the Rio Summit. So working with the banking, insurance, and investment communities and essentially setting the standards or the norms for responsible conduct. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a sense of developments we're seeing. However, I do want to start, from the picture painted in the situation of the Maldives, from what we've all watched in Pakistan, from the many situations. I do not want to give the idea that the private sector has the solutions to all needs. And absolutely, the very difficult situations that many vulnerable countries are in, public finance is critical, public assistance, and private sector can play a supporting role. One example, you've just painted it out, the role of the insurance sector. And we're actually very pleased, the V20 group of countries, so the most vulnerable countries, which actually is 55 today, have relied on us to set up a facility to bring the commercial insurance industry into trying to develop insurance solutions to manage risks, particularly within SMEs and within communities. And we know that the protection gap in terms of insurance cover within climate vulnerable populations is 90%. So basically people do not have insurance in the way that many people in the room do, not everybody. And so, you cannot live with integrity if you do not have the ability to manage the risks that you face on a day-to-day business for your family, for your job. So I think that's an example of where the commercial insurance industry can be providing solutions in complementary working with the public sector. Now, I'm not going to talk so much about innovative finance. I believe the private sector is an engine of innovation. It can work with industry, finance, industry, with the development banks. Innovative finance is important, but I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about impact investment. Impact investment, which is a form of innovative finance, is important, but I'm not going to talk about it. What I'm going to talk about is changes we're seeing broadly within the finance industry today, because I think we all have to acknowledge innovation is important, but scaling is is critically important. So it's not about doing something that's really innovative and doing a lot of publicity around it. It's about how can we change the matter of business, the matter of finance, the matter of government. And we are seeing changes that I think are positive. Now, once again, I don't want to imply that this is solving all solutions, but let me give a little bit more examples and why adaptation, we believe, is going to be taken much more seriously in the years to come. Now, Richard already mentioned one of the very important developments out of the Paris Agreement, or associated with it, was the French government asked the G20 to establish a task force on climate-related financial disclosures, TCFD. And it was a task force that set out a set of recommendations. How should corporates start to disclose? So report to their stakeholders. What are the risks they have due to climate exposures, both physical risks and transition risks. And now we talk about liability risks as well, because companies are going bankrupt because they're being sued. You talked a little bit about that early. So it was voluntary for the first couple of years, and then starting in 2019, New Zealand, UK, EU, even in the US now, the SEC, they're starting to make it regulatory mandatory. So we have a voluntary, the industry gets going, and then the regulators take over. So climate disclosure now is becoming the norm in the corporate world. Now, why is that important for adaptation? Part of the problem with adaptation is that it's not something you can have one small team within a large organization who has all the knowledge. It's something that has to be broad-based across the organization. And it's a very, it's almost a slippery concept because it applies to everything that you do. But in itself, you can't boil it down to the price of carbon. It's not one number. And so how you mainstream the concept is very, very challenging. But now we have the corporate community who has to start reporting where particularly the physical climate risks, so essentially everything that they do, how does that pose a risk in two directions? How does the changing climate pose a risk to what you do? And now this is a second topic, it's a bit controversial. Do you have to report on the risks you have on the physical climate? And there are some different jurisdictional views on that. But the fact that big companies with hundreds of thousands of people, they don't do that from one office. They have to go across the entire organization, all of their business lines. They have to figure out what are the physical climate risks. Once you start to do that, you start to get the information to know about adaptation. Well, you know about the opposite of adaptation. If you don't adapt, what's going to happen to your business? So I think it's a really important first step. One. The second is that I think as you've all been hearing, there's been a lot of developments around mitigation, a huge mobilization. Once again, voluntary to start with, and this is this net zero push. We're involved. We manage 3 of the alliances under this GFANZ umbrella, including the biggest one and the most relevant one for developing countries, which is the Banking Alliance. It's a huge group. It's 40% of banking assets have set these targets. Now everybody's heard a lot about targets. What does it mean? How is it accountable? And now actually this week, the first group of 62 banks have issued their first interim targets, so for 2030. And it's science aligned. It's roughly in the power sector, average reduction 54%. So in 8 years' time, they're going to cut their emissions in half, which is, we know what's needed. Now they have to show that they can do it, so we have to wait and see, and our job is to create the framework and the reporting and the accountability so that it'll follow through. But what we're seeing today is that, once again, you don't have a team of environmental specialists within a big bank who are driving this. It's driven from the top, and you're seeing a lot of bank CEOs here this week. Why? Because their future is relied on getting this right. And I'm privy to many meetings where they, and also credit to my boss, the Secretary General, they go into a meeting and they don't have speaking notes any longer. They are living and breathing this stuff. And because they're doing it, there's no longer a small team in their organization who's involved. There are tens of thousands, I would say, leadless, hundreds of thousands of people in the finance industry who are dealing with this issue now. Because if you set a target, like in the power sector, everybody in the power sector division has to understand it, because the target is bottom up. It's not top down. It's the question is lending to the power sector. How are we going to reduce emissions? And simplistically, what are they going to do? Huge investments in renewables, and they're getting away from coal, no question. Whether they will say we stop financing coal, there's a legal issue, and I think people might be following what's going on in the US. There's some people you can't get them to say absolutely clear no, because they're going to get sued. But the reality is this is the trend. And so coming back to adaptation, what does this mean is, once again, across these organizations, they are all involved with these issues. So this is the basis for them to basically then say, we're looking at climate, we're looking at solutions, but we're going to also be looking at the risks. And so I think the potential now to broad-based, which will drive the levers of innovation, which will drive the levers, and the banks particularly, how they see to reduce emissions, and not so simplistic as just dumping the asset onto the market and say we don't do it and someone else is going to pick it up. It's about working with the clients. So working with the food industry, working with the power industry to say, how are you going to reduce your emissions? How can we be a partner in that? And so I think there's a lot of potential. It's just getting started, and once again, the private sector is not going to solve it on their own. I think the new quantified collective, I have to get my letters lined up, the 4-letter word that is the new Copenhagen commitment, will be very important. It is a strong signal of trust that needs to be set between developed and developing countries, and the private sector has a very strong complementary role to play. But let's not confuse public and private. Let's get clarity, definition of who does what through these high-level solutions and innovations, particularly from the private sector. I think we can get this done.
Thank you so much, Eric. And please stay on stage. And I would like also now our company representatives from Ragn-Sells, Jan and Eija from Tetra Pak to come up on stage. And first, Eija, I would like to ask you, as a representative from a big and international company, how are you engaging with financial institutions today on climate adaptation, or institutions as the UNEP Finance Initiative?
Yes, I must say that there's maybe one difference between companies, and that's when you're a publicly listed company, you tend to work with the investor community much more closely. So we are actually a privately owned company, but nevertheless we do engage quite a lot with sort of experts, but not within some of these coalitions which are investor driven, specifically targeting publicly listed companies. But I think these initiatives that were just mentioned regarding for financial reporting, the task force for climate, and now the nature, these are going to be extremely critical tools for driving change. And I think maybe, I think we had this other discussion which Victor was moderating on just transition the other day. We were also welcoming the inclusion of social aspects and just transition in some of these frameworks, because currently that may be missing. But that's maybe for my part.
Thank you. And Jan, do you, as a company, interact with those institutions? And we just heard that the private sector cannot solve this alone, but not either the other sector. So we really need to cooperate here. How do you do? Do you do it?
Yeah, absolutely. I just have to say you have a very good comment, because I worked, for 30 years in a listed company. And now I met with a big chemical company, and we could do things, but next quarter was the priority. And then, of course, it's very hard to do things. This takes a long time to establish. Now, Ragn-Sells again is a family-owned company with a family that is dedicated to create value for the next generation in a good way. So I think the driving force for this will be much harder with the ones that has the long-term perspective, like Tetra Pak or Ragn-Sells, so this type of companies. Having said that, of course, we have seen it is actually relatively easy for our ventures to get financing from banks and so on, because they want to participate in our venture. So I think it's we've seen a big change in the last 5 years from really short-term bank thinking, if you want, a little bit higher interest rate because you're taking a big risk, or the other way around now, where you see, okay, we see a value as a bank to participate in your venture.
And if I may just
very shortly,
just
please.
quickly, because the other aspect which I kind of didn't dwell into is of course in the area of food systems, you not only finance through the companies who may be in the food and beverage industry, but it really is the financing for the farmers, and that is a key kind of a key tools to find those, whether it's microfinance or something like that. But I think I'm, for instance, I'd really like to mention Rabobank for their efforts in this area, because Rabobank themselves it's like a cooperative bank, and the role in driving change, for instance, in the food systems, where there's a lot of cooperatives, that is a very niche area. So I think it's a broad-based solutions also in terms of finance. So should look maybe bottom up and top down as well.
Thank you. And for you, Arunabha, when you see these dynamics also between like different types of private companies, listed, family-owned, and we need all forces now. How do you see like the role of private investments and public investments, and how they can like come together to get this exponentially amount of finance needed in a very short time? What are the solutions?
That puts me on the spot. Let me just respond to this private companies issue. Of course, in the case of Tetra Pak, it's a globally well-known, well-recognized brand. So whether I knew you were publicly listed or privately listed doesn't really matter. It's almost like a consumer or a user of your products in a way. You almost expect that a company like Tetra Pak will be doing the right thing. And if you're not, then your brand equity does get diluted. But then there are hundreds of millions of smaller businesses that are also privately owned, that are not known, whose brand is not well recognized. They are part of the supply chain of larger companies which might be publicly listed. And as I served on the UN Secretary General's high-level expert group on the net zero commitments of non-state actors, primarily corporations. The report and the recommendations we brought out earlier this week makes it very clear that we've got to put a green line, we've got to put a red line under greenwashing. And in order to do that, you have to be serious about Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions reductions. Now, if we take those recommendations to heart, then it also gives a trigger for publicly listed companies to then work with a long tail of maybe privately listed or private companies that are part of their supply chain. And therefore, then you're obligated, and your investors will ask you, what are you doing to adhere to not just your own direct emissions, but the emissions from your supply chain? What are you doing to work with the small, medium enterprises in your supply chain? That includes all the points that Eric has been referring to about disclosure of the exposure to various kinds of climate risks, including the financial risk and the physical risk and the liability risk. So that's one way to kind of, in a regulatory dimension, trigger that linkage between the public and the private. But I would, I mean, if I had to offer one more idea, I think one of the issues here is about the need for aggregation of projects that happen in smaller, in smaller capital sizes, which might have an adaptation role, but you're not able to kind of scale it up or not get attractive enough for large investors. So let's think of, again, small businesses that operate in clusters. Now, we've taken an approach towards cluster-based mitigation activities. I think it's important also to have cluster-based adaptation activities. How do you assess flood risk? Now, suppose you were a textiles cluster in Cambodia, right? It's a textile exporting least developed country. How are you assessing the water risk of where you're operating or the flood risk of where you're operating in order to continuously generate export-oriented revenues to drive the local economy, but also get the economy overall out of LDC status into low middle income country status? So I think this approach towards scope 1, 2, 3 is a way to link, and the other is to have cluster-based aggregation of adaptation-related activities, especially for small businesses.
Thank you, and thank you for also sourcing ideas here. That's great. And Eric, I would also like to hear from you. What role can UNEP play, since adaptation also is a global challenge that goes beyond national borders, and the world also needs systemic solutions? What can the role of UNEP be in this?
I mean, obviously, the UN does, UNEP does many things, works with governments, works with civil society, works with the private sector. I think it's very important that we get this relationship between voluntary action, commitments to things, and regulatory uptake over time. And, you know, regulating markets is a very difficult job. Getting it right is very difficult. And we're not always saying you always need more regulation, but for certain issues, they will not, like global challenges, you are typically often going to need, and in the high-level expert group report, which is excellent, the last recommendation is to set up a task force to move towards regulating these net zero commitments, which we believe is a very good move. However, if you go there too quickly, you set up a structure which is unmanageable. And so we need a relationship between private sector innovation and leadership, credibility, and then over time broad basing it across the entire industry, the entire, around the world. And this manifests in many ways, and this is where UNEP and other parts of the UN system are working to create the frameworks for credible action, public and private. And I mean, just to comment on, the very good points now, Sweden has a lot of very innovative companies, and I think part of the reason is because of some different capital structures, like your own, and like Tetra Pak. I think IKEA, there are some others who don't have the pressure of quarterly earnings, and they can focus longer term, and that allows you to do innovation, which is very important. But I think, as has been pointed out, the public markets creates pressures on companies, and some of those actually help in terms of, as issues come up, in terms of reputation risk, but in terms of responsibilities. For instance, in the oil and gas sector, you have publicly listed companies, and you have a lot of private or state-owned companies. The response is different, and actually the public pressures often helps move things more quickly, is what we see. But the problem with those companies, you're right, is quarterly earnings calls puts pressure on them to not make long-term decisions. So what we need to come up is with, how do you merge the two, or how do you come up with models and pressures that get companies to move in a certain direction? It has to be business. It's not about philanthropy. But if you're inclusive with the externalities, and you understand why adaptation, for instance, is so critical to your business going forward, then the private sector, whether publicly listed or within the private markets, will take the actions and provide the innovations that are needed.
Thank you so much. We will soon end this seminar, but I would like to ask you one last question. Since climate change and also, of course, mitigation, but also adaptation are global challenges, it's also clear that we need global collaboration to find the solution and scale up the solutions. And here we also need the collaboration between the UN, between banks, insurance, insurance sector, the private sector, investors, etc., etc., etc. So the last question for you, and just 1 minute answer maximum, 30 seconds is better. Where do you hope that we are in 1 year, next COP? Where can we be?
Oh, 30 seconds. No, I hope the step that I've seen, I've been on 3 COPs now, and I'm an impact investor too. And what I've seen is that businesses is really taking big strides since Madrid, is really in the forefront and wanting to change things and so on. Legislators is not at all at the same pace. If the legislator can catch up with business now, that will I would like to see for next COP.
Thank you. Aya.
So I take a little, a bit different of an approach because, as you know, food systems are close to my heart. I don't know if this is working now. Does this work? Yep. So I will be, my hope is on the UN Food Systems Summit #2 next year, where all the stakeholders are going to be at the table, hopefully, because the first one wasn't, maybe it didn't work as well as possible. And climate, as well as nature and other critical topics are there. And we have the finance sector there, and we're all coming up with solutions and actions.
Thank you. Eric.
To take another recommendation from the H-Leg report, we need to see the private sector reporting in to the CCC on their net zero commitments so that we get a proper understanding and alignment between what private sector and public sector are doing to head towards serious climate action.
Thank you. Arunabha, please.
Yeah, I would hope that by the time we approach the global stock take, we have an initiative. We have an initiative for hyperlocal climate risk assessments for developing countries set up. Without that granular database, nothing else is able to be operationalized.
Thank you so much to our eminent speakers, and thank you to you who has been here listening, and thank you to you who are listening online. Thank you. जंगल ही हमारा जीवन है। आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए, उनके लिए भी ऐसी बनी रहे जैसे हमारे लिए। इसलिए हम जंगलों को बचाने के लिए कोशिश में लगे हुए हैं। मेरा नाम सोनिया विष्ट है, ग्राम खरकिया। बचपन में तो इतनी ज़्यादा धूप तो पड़ती नहीं थी यहाँ। पहले से यहाँ बहुत ठंडा मौसम था, बर्फ बार बार पड़ती रहती थी। लेकिन अब मौसम में चेंज आ गया है। कोई साल पड़ जाती है तो पड़ जाती है बर्फ, वही ज़्यादा नहीं पड़ती है। और धूप हमेशा तेज रहती है। धूप तेज रहने से जंगलों में सूखापन ज़्यादा हो गया है, इसलिए आग बहुत ज़्यादा फैलती है। कितने जल स्रोत ऐसे हैं जो पेड़ों से निर्भर हैं, वो पेड़ सूख जाते हैं आग लगने के कारण, से फिर पानी के स्रोत कम हो जाते हैं।
Forest fire has been the most important challenge forest department has been facing because of the climate change. These extreme conditions, whether it be extreme rainfall or extreme drought situation, are increasing. This period of heat waves, when we have a very long dry spell and extreme temperatures, the length and the longevity of these periods might increase. This may have a direct impact on the probability of the forest fires.
जो औण जो है, हम अपने खेतों की झाड़ पताड़ काटे हाटे सब काट के एक जगह पर इकट्ठा करते हैं, फिर उसको जलाने का कार्य करते हैं। तो वो आग कभी तेज हवाओं के कारण जंगलों तक पहुंच जाती है और बहुत सारा नुकसान हो जाता है हमारा। आग बुझाने का काम महिला मंगल दल ने सन 2003 और 4 से आरंभ किया है। हमें सूचना मिलती है कि वहाँ आग लगी है करके, अपने अड़ोसी पड़ोसियों को बताते हैं कि वहाँ आग लगी है, चलो चलो करके अब बुझाने के लिए, ताकि वो उस पर जल्दी कवर कर सकें, हम आग ज़्यादा ना फैले। जो ज़मीन पे लगने वाली आग है उसको तो हम पिरूल को साइड करके उसे आग को झांप से मार के उसे बुझाने का प्रयास करते हैं। पेड़ से पेड़ पर आग लगती है, उसे हम फोर्स लाइन क्रॉस करके बुझाने का प्रयास करते हैं। आग बुझाने के काम में फॉरेस्टर वालों का और जंगलात वालों की मदद करती हैं।
We need a huge amount of manpower to handle the forest fires. We need a quick response, and quick response can be achieved only if we have good support from the villagers.
औण दिवस हमने 1 अप्रैल को मनाया था। उस दिन हमने ये निर्णय लिया था कि आज के बाद हम औण नहीं जलाएंगे। कहीं पर आग लगती है, उसको बुझाते हैं तो हमें बहुत हर्ष का महसूस होता है कि हमने ये काम किया है, क्योंकि जंगल हमारे हैं और हम ही को इनकी रक्षा करनी है।
वातावरणामध्ये सतत होणारा बदल, त्यामुळे शेती कशी करावी हा खूप मोठं आव्हान शेतकऱ्यापुढे आहे। तर त्याच्यामध्ये नवीन नवीन उपक्रम राबवून सतत होणाऱ्या बदलावरती आम्ही मात करण्याचा म्हणजे प्रयत्न करतोय। माझे नाव राजेंद्र सीताराम कापरे, माझे वय 45 वर्ष, मी शेती करतो। आम्ही अहमदनगर जिल्ह्यामध्ये राहतो। अहमदनगर जिल्हा हा अगदी ड्राय भाग म्हणजे दुष्काळी पट्ट्यामध्ये मोडतो. इथली जमीन सर्व डोंगराळ आहे आणि हलकी जमीन आहे. त्यामुळं पाणी जमिनीला खूप जास्त लागतं आणि पाणी जास्त लागतं त्यामुळे आणि पाणी कमी आहे त्यामुळे शेती करणं हे खूप मोठं आव्हान आहे इथल्या अहमदनगर जिल्ह्यासाठी लोकांना. 2005मध्ये आणि 7मध्ये 13, 2016मध्ये खूप दुष्काळ पडला होता. म्हणजे पाऊस खूप प्रमाणात कमी होता. त्यावेळेस शेतीचा विषय तर नव्हताच, परंतु पिण्यासाठी सुद्धा पाण्याचा खूप मोठा गंभीर प्रश्न निर्माण झाला होता. सर्व लोक बाहेरगावी मजुरीसाठी जायचे. हे आमची डाळिंब बाग आहे. या बागेसाठी आम्ही ज्यावेळेस उन्हाळ्यामध्ये आम्हाला खूप पाण्याचा तुटवडा असतो त्यावेळेस खूप म्हणजे अनेक गोष्टींना सामोरं जावं लागतं. तर नाबार्डच्या डिफ्युजर उपक्रमातून आम्हाला एक उपक्रम मिळाला. त्यातून आम्ही प्रत्येक झाडाला ड्रीप तर होतंच आमचं पहिलं. त्यामध्ये प्रत्येक ड्रीपखाली आम्ही मटके काढले आणि त्या मटक्यामध्ये त्या ड्रीपचं पाणी सोडून त्याचा झाडांना खूप मोठा फायदा झाला. आणि हे ड्रीप आहे त्याच्यामध्ये पाणी पडतं आणि या पाण्यामुळं काय होतं, जी झाडाची मुळी आहे ही मुळी ह्या खाली मटक्याच्या शेजारी पूर्ण मटक्याला चिकटलेली असते. ज्यावेळेस ज्या झाडाला पाणी पाहिजे असेल ते पाणी ते याच्यामधून झाडाला मिळतं आणि त्याच्यामुळं काय होतं की पाण्याची बचत होते खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये. मटक्यामुळे आमची बाग दुष्काळात सुद्धा तग धरून राहते. नंतरच्या काळामध्ये नाबार्डची आणि पाणलोटची कामं आमच्याकडे भरपूर प्रमाणात झाली. अडवलं गेलं डोंगर माथ्यावरचं आणि त्यामुळं पाण्यामध्ये वाढ झाली. पाणी अडवल्यामुळं पाण्याची पातळी वाढली आणि त्याचा एक खूप मोठा फायदा आम्हाला झाला. पुढच्या येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये वातावरण बदल काय आपल्या हातामध्ये नाही आहे, सतत बदलत राहणारच आहे. त्याच्यानुसारच आम्ही शेतीमध्ये बदल करून आम्ही हे सर्व साध्य करणार आहोत.
So welcome to this session at the Swedish Pavilion. The theme for the session is Call for Collaboration, Developing Climate Resilient Food System Pathways. We will have several speakers that will frame this session, and the session is hosted by Ragn-Sells together with Tetra Pak. My name is Per Larsson, I'm Director of Sustainability for Ragn-Sells Group, and we are a family-owned company originating from 1881 when we were transporting goods and people with horses. Back then, we also brought back latrines to the surroundings of Stockholm. So already then, we were a part of the food value chain, the way that you brought back nutrients down. Today, we do it on element level, where we have the potential to bring back both phosphorus, nitrogen, and potassium back into the food system. But we'll hear more about that later. So what I will do is that I will do a short introduction, why we have this theme, and it will build on the first session from today. And we then talked about the importance of scalability for adaptation. Too many initiatives, though, today try to solve the problem just in front of them, and they're causing other problems. So when you're implementing new solutions, you need to understand the consequences. That's the main discussion of this session. Understand how we make it right from the beginning by taking a total system approach. We would like to demonstrate a vision or a goal that we as companies can contribute to. If we understand the direction, it's much easier for us to develop innovations that will reach the society's goal, and at the same time, of course, have a business opportunity. Given facts that 90% of the population growth the next decades will happen in Africa and in Asia. At the same time as by 2050, we know that 70% of the population will live in cities. We need to make sure that we can create sustainable food system pathways. Otherwise, we will have a huge challenge to feed the population without causing problems for the environment. But by the way that we produce food today, both on land and in the aquaculture, is slowly but surely destroying the possibilities to produce the food we need. We will cover both those topics in this session, both food, both the aquaculture and the land. Without further ado, I will now introduce our first keynote speaker that will set the scene. So directly from Stockholm, we have Sibylle Queiro from Stockholm Resilience Center. And you will start talking about how is the situation, how can we create those system pathways. So please, Sibylle, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Per, and thank you so much for the opportunity for being here at this session and presenting. So we don't have so much time, so I will try to be fast. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, so in this talk, I will just try to briefly answer to two questions. The first one is, why do we need food systems transformation? Next. And the other one is like, what shall we transform into? Because we need the vision also and how to do it. So how can we make food systems more healthy, sustainable, and resilient to climate change or other changes and challenges to come? Next. So we start with this first one. Next. And so what we have seen in the latest years is this very worrying trend of like food insecurity on the rise again. Okay, after 40 years of decreasing trends of food insecurity, and this has been, as you know, like particularly difficult in the last years. It's extremely worrying trend. Sort of, we are back into getting close to 1 billion people that are undernourished in the world. Next. So we are just at the middle of a global food crisis, and some of the drivers of this food crisis are like sort of increased weather variability, extreme weather events that are happening all over the world. As you know, like in Africa, in India, we see all over the place, like with prolonged droughts and floods. We also are assisting into an increasing number of conflicts that is being one of the main drivers of food insecurity, and also, of course, the economical drivers like catalyzed by the recent COVID-19 pandemics. Next. So this is how food systems look like today. We have almost 10% of the world's population that are undernourished. We have almost 30% of the world's population that is food insecure. We have almost 700 million adults that are obese in the world, 1 in every 3 women, and also like obesity and stunt growth affecting millions of children across the world. Next. And at the same time, land conversion for agriculture has been the main driver of biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation in the last 6 or 7 decades. And also we know that food production and consumption, as Per very well said, are responsible for at least like 25 to 30% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Next. So agricultural expansion is the lead driver of biodiversity loss. It leads to sort of 80% of global deforestation. This has happened between 2000 and 2010. And also, like, we know that from that agricultural land, 80% is used for livestock production. And livestock production requires 20 times more land and emits 20 times more greenhouse gases than plant-based proteins. In the same way, we also know that like nutrient pollution coming from the use of chemical fertilizers is affecting freshwater and marine ecosystems. Okay, next. So food security is being impacted by climate change. We have a rise in food insecurity that is one of the main causes is being this increase of extreme weather and climate variability, and this is affecting regions across the world differently, with more impact on the vulnerable ones. And also, like, the way how we produce and consume food is one of the main drivers of climate change. So food is both being impacted and impacting climate change. Next. And so what that means is that food is both part of the problem and the solution. So actually, if we build climate resilient food systems, this will have synergetic effects, not only on mitigation, the very impacts of climate change on food security, but also on mitigating the drivers of climate change. And what we know today is that if we fail to transform the food system, we will definitely fail to reach the targets from the Paris Agreement. That's why these discussions are so important to bring up to the table. Next. So what shall we transform into? You know, how can we make food systems more climate resilient, more healthy, more sustainable? Next. So I thought I would just give you, like, very shortly a brief overview of some features or some characteristics of these sustainable, healthy, and climate resilient food systems. A sustainable, healthy, and climate resilient food system is diverse and protects natural capital. And that means that we need to handle we need to start halting land expansion for agriculture, while we at the same time are investing in food security in the regions where we are sort of stopping conversion to agriculture. And for instance, like, sustainable intensification is one of the solutions that can help in this transition. We also need to diversify production away from reliance on major grains only. We know that our food system is sort of dependent on just, you know, a handful of major grains that we are sort of producing and trading across the world, but this is an extremely vulnerable system. So that means that we need to invest in alternative crops that are more climate resilient. We need also to change the way how we process food, to use a more diverse set of ingredients. This will lead to more diverse landscapes in opposition to monocultures as we have today and homogenization trends, and also will help to build sort of market resilience to the climate impacts that we are seeing that might threaten in the future the viability of some of these major grains that we are using so much today. Next. We also need to diversify energy sources. So we need to reduce drastically our dependence on fossil fuels, both for food transport, but also in terms of artificial inputs that are very sort of dependent. Then we also need to diversify fertilizers, so like reducing the reliance on energy-intensive synthetic fertilizers. And by doing this, we will also mitigate soil and water pollution that is coming from the overuse of these chemicals. And also recognize that food landscapes don't give just food. They give a whole bunch of other benefits that also have a market value, and that are good for biodiversity and for climate resilience. Next. Then climate resilient food systems need to manage connectivity. So like if we are up to build resilience to unexpected climate related events such as this extreme weather, and food systems need to be connected by trade, absolutely, because we need to ensure that we have outside sources of resilience in case of sort of, for instance, local shocks in food production. But we also need to make sure that we are not over-connected as we are today, so that local shocks don't spread across the system at the same speed. This is something that happened with the COVID-19, but it happens all the time with other sorts of shocks. Like you have like sort of a shock in production due to an extreme weather event in one part of the world that just cascades in a bunch of other shocks in other parts of the world. So that will mean like to achieve a better balance between sort of global trade and more local and regional markets. So sort of connecting smallholders to both. And to sort of have new trade policies and regulations that address this and that protect smallholders. Next. Then climate resilience food systems will also need to promote circularity, reduce waste, and tackle diets and demand side policies. So one of the major pillars of this is, of course, the diet shift. We need to shift from animal-based to plant-based proteins that will reduce emissions, but also contribute to healthier diets. Policy and industry-led measures that can target food waste reduction will also have those synergetic effects. So sort of both reducing emissions, but also like being more, increasing efficiency and sort of bringing large cost savings as well. And then also investing in nutrient recycling to reduce the need for those energy-intense synthetic fertilizers that are very used today. And just the final slide, next. So just as final remarks, like if we have interconnected problems, we can also have interconnected solutions. So focus on the synergies. By investing in climate resilience food systems, we will be sort of addressing the very drivers that are causing the problem. In this, we need to break silos and to increase multilateral collaborations. This is very crucial. And then we also need to accept that when implementing these multiple solutions, we will be finding trade-offs. We will be having unintended consequences, and we need to learn with that, but that shouldn't sort of stop us from experimenting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cyril. You have a great applause here from the audience. Please stay for the panel and reflect for the speakers. What I'd like to do now is to introduce our first keynote speaker here on stage, and that's Eja from Tetra Pak. So please go ahead. What is Tetra Pak doing for resilient system pathways going forward?
Hello, everybody. Great to be here today. And I was just, reflecting this previous session and how it resonated with the way we think about things and the food systems at Tetra Pak. So for those of you who don't know Tetra Pak so well, so we're a company with Swedish roots and 70 years actually in age this year. Founded by a Swedish entrepreneur who wanted to change the food systems. So very topical today, in today's time and day. So what we do is we have integrated solutions across the food system. So we have food technologies and processing equipment, which help actually take the food into different formats, whether it's powder or puree or or beverages. And then we also offer packaging solutions and quite innovative such solutions. So we operate globally, but we very much operate locally. So most of our customers are actually local companies in the local markets, which is really important from the food systems perspective as well. So as everything we do is really about food, we've been thinking, of course, of our role in the food systems and more broadly. And last year, when the UN Food Systems Summit took place for the first time, we really started sketching the different pathways where we saw our role would be in the future, and how our industry could contribute to a more resilient food system, which would be, you know, not only resilient in terms of climate, but also from the social aspect to support the transitions that are needed, not only in the kind of green economy, but linked to that the social justice that is very linked to the food systems. So what we came up with was we had a white paper and had some 250 people and institutions contributed to that, and we identified 4 pathways which we believe is that what we as a company and our industry could be doing in this area. And I'll just quickly list those 4 pathways because they actually really resonated with the previous speaker as well. So the first one is about healthy diets for a healthy planet. The second one is about food waste and food lost. The third one, which is quite particular for our industry and us as a company, is about responsible dairy, the transitions that we need to see in that area. And the fourth area is to what is sustainable packaging and sustainable food packaging in particular, because I think in the big debate about the packaging of today, about plastics, we've forgotten about the function of that actually packaging serves, and especially to preserve food. So I'll just quickly talk about those 4 areas, and again, this is an inspiration for discussion, and what we just heard on the backdrop before I started, I think these are also issues that others have noticed. So when we look into what could healthy diets for the healthy planet be, we as a company, as I said, we do a lot of we have a lot of technologies for processing food, and we realize that alternative proteins are really needed to balance off what is out there today, very much animal protein dependent food chains. And what we also recognize is that there's a need for new types of crops to be used that are more climate resilient. We need to look at local supply chains, what is available in a given country. So these type of solutions, whether it then uses, it could be algae-based type of proteins. It could be a different plant-based, so let's say hemp-based proteins, which are actually now growing beautifully in Sweden, for instance, because of climate change. It could be fungi and other things. So we're developing solutions and technologies which can leverage that, and we're working with a lot of startups in this area. And I think the plant-based transition is critical, but we should remember that if there needs to be a balance, and you need to understand what the local supply chains are in order to make this sustainable, and the food needs to be nutritious. And so there's a balance between nutrition, environment, and social aspects as well as nature. So then the second area is really about food waste and food loss. So we heard here previously that 8% of food is actually lost, while we have a lot of people who go bed hungry, and we have people who are obese. So what a paradox we have at hand. So there's a lot that could be done with technology to reduce actually food loss and food waste. But what you could also do is you could avoid emissions, for instance, in the food processing chain by actually leveraging some of the residues from food processing. So if you take, let's say, beer, which I'm sure, Pat, you enjoy a beer. So actually the process uses a lot of barley, and which is very rich on proteins, but you wouldn't want to have very protein-rich beer because it would taste very strange. So some of these ingredients, they actually removed in the process, but they could create very protein-rich beverages. And so we, for instance, have solutions for that type of end uses. So opportunities exist tremendously in this area. And again, if this were incentivized, we could do more. Then the third area really is about responsible dairy. And we as a company, we are one of the biggest enablers of change in the dairy value chain, because a lot of milk is produced, or we are part of that, the milk chain, but also of dairy products. So we take our responsibility very seriously. We're part of global alliances in this area. And we believe that here there's a lot that could be done in terms of the processing again, creating efficiencies in the process, but also with the dairy farms, and already we have solutions, or we're engaged in initiatives with dairy farms, or with dairy farm hubs, where we actually bring together these small holder farmers, and we can offer solutions which in a cooperative setting actually reduce emissions, but also reduce loss of milk, and provide social support as well. And just to finish off, the sustainable packaging part. Of course, there are different types of packaging. Our packaging that we are famous for is it's called aseptic packaging, which allows it's technologies that allow for longer preservation of food. So these types of packaging solutions are extremely important in times of crisis, conflicts, and situations which we pretty much are there currently. So that's the resilience story, and it's environmental that goes together with societal. That's what we believe in.
A very impressive story. I think we'll have an applause here also as well. 70 years of work enabling to be part of the global food value chain. We have something to catch up here from Ragn-Sells side. Next speaker will be Jan Svärd, CEO of Easy Mining. And Bill started talking about the problems with phosphorus. I totally agree. We're using phosphorus that with high content of cadmium and uranium today that are of course destroying the long-term possibilities for us to produce. At the same time, we are also totally destroying our nutrient chain, losing a lot of nutrient in the system. So please, Jan Svärd, I think that you have solutions that can increase when it comes to food production, both on land but does it within the borders of our planetary boundaries. So please, go ahead.
Thank you, Per. Yeah, so both these nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, is really elements of life. So it's really, some researchers say that 50% of food production will drop unless we can use nitrogen and phosphorus. And when it comes to phosphorus, it's a finite raw material. It exists very unevenly spread in the world. So it's really a key one that is shipped around long distances today. And there we have developed a solution to bring it out from sludge ash. So basically from wastewater treatment plants, and then we recycle it in a very, very pure form. So it's purer than what's now on the market. The second solution that we have is for nitrogen. And nitrogen production today is, enormously energy intensive. It's air and natural gas that is the raw materials. I think this market is around, some say, hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't dare to say the exact number because it goes up all the time. But hundreds of billions, and nothing is recycled. As far as I know, it's around zero today. There we have a solution as well based, recovering from a wastewater treatment plant or from any liquid in a way, where you catch this in a climate neutral way, or maybe even climate positive way, and produce fertilizer from it that can be used and replacing natural gas and air-based solutions.
Just one question there. How much nutrient are you able to then extract from the wastewater treatment plant today at your first factory?
Yeah, we today extract it from the reject water, and the runs that we do at the plant right now in Copenhagen, we extract 99% of the nitrogen. So it's just 1% left.
Good, thank you. So now we'll introduce the panel, and the first panel is about land. And here we have a new person coming up on the stage. So Irini Pizzirini, you're the Global Head of Systems Advocacy for the Compassion in World Farming. So please tell me first, what are your organization and what are you doing here at COP? What's your objectives?
Hi. Okay, yeah, it's on. Thank you so much. My name is Irini. I'm the Global Head of Food Systems Advocacy at Compassion in World Farming. Compassion in World Farming is an international NGO that focuses on food system transformation. Mainly, we work on shifting or phasing out high input industrial animal agriculture for systems that are better, are based more on circular economy principles, and work with nature. But we also know that the only way to tackle this is to also look at consumption. And at the moment, we know that resource-intensive food consumption and actually meat and animal protein are quite resource-intensive foods needs to be discussed when we talk about food system transformation. The organization has offices across Europe, in the US, China, and South Africa. And we're always, my team works on across the UN. So wherever agriculture and food systems are discussed in the UN, we are there. And we see a lot of these discussions happening in silos. And one of the key things that I think will come up later in the panel discussion is how to enhance synergies for all these discussions to happening at the one place rather than in 5, for example. So we'll leave it for now because I guess we would like to go into the panel discussion.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think we can start with you. Reflect, please, on what has been said here from the previous speakers. What are your conclusions, or what are your feedback?
I don't know, yeah, it's on now. So I have to say that I agree with everything that was mentioned here. So I agree with everything that was mentioned from the Stockholm Resilience Institute and you know, the solutions that we need to bring now into food systems. And there's nothing I can add more in terms of science because it was all been said. There's nothing I can offer more in terms of things that need to be done. For example, looking at systems we have at the moment, looking at how we can make them better for social, economic, and environmental issues. Those are the pillars of sustainability. And we need to do this by looking at consumption patterns as well. One of the comments that I would like to make as a policy sort of international advocacy person is that wherever we have conversations about agriculture and food systems, they never look at consumption. And I think it's absolutely impossible to change the systems if you don't actually discuss those two things together as one thing. How you consume drives how you produce, and vice versa. And at the moment, we're missing a massive part of the equation by not addressing this.
Good. I think we'll go to Stockholm now, and Sibyl, your reflection when you hear Jan and Eija.
So first of all, thank you so much. I think it was really exciting to hear like the solutions that you are already implementing, and also like your quite holistic view on the importance of sort of thinking in multiple things. So I was very inspired. I think that the private sector has a key role in food systems transformation. Like I think that many companies can become stewards of this transformation. And we at the Stockholm Resilience Center have done quite a lot of research about this also, like that sort of many companies, and including like large scale companies, can become sort of keystone actors, let's say, on sort of driving this transformation forward. So like it is, and it is important then also to have this sort of happening at the big actors, but also like the small actors together. So sort of definitely breaking silos across sectors and sort of improving this communication. And I would also like to just build on what the previous speaker just said, that like I totally agree that like both sides of the food system, the production and the consumption, need to be taken into account. I would also just like to leave the message that on the consumption side, I think that we often tend to always think about just individual consumers as having the responsibility, but that is very heavy to put that responsibility just at the individual level. So we need to think on other ways of how the society can more collectively sort of address these issues and sort of influence and support like more sustainable and more healthy consumer choices. Yeah, I think I stopped there because I know that we are short in time.
Thank you so much. Ea, your reflections on the dialogue. Everybody agrees.
Isn't that just amazing that we all agree? Does it work actually? Yes. Yes, and I was also reflecting on this consumption element and remembering the UN Food System Summit last year. I think it was the government of Italy who very strongly said food is cultural. So don't tell us what to eat. And I think it's a challenging one then when you start unpacking this, because indeed there's a lot of interest in the developed world for many kind of groupings to move into new types of foods and accept different protein mixes, etc. But when it comes to, if you have the choice, that's one thing. But when you don't have the choice and the cultural kind of aspects of food, the transitions, you really need to think carefully how you impose that.
And Jan?
Yeah, I think this is very interesting. As usually, everybody agrees. The only problem is that we all agree it should be circular. We should take care of it and so on. But then, when it comes to legislation, it doesn't agree. So, if you want to use a product from, which is the purest, but it has the origin of waste, we want to have circular, but it's not allowed to use waste-based, even if it's purer and better and everybody agrees. So the legislators is not catching up with the business opportunities and the needs of the food system. I think that is one of the biggest issues. So that's maybe something where we disagree, but we don't have a legislator here now.
Actually just in looking into novel foods, it's the same. I mean, the processes are longer than pharmaceuticals products, so indeed. Yeah, where are the policymakers here?
China did last night announce that big countries with a large population can't mitigate their agriculture. They can't contribute to reduce emissions. What is your feedback? China is the last place.
Okay, that's a difficult question.
Politics, right?
That's a difficult question. I'm going to start by saying that at the moment, having countries at the size of China basically not mitigating or not taking extra measures is extremely difficult for the rest of the world to catch up in terms of where we are with emissions. The other thing I want to mention is we actually need to look at what kind of emissions are we talking about. I know the discussion is very much about, and it has to be, about carbon, but actually, and as it was mentioned yesterday by Professor Mark Sutton in another panel, when we talk about carbon, we also need to talk about nitrogen and about other emissions. It's a system. So it's not a blanket statement, it's about greenhouse gas emissions. If we look at them separately and if we look at them specifically, then we may need to take specific actions to mitigate specific parts of the system. But going back to the initial question, having a situation where we have a country the size of China with the production China has on all aspects, not taking the lead on mitigating, it's certainly as if taking 10 steps forward and then 5 steps backwards in the global discussion around climate. But it's a difficult one, I have to say. So,
Jan, on that note, I have a question for you. We know that China has something like 6% of the world resources of phosphorus. At the same time, we know by 2100 there's just 1 mine left if we don't start to recycle. Shouldn't China do what they can to recycle already now?
Of course, they're almost too late already, and China actually stopped exporting phosphorus for this very reason, to keep it in their own country. So that's what I meant when I say it's unevenly spread, the phosphorus resources. I know these. You mentioned Mark Sutton. He also studied the nitrogen industry now, and 2% of the direct carbon dioxide or the greenhouse gas emissions is from the nitrogen production only. And then, of course, he also adds the laughing gas that it contributes with in the wastewater treatment plants with another 5% in carbon dioxide equivalents. So it's not small, it's very big. And I think even for China, this would also be a very good idea because it's a cost saving. It's much better than to ship it from and buy natural gas wherever and produce locally and then ship it out. Instead of you have a lot of opportunities to do this in highly populated countries.
Short comment from Eija and Sibylle about China.
Yeah, I think you're opening up a pretty kind of a geopolitical discussion here. So of course, food sovereignty in the current food crisis is something else than just looking into environmental issues, and I think that's what we see here, and the transition of the kind of agriculture of China into new models. Indeed, I mean, while desired, I think this is playing a more political role here than just environmental. But yes, of course, I think we're going to see more of that. We're going to see more trade policies that are going to restrict the free flow of raw materials and all that. If the worse the food security situation, it's going to have impact actually on the progress on climate. And unfortunately, I'd be really interested to hear your views over there, who probably have a better sense of the policy sense in terms of resilience.
Sibylle, it's...
Yes, I don't have much to add, but of course that it is. I agree with everything that has been said. It's like it is. These are bigger issues, and the current food crisis, what it has done is that it basically puts the focus on sort of internal food security, and I think that in many countries, what we have been seeing, it's also that has been like a sort of a backlash on sort of climate action. So sort of like, no, now we need to think about food security, and now we cannot afford to do the energy transition, and we cannot, when this is actually misleading, because that's exactly why we should afford to do it, so that we are not so that we don't have a food system that is so highly dependent on fossil fuels. Sort of, we wouldn't be in the vulnerable situation that we landed with the Russian Ukraine conflict, for instance. Of course, if we would have been, if we have been taken more steps on that direction already.
The intention was that we should also have a sea section or aquaculture section. We will roll that film and have a very short comment from each of you, and then the session is over. Sorry for that. We would like to speak forever here, but we can't. So please roll the film about sea.
So it's well known that the land area we have today is already overexploited and have limited capacity to grow when it comes to food production. The opposite is the situation with the oceans. There are still only 5% of the food that we eat that comes from the oceans, and we can harvest more. We cannot harvest more of wild stocks, but aquaculture is a part of the solution. And with aquaculture, we are using the ocean to grow food by feeding them, by harvesting then that food, and that is a part of the solution. Aquaculture has also its challenges, but when we are doing aquaculture more controlled by collecting waste streams, we have the opportunity to make also aquaculture more sustainable. Waste streams like the sludge can be used for food purposes, as fertilizer or as energy. That will also improve food production and improve sustainability in aquaculture. The aquaculture industry, as all other industries and especially food production, has a duty to be efficient in its use of resources. And when we have open systems for fish farming, there is a byproduct, or we could call it sludge, that is dispersed to the environment. By collecting this sludge, we are doing a double purpose. We reduce the pollution to the environment, and we also collect a resource that can be used for different purposes, for energy production, as fertilizer, or even for food or feed production. That is a win-win and is what we call upcirculation.
What we heard here is that Norway are now putting a solution in place where you collect the fish pop, the fish sludge, and take it up, first produce energy, and then have the potential also to produce phosphorus and nitrogen, not wasting the resources, and a better health as well for the fishes. So short reflection on this, and we start with you.
To start, first of all, to say yes, that aquaculture is a fast-moving and increasing area. We need to, again, be very careful and bring in consumption into the mix, in the sense that we need to understand we don't just move from land animals, to aquatic animals without addressing consumption. Having said that, it is a sector, it brings livelihoods, it's there, it's developing. We need to strive to make it more sustainable. So we absolutely need solutions like this. And more importantly, we need solutions on feed as well, because as it was mentioned, we cannot keep depleting the ocean and taking away fish from the ocean, wild-caught fish, for fish meal and fish oil. We need more sustainability for sure, and those solutions offer that. So, yes.
Jan?
I think this is a great opportunity for Norway. I just want to come back a little bit to legislation, because there is ways and things you can do. I mean, Germany realized this phosphorus issue and took a law that you need to recover phosphorus in 2017, and it has to be ready in 2029. Norway have this opportunity, 9,000 tons of phosphorus, huge opportunity also for Norway to get independent of phosphorus.
Aya?
I must say that this is not my domain expertise, but of course, if you mentioned that there's food to be made here as well, so we have our EVP here, who I'm sure is interested in developing processing solutions for this type of raw material and bringing it to the market as a novel food. I hope it's a scalable solution, and resilience obviously is there.
Yesterday we had a session with both representatives from Chile, and we see the same problem. If we don't get out the nitrogen and phosphorus from the sea, we will have eutrophication, and then there will be a huge problem to harvest from the sea as well. That was the conclusion. So this is really scalable and potential all over the world. I will now give the last opportunity to Sibyl, so please reflect on the sea dimension.
I must say that the video didn't have the sound for me, so I haven't heard about the solution. I have understood what it's about. But I think that blue food has a huge potential in the food systems transformation sort of transition. And I think definitely aquaculture has a major role to play. We need to be, as it was already been said, like very careful on sort of like, it's not my area of expertise either, but we need to be very careful so that we are sort of, producing aquaculture sort of in a sustainable way. We need to be careful with the relationships between land and sea. Like the food system, it's the land and the seascape together. And actually these are much more interlinked already than sometimes we see or we think. We have like sort of things produced by aquaculture that are used to feed animals on land. So we have like shocks that go across these two systems. And these are things that we need to be sort of aware of as we move forward. But again, not being my area of expertise, I do think that there's a huge potential on sort of this type of blue food solutions, and definitely with sort of recycling the waste from aquaculture and sort of reusing it again. I think it sounds promising. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sibyl. On the 5th of October, I had the honor to give a keynote when the World Customs Organization set their first symposium on how we can greener the trade. And the theme of my presentation was, will only be the rich people that can afford to buy eggs in the future? And if we can't bring back the nutrients, everybody moving into the city, this will be a challenge going forward. Thank you for listening to this session about both land and sea and about system pathways. We need to have them resilient, and we need to make sure that we innovate and scale. That's my main conclusion over this session. Thank you so much.
I'm Rhaenyra O'Donnell, and I am the Food Initiative Lead at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and lucky enough to be moderating this panel this afternoon. When we released our report, The Big Food Redesign, in late 2021, we put a call out to food companies to redesign the way that food is produced. And rather than design food and then bend nature to give us those ingredients, we called on companies to design food for nature to thrive. The circular economy provides a framework for enabling this to happen, and increasingly, we're seeing the role of technology in helping move us to a resilient and thriving food system. So it's really great to have 4 organizations with us today who can talk to us about the role that technology plays in their position in the value chain. So, I'd like to welcome our panel of speakers. I'm going to ask them each to introduce themselves. It's called microphone practice. And we will start with, who's at the end? Jan, start with you.
Hey, I'm Jan Svärd, and I'm the CEO of Easy Mining.
And I'm Charles Brand. I'm EVP of Processing Solutions and Equipment for Tetra Pak.
I'm Julia. I'm Economic Development Coordinator of City of São Paulo.
And I'm Brian Monk. And I'm working for Alfa Laval, and I am heading up the sustainability transition in the Food and Water division.
Brilliant. Welcome to you all. So let's kick this off. I'm going to ask each of you to share with us how technology is helping to build a more resilient food system. I know your stories, but I'm pretty sure that people in the audience don't. So let's start off with Julia.
First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's a really big honor to be in COP27, especially talking about our programs in the city of São Paulo. So we were already recognized by Ellen MacArthur Foundation with an award with our program to combat food waste. But today I would like to talk with you about our agriculture program. It's our newest program, and we were trying to improve and increase the agriculture in the city of São Paulo. We know that São Paulo is known as a gray city, but we have almost 30% of our area with a rural zone. So it's very important that we can promote initiatives that can increase the agriculture in the city of São Paulo. We have actually thousands of agricultures in the city, so it's really important that we can promote a strategy that can give them more technical assistance and more spaces to increase their business, and that this is a way we can improve and increase food security. So I think this is a very small resume we can share with you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Next up is Jan.
Thank you. Yes, I'm, as I said, the CEO of Easy Mining. And what we do is that we take care and recover 2 very important nutrients. One is phosphorus and the other one is nitrogen. And you know, nitrogen today is produced as with natural gas and air as the raw materials. So it's become extremely expensive, and it also emits a lot of greenhouse gas when you produce it, but also when you use it. So as in the form of laughing gas. We catch it from a wastewater treatment plant and recycle it in a climate neutral nitrogen product. And I take a chance to say the other one too. So phosphorus. Yeah. So these 2, you know, represents maybe today 50% of all food production. If you don't have them, it actually really goes down with that level. And maybe 40 or maybe 60, but approximately 50. So extremely important. Phosphorus deposits today are very unevenly spread around the globe, and it's a finite raw material. So once you kind of used it, it recycles somewhere else, and then it's spread out. But we also catch this at the wastewater treatment plant and produce an extremely pure phosphorus product that can be used as fertilizer and, if legally possible, also as a feed additive. So very important.
Thank you very much, Jan. Charles, how about you next?
Yeah, so Tetra Pak is in the business of integrated industrial food solutions and packaging. And we supply to the ice cream, alimentary powder, cheese and liquid food industry. We do a lot of things on the equipment side, but I'll talk a bit about circularity in our customers' factories. Some early examples were coconut water. Coconut water actually used to be thrown out. It is now your favorite coconut water that you have in one of our packages. We also have technologies for using the whole soybean. It used to be that you just used the kernel. Now the entire soybean is used with no waste. Brewery spent grains after the brewing process. There are the grains that are left over. These used to be used for animal feeds, for instance. It's a very sensitive product. We now have a technology where we can heat treat it and stabilize it so that it can be used for making plant-based drinks or for the bread industry. And then finally, one very exciting new technology with a startup called Engenzyme. When you're making, for instance, Greek yogurt or cream cheese, there is a byproduct called acid whey, which is a very difficult product to dispose of. That acid whey, when you introduce this special enzyme, turns it into a natural prebiotic fiber, which is very good for your gut and can be used as a natural food ingredient. So a few examples of circularity and eradicating waste out of our customers' production.
Fantastic, thank you. We will definitely come back to that in a second. Last but not least, Brian, share with us how technology is supporting Alfa Laval.
Yeah, what pops up in my mind when I reflect on this is that you need to optimize, you need to challenge the existing, and then partnership. And when walking around, we can see there are thousands of solutions that we can already now implement and drive change with. And if we team up and we continue optimize and challenge, then we can really do a difference. What we have done in Alfa Laval, we have this system we call Rivers. It's just about to be commercialized. And it will actually challenge the way we distribute beer today. So you have your beer product, and then you put it through our system, which is a high pressure, low temperature, reverse osmosis system. And then you get a beer extract out, and you get a lot of clean water that you can circularize and get this circular economy thinking. Then you take this beer extract to your consumer side, either on a pub or a bar or at a local distributor. And here you add the water, and you're not compromising the quality of the beer or the taste of the beer. And again, circular thinking on the water. And of course, when you reduce the volume of the beer, you also reduce the logistics, the carbon footprint. You save money. And imagine if all the 200 billion liters of beers. We try again with this one. Imagine if all 200 billion liters of beer every year is being reduced before being shipped, how much CO2 we can save and how much circularity we can have on water on production side. That's by thinking optimization, by challenge the existing and partnership.
Thank you. I mean, it's really great to hear such different examples of the way technology is now being used to make a more resilient and circular food system. I'm going to come back on to Charles, because you've been talking about ingredient upcycling, and that's one of the 4 key design principles that we're advocating for at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in terms of circular design for food. So when it comes to upcycling ingredients, what barriers are you encountering in terms of actually scaling the use of upcycled ingredients?
I'd like to touch on three different areas because it all starts with having a business for the upcycled product. And, you know, we talk about taste, we talk about texture, if we're talking food now, and about the cost of the product. And all of those things have got to work for the consumers that they're intended for. Then it's the technology to be able to make the product. And in fact, you have a bit of a sort of tag team between technology and the ability to get this product to the consumer. On the technology side, having that ability to start with the development, go into piloting of a small-scale production, and then industrializing, that is a process that often goes with this first business part that I talked about. The final part, I think, is on the policy side. And here I think we've got to have the policymakers incentivize using food waste or waste from food production to turn it into new things. And I think the more they can help to incentivize, the more it's going to give us a platform for educating consumers and the entire value chain. So those are the three areas.
Excellent. So we've got kind of taste, technology and policy all playing a really big part in how we need to move ingredient upcycling into a mainstream agenda. I want to stick with upcycling for a moment here because you know your business is all around nutrient upcycling, and you spoke about nitrogen and phosphorus being so important, and phosphorus particularly being finite, and what happens if that runs out. Why is this not more mainstream?
Yeah, I think it's mainly, as you say, this is policymakers. They can do both good things and bad things, or nothing. And in the case of phosphorus, actually, Germany has taken the lead, and they legislated already in 2017 and said this is a big problem because we import all our consumption of phosphorus into Germany. You know, 55% from Russia, and then Morocco and other countries. And they say we can't live with this for us food security. So they took a decision that you have to recover phosphorus. So this will be able to cover, you know, if this comes through in 29, you know, 20% of the demand and a bit more. But so they can do positive things. What's also happening, of course, because when you start on a waste, a lot of routes are banned. And so, for example, our product is the purest that you can get. The molecule is the same, calcium phosphate, but it cannot be used in feed because there is an annex and an EU rule or whatever. So here, policymakers need to take a step forward and help out so it actually really works with circular economy. And don't think the old way with the linear system, because the whole legislation is linear today. And it's annexes and extras and what have you to prevent circular economy. This needs to be changed.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think, you know, we hear a lot of talk about changing the food system, and so many of those solutions seem to be about tweaking the current linear system. And what you're saying there is exactly what we say, which is actually we need a fundamental transformation of every single part, and that is from the technologies to what kind of ingredients we use and the legislation to then be able to support being able to do that. Moving away just from upcycling for a moment and thinking about how we might unlock some of these technologies. Brian, perhaps I can kind of come to you. What kind of support do we need? What do we need to be able to support increased investment in technologies such as those that we've been hearing about today to be able to advance this transition in the food system?
I think it's a lot about making it transparent what solutions we have available. That will help drive investment, but also work together in different ways in the food chain. We really need to team up in different ways, and also to get innovators, startup companies in. And we in Alfa Laval have taken some responsibility there and created an innovation house in Copenhagen. And we now have around, I think it's more than 20 startups in an environment there. And we believe that it's really key to be in early and team up with startups, because when you come to the scale-up exercise, then you need to build it on knowledge technology knowledge, and that's where we really can support a fast scale up, and that will also support the decision at the investors if they can see there is a very diverse and knowledgeable support to a ramp up. So yeah.
Fantastic. And Julia, I'll come to you because we've heard a little bit around the role of policy in all of this. And you're here representing a city government. And so I guess my question to you is, what role can cities or national governments play in supporting increased investment into technologies in the space, or in fact just supporting the increase of using those technologies to enable a transition to a circular food system?
I think maybe our biggest part in this role is to promote dialogue with the private sector and the civil society and academy, and bring opportunities to the small business that so they can increase and promote more circularity in the jobs that are being creating. And I think it's maybe the governance that the public sector can I don't know how to say that, how as a I'm sorry, I forgot the word. That's okay. The public sector can bring all these actors, these stakeholders, the stakeholders together, and I think this is the most important, that our biggest responsibility as a municipal government. So we can put all these actors to bringing new opportunities and new changes in the economic development.
Jan, you want to come back on that?
Yeah. I like just to fill in there, because I think you're absolutely right, and Brian, you touched upon it as well. You need partnerships, because as like us, we are chemical. We know everything about chemistry and chemicals and things like that. And then you need a decanter in this system, and who's better than Alfa Laval to talk to? And then so you need also the partnerships with the government who says, we need this, we need these solutions, and are ready to take a risk in the beginning to make it grow. So you're exactly right.
Use the microphone.
I'm sorry. The public sector can be responsible for everything. We need to promote these dialogue spaces, so we can think together of how we can improve our economic development. So.
It's really great to hear that you're being so positive around the role that the public sector can play. I mean, we've touched on barriers, we've talked about some investment, and each of your organizations works at a very different space in the value chain. There's kind of upcycling end products, there's various different parts in the value chain. So you probably all have a unique perspective on my next question. And that is really, what is needed for a faster transition? So from your perspective and your position in the value chain, what is needed for a faster transition from your perspective? We'll start with you.
Yeah, again, building on this with a partnership, it's about creating. Yeah. But building on this with a partnership, trying to step out of the comfort zone, trying to contact other parts of the supply chain, and also facilitating, opening up, and getting new players into the market, and not focusing only on capitalizing on the existing. So really try new things.
Thank you. Julia, do you want to go next?
Yes. I think to promote a faster transition, we have to change our cultures, because I see in Brazil we still don't have a circular economy culture, and people. I'm ashamed to tell you that, but people still doesn't believe in climate change. So we have to put this in the agenda, especially in Brazil, because we know in the last years we were like not taking care of our nature, and it's our responsibility to make that. So I think this is the most important thing to do.
Great. How about you, Charles?
So it's me next. You know, I think the word waste is interesting. You know, it's got to be turned into the word resource. And if you have a mind shift from waste to resource, it gets you going into doing something with the resource. We all know 1/3 of food is wasted. It's just such a staggering amount. And I heard yesterday that 50% of all tomatoes do not reach the consumer, 50%. So I think we've all got to make sure that we come together and address the topic of waste through to the production, and then ensure that from production through to the consumer there is not waste, and use the available technologies so that we upcycle the waste that is generated and minimize the waste along the whole of the food chain. And that is going to take, and you said, you know, don't just talk about, you know, partnership between the various actors, but it does start with policymakers through to the businesses and educating consumers on the behaviors that they have to take to avoid the waste that they generate.
I love that we really need to change the way that we think about waste, and not think about it as waste at all, but just think about it as somebody else's or another business or another food substances resource. And I agree with you. I think if we could get to the position where we're all thinking that organic waste is food for something else, we'd be in a much better position. But how about you, Jan? Where is action most needed for a faster transition from your perspective?
Yeah, so I couldn't agree with the previous speakers more, but actually behind us here we also have a cycle. So sometimes we shouldn't maybe even talk about upcycling or downcycling or up value chain, or maybe should we value circle or value, you know, instead, so we get the new mindset. And so we really use these resources fully. I think that would be the biggest improvement. And even as something as horrible as the waste in a wastewater treatment plant. You get a sludge, you get a pure water coming out, and the rest is actually a lot of valuable ingredients in there. Phosphorus and nitrogen, but also other things.
No, I agree with you completely. So we've looked at kind of a mindset shift. We've talked about changing our culture. So I guess that's in there with a mindset shift. Definitely something around creating new partnerships and the right partnerships to enable this to happen. So there's, and I like that, not thinking of it as a value chain, but thinking of it as a value circle. That absolutely, it does go round in loops. So I guess you've all given a perspective on where action is most needed. But if we think about, you know, COP is really about how do we enable policymakers to make the right decisions, and what are the kind of policy landscape changes that you would want to see. Where do you think, if I could give you a magic policy wand, and I could say you could have one wish with your policy wand, what would that wish be? We'll go back in the order. So Jan, you first.
Thank you. No, but I think it will be twofold. One, it's a pack of sticks and carrots. So you need to do both. Of course, you need to ban some of the old behavior and say this is not okay. But you also need to incentivize the new types of behaviors and the new ways of using resources. And that should be on the top of the mind of the policymakers.
Really interesting. I heard something very similar to that earlier this morning around kind of the need for a balance between the carrots and the sticks in this space. We do absolutely need those sort of legislative changes that not only help shape what we're going to do, but from you know, listening, talking to businesses, you need to know what that framework looks like to be able to know where you can invest to make those changes, because otherwise you're kind of swimming without any lanes, really. So
just add one more thing there, and then saying that, you know, the fossil industry and everything around it has developed for more than 100 years. They have optimized their processes bit by bit, and you know, to think that that new way of thinking and new raw material base will do the same in 1 or 2 years is naive. So that's why you also need the carrots. You know, it will take some years to catch up, and then I'm sure it's going to bypass, and also the bans and you know, sticks.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, actually, I'd just like to add on to that, because this topic of speed. This topic of speed, I had to be uncomfortably close. Yeah. This this topic of speed is so important. You know, other industries prior to what we're talking about today have had decades, and now we want to make systemic changes in, you know, in years, and that is a risk, because industrializing technologies takes time. And we don't want unintended consequences with industrializing something that goes too fast and we end up having to change because we didn't understand something. So that's a very important point.
Thank you.
I think just to complete the other question, we have in São Paulo a concern to promote a transformation of waste disposal. So I think if I have a wand, I would like to use that so we can see the waste disposal in a different way, so we can bring another opportunities for this waste disposal and transforming money and in business in opportunity. And I think this is right now, with all the consume we have, this is a very important thing we have to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to build on what you said, Jan. Because in the energy sector, there is a lot of incentives to do transformation. And if we can get that into the food sector, so it becomes an obvious choice to make a good business case instead of, and make it maybe costly to dump waste, instead of creating a new feed of food for the supply chain.
That's right. I mean, I love the way that you kind of connect that to the energy sector and how, and I think we were talking about it earlier, and you're saying you come here and it's, you know, it's still very energy focused. I guess there's a lead-on question, like, what are more of those incentives for the food sector? Because they seem quite clear in the energy sector, and we know that the energy sector is going to, you know, help be responsible for 55% of our climate challenge. But then the way that we eat things, the way we grow things, and the way we use products is the other 45%. So what are those? Are there any incentives that you've seen in that space that you think could translate over? Or what are the incentives that you would like to see? I mean, you've talked about making dumping more expensive, but is there anything else out there that you think actually could be quite catalytic?
Yeah, so I mean, my policy wand was actually about that, because I think policy has got to recognize the unacceptability of the levels of food waste that we have. There's the stick. Yeah. The carrot is actually incentivizing the technologies that are going to reduce food waste, either by upcycling or by avoiding food waste. And I think those two things have got to be built into the policy today.
Anybody else like to add to that?
Yeah, maybe one thing, this about also the perspective of waste. Wastewater, see that as water as a resource instead of waste, and maybe do some regulation there. Not on the water side, but on the waste dumping side.
Yeah, I just wanted to build a little bit on what you said also, because I think the way a lot of things are bought by municipalities and other, they have one item in there and it's cost. And they compare apples with pears, because, you know, if you have a high quality or low quality, and it's cost. So these tender processes that's going on, probably also in Sao Paulo, and they compare things that is not the same. And that would also be a wand I would try to use.
What we're doing here is very important. We're sharing our best practices, but I think maybe the most important part of the COP27 is what we're doing when we're going back to our cities, to our countries, and how we transform these partnerships in real public policies. So maybe this is the most important part of what we're doing here.
I couldn't agree with you more. It almost make, now, you know what I'm going to ask you. So I'm going to lead on from that, and I'm going to say, okay, just before we wrap up, what are you going to do differently as a result of being on this panel, being in other panels, from what you've heard today, you know, over the last couple of weeks? Have you come across anything that you think man, that's really helpful or useful, and I'm gonna implement that.
Okay, so I'll give you a challenge because we need money to implement all these policies. So I think the most important part here is what we gained our financial partnership, so we can improve our public policies of green economy, of circular economy, and all the things like that, so we can promote more jobs that are thinking of our future and things like that, you know.
And I don't think we want to do anything different. I think we want to continue pushing because the transformation is starting, and it's about continue pushing.
Okay.
There is a bit of a convergence now between sustainability and sustainable thinking and economic sense. When we talk about certain technologies for energy savings, for instance, even 18 months ago, it was those that were in the forefront of sustainability that were actually investing. Today, with energy costs the way that they are, there's a lot of new thinking coming in. And I think that, together with the awareness that consumers have, climate change, all the things around us, it is creating a change that I think is going to be self-sustaining.
Fabulous. Any last words from you, Jan?
No, but I agree with this. I'm more hopeful than I was before because I also see, as I said to somebody else before, that business people are also people. And of course we want to make money and we want to create, but we also want to be good about the things we do. And I think you see this coming more and more. You see business leaders saying we need to have a higher cost of carbon. Wouldn't have happened 5 years ago. This is all over the place. And so for me, it's really this catch up by the legislators. That's the big thing.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's kind of it. And I think I really enjoyed hearing you all share how technology is being used to advance a circular food system. I think we've been quite clear on some of the asks. We need to have mindset shifts around waste being a resource, not waste. We need cultural change to be able to really kind of scale this agenda. And I like what you were saying about actually this isn't about doing things different, it's about doing what we're doing now, but really actually making it fly. And I think in all the panels that I've been into, I don't know about anybody else, we hear a lot about scale and action, and it does certainly feel like with stories like yours and the companies that you work for, we're in a really great place to be properly pushing forward to take the food system into a place where we are actually designing food for nature to thrive. So thank you very much for joining me today, and let's thank the panelists in the usual way.
All right, hi everyone and welcome. I'm Sharon Murray, the Investor Engagement Manager at the Good Food Institute. For those of you not yet familiar with my organization, GFI is an international nonprofit that is reimagining meat production. We work across the areas of policy, science and technology, and corporate engagement to build a more sustainable, secure, and just protein supply. So we're here today with a wonderful set of panelists to discuss how we're going to feed a growing global population that's expected to reach 10 billion people by 2050. Alongside the people on the planet's growth, there's expected to be a 70% increase of demand for food and particularly protein. And so that brings us to the question of how are we going to feed this growing global population? And unfortunately, our current food production system is just not a viable option. As hopefully everybody here knows by now after a week at COP, the food system contributes to over 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions. And protein production through animals by itself contributes 20% of greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, animal protein production uses 77% of agricultural land, but only produces 1/3 of our protein supply. And so if we try to scale our production system using current methods only, we're going to need multiple planets. So if anybody's aware of habitable planets anywhere that we can use, please speak up. But barring that, we're going to need to shift our protein production system. And so what is the solution? Luckily, we have 3 excellent solutions in the place of alternative proteins. So this includes plant-based protein. This is everything from something that's been around for centuries, like tofu, to new methodologies that are trying to truly biomimic meat, eggs, and dairy, like the Impossible Burger. We also have fermentation technology to leverage and cell-cultivated meat to be able to feed this growing population, close that protein gap, and meet our climate goals. So today, we're going to talk about how innovators in the space, both startups and corporates, are moving the system forward. So I'm thrilled to welcome our panelists here, and we're just going to go down the line and have them introduce themselves and speak about how their work relates to alternative proteins. So Renat, let's start with you.
Hello, can you hear well? Good. I'm Bernat Añaños. I'm from Barcelona, and almost 6 years ago, I founded together with Mark, another activist, a plant-based meat company. And we've done it because we thought that it was the best tool to change the food system. We were working in the consciousness activism and social justice activism, and we've seen that there were a lot of information available. People were getting conscious. However, there were no good options in the market yet. And what we do, it's when we think about the product, we don't think about doing alternatives, because doing alternatives limit yourself. We want to success animal meat because we can, because we use technology from this century, not technology from last centuries. And we exist to create products, but also to put consciousness in the market, because what we need is people understanding which is the impact of the things we put on our plates. Once we deliver this, once this information is democratic, change will be more available. Lately, I'm listening a lot on now the priority should be recession, it should be the undemocratic regimes going rise, it should be political instability. However, what we want to make sure, and we have to make sure as an industry, it's to put planet first. There is no recession to solve. There is not political instability to fight for. There is no democracy to fight for if we don't put the planet first. And I think this is what this COP27, apart from few spaces, it's lacking. We need to put the food system at the very, 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 very center. If we're not putting it, this doesn't make sense. And for me, the objective here is to make sure that this COP is the beginning of the end of all COPs. We are not touring around the world to be a eco-friendly Coachella. We have to make sure that we close. I don't want to reach at 150 COP. I want to make sure that in the next 5 years we make the steps so we can stop and we can go to Coachella to dance. And we don't have to come here to talk about the small steps. We have to make sure that we put the big steps on the table, and the food system is for sure at the top 3 of those steps.
Yeah, and I'm Monk, and I work in Alfa Laval, and I'm heading up the sustainability team in the Food and Water division. And we work a lot with heat transfer, cooling and heating of products, separation, membrane or mechanical separation, and also fluid handling. And so we are a technology provider into this industry, and for us it's really key to be a part of this transition.
And my name is Charles Brand. I head up Tetra Pak's integrated industrial food solutions business. We're often known for the ubiquitous package, but we deliver equipment for ice cream, cheese, alimentary powders, and liquid food applications. Alternative proteins have been a part of our business for decades now, with soya and oats, for instance, in the early days. Now we've got new generations of products coming out with things like hemp seed products, insect protein, pea proteins. And of course, the big frontier now is the frontier of fermentation, both precision and biomass. And here we see, and very exciting to have young startup companies working alongside us as industrial companies, really pushing that new frontier of new products going out into the market to feed this growing population.
Hi everyone. So my name is Feng Ru, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Turtle Tree. We cannot continue feeding the world with the same amount of water that we're using, the same amount of land that we're using. We need to start innovating to think about how we can feed the next 2 billion people, 2 billion by 2050. We need to think about vertical farming. We need to think about alternative proteins, novel methods of producing food. And this is where Turtle Tree come in. We are a biotech company focused on building facilities and processes to produce milk and milk proteins without the animal. So we think about accessibility. When it comes to milk, I come from Singapore. We have no access to fresh milk. So if we're able to build food systems close to big cities, we can dramatically lower the impact of logistics. We can dramatically increase the impact of every food that we try to produce within each food system. So in Turtle Tree, we are based in Singapore, Boston, and California. And we're working on a B2B2C model, partnering up with the major food companies to launch food products on the market.
Wonderful, thank you all. And I love just the variety of approaches we have here, right? Up and down the value chain, from plant-based to fermentation. No cell cultivated here today, but perhaps Turtle Tree will get us there soon as well. So, as discussed, right, we need to close this protein production gap, and that means we need to scale up the volume of production. So my question to the panelists here is, how are we going to produce the volumes of protein we need, but as Ben Gru said, while limiting the use of land, the use of water, the use of chemicals, energy, and really build a sustainable production system?
Maybe I can start here. Of course, we need to focus on a lot of new products, but we also need to focus on the existing. So get more out of what we already do today. So one example is we've been working with an olive oil producer in Spain that has a waste stream called wet husk, where you have the stones and the skin and the pulp and a lot of water and also oil. There's a lot of olive oil going into there. And in order to get that out in an efficient way, we have worked with them and found a way how to separate a lot of the water out and a lot of the oil out before you go into the chemical extraction process, which is already happening. So really upcycling waste stream and reducing the environmental footprint. And this olive oil producer is now collecting waste streams from 40 olive oil mills in the region. So it's key to focus on the new, but also to continue optimizing the existing.
Can I ask a quick question to you? Let's make it conversational. So in your process, how do you measure the sustainability of it as a lead of sustainability? What is the KPIs that you guys help your customers achieve?
It's actually a lot about generating more out of less. So increasing the yield. If you can increase the yield, create more food, then you also have a sustainable business case, because that is what is needed to drive this transition. So taking the waste stream and upcycle it, then you have the KPIs.
I love it. You're probably asking your customers, would you put money on the table? And they will say no.
No, actually, I think we have seen cases where people, when they see, okay, if I do this differently and I get a stream out. I had a customer buying within 5 days, he bought 10 big machines because he could see that value stream can generate profit to me. So having these cases, and it's about showing them.
That's very powerful.
I mean, being a large-scale industrial company supplying into the food industry, we obviously have to set goals for ourselves. So we have a 2030 goal to reduce our customer operations by 50% in CO2, water usage, and food loss. So one way for us is to set bold goals and then to take action. If I just describe a couple of areas of action, because one of them is not in precision fermentation, but biomass fermentation, where we're taking all of our knowledge to bear to work with a company called Micarena in Sweden that does fungi biomass fermentation. And there we're building a large-scale plant for that type of food product for them. Another good example in a more kind of existing type of product is with Oatly, where we're introducing a chemical recovery for the cleaning chemicals, chemical recovery system, and a water recycling system. So the chemical recovery takes 80% of the chemicals out, and the water recovery recovers 240,000 liters a day at full capacity. So these things become business propositions for those large companies. And today it's interesting because sustainability and return on investment are not in conflict with each other. They actually are working together with each other.
Yeah, that's excellent, and I'll let you go in one moment, but just to say, right, not just producing these new proteins, but really thinking about side stream valorization, circular economy, that is critical both in helping scale and make this affordable, which we'll get to in a moment, but also to, when we're building a new food system, let's build a new food system, right? Let's think about all aspects of it. Please, Bernat.
Cool. I mean, everything they pointed, it makes a lot of sense, but the answer is very clear. I mean, we have to push a protein transition. There is no other. And plant-based is already here. We don't have to create something more. We just have to push what we already have, and then getting better and better and better. But the University of Oxford points out that your carbon footprint can be reduced by 70% just by ditching animal meat and dairy. If we have these numbers, and then we see here at COP, beef being served, chicken being served, fish being served, it feels like a dystopian world, being in a climate emergency summit and then not pushing what the data from the United Nations says. It's not the data just from one other source, it's from the source that is organizing this. And this is very important. And many people say, how can it be that 73%? It's because the numbers are huge. And we don't have availability to those numbers. We have more than 70 billion farm animals every year killed to serve our plates. And this is a lot. And if we put the marine animals, which normally they're left apart, it's 700 billion more, which is already almost 800 billion animals every year. And this is not sustainable at all. And for example, let me look at the numbers, because it's 80% of the farming land goes to feed these animals, and 60% of the emissions of every year of the food system comes from animal farming. When we know all this, it doesn't make any sense, but I can go even further. It's just 18% of the calories every year comes from animals, 18%, which I think this summarizes as inefficiency. However, I can add more. It's 35% of the proteins every year comes from animals. And I said all the numbers before. When we have all this in a database, we have a clear answer to your question, which is we have to push a protein transition. And we have to push a protein transition that does not leave anyone behind. And this is on our hands. If we wait more, we will leave people behind. And we have to work NGOs, we have to work companies, we have to work the public sector, institutions, everyone, to make sure that we transition step by step. I'm a vegan and I would love tomorrow to have a vegan world. It's not possible. I want to make sure that we transition, so we make sure that there is a greener economy, and I totally agree, profit can be a synonym of a green transition, and it has to be. We have to push that, but we have to push it now.
I agree. Hi, I totally agree. I'll quote Paul Pullman. You can do a lot of good, but earn a lot of money at the same time. So I think the transition is the key thing. There is still a lot of benefits, health benefits to animal-based protein, but we got to think about more creative ways of producing the same protein. So the way that Turtle Tree is looking at it, we're looking at these high-value immunity-boosting proteins that are found in cow milk and human milk. So our first protein that we're targeting is called lactoferrin. All of our customers are looking for it. Tetra Pak does a lot of research around the next trend that is coming along. And with COVID these days, a lot of the focus is on immunity boosting. It's about gut health. It's about the gut-brain axis. So for us, we are able to produce this gut-boosting proteins using this process called precision fermentation. So we're able to get microbes, so they could be yeast or fungi, to take in sugar and pump out animal protein, just like how an animal would, but without going through the animal. And this whole process, we do have side streams as well that we can valorize into complex sugars or oligosaccharides that can be continued to put into the food. And I was just on a panel with other startups just now, and there was a company using black soldiers flies as animal feed. So they need nutrients for these flies, so these flies can be nutrients for animals, so the animals can be more efficient in their milk generation, in protein generation, and so on. I think it needs to be a transition. Plant-based is important. There's no way people are going to move over to plant-based overnight, but having different sources of food is what is key.
Yeah, we very much believe in that complementary nature of the two sources. There's no question to feed 10 or 11 billion people, we're going to need to transition to another kind of protein. There is just a huge amount of investment, and in fact I saw in one of your reports 12 billion has gone into plant-based proteins since 2010, and 75% of that in just the last couple of years. So the level of investment is going up hugely. We're putting a lot of effort in, and it's very exciting, and we're very happy and proud to be working with Turtle Tree. And that is a bit of the nature of this industry now, is that it's not scalable very quickly. Development has got to go in. I mean, just the word precision fermentation gives you a little bit of an idea that there's a lot of things that have, even though the industrial process may be the same, there are a lot of things that have got to come together to make the product not just on pilot scale, but on full industrial scale. And so working together with startups and academia and using the kind of standard tried and tested processes that we have for going from a development project into a pilot scale, into small scale industrial and full scale, that is the way to safely and properly take it into into the consumer's hands.
Yeah, so let me take two of the topics that were just discussed, and we'll go there next so we can expand on them. And just one quick point actually before that. So to Charles' point, yes, it's been great to see an acceleration in investment into alternative proteins. Through the third quarter of this year, we're at $13.3 billion invested across the three production technologies. But over the same time, we have had $2.4 trillion invested in climate solutions overall. So 13 billion is great, but you know, it's all relative, and that's maybe what, 0.05%, while we're talking about 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions, 75% of land. So we need to keep that in mind. Okay, the 2 points I'd love to double click on if we can here. So to Fengru, on the nutrition side. So we need to produce the protein, right? We need to feed people. But we also have to make sure that it's nutritious. And as Bernat highlighted, if only about 1/3 of our protein is being created through animals, we know that developed markets are eating the vast majority of that. And so how do we make sure that we're providing nutritious, healthy food For the developed market side, to reduce the risk of cancer and all of the other heart disease, all of the risks that are caused by animal meat. On the emerging market side, how do we make sure that everybody has access to equitable nutrition? So please, let's go there next.
So this first protein that we're targeting, lactoferrin, give us some background about the market and the size of the lactoferrin market. So currently, 90% of lactoferrin goes into infant nutrition, and only 5% of infant nutrition has lactoferrin. It has so many good benefits. It helps with your gut, it boosts your immunity. Why is it not more accessible to the other babies out there? Why can't adults access it? It's because of the price point. Today, lactoferrin trades between $700 to $1,500 per kg. And you compare that with whey. Whey is at $2 a kg. And why is that so? There's very little lactoferrin found in milk. There's only 0.1 grams in 1 whole liter of milk. So you need to go through a lot of milk before you can get a little bit of that benefit that everyone is asking for. So using precision fermentation, we are able to get up to much higher yields for people to access this protein. And then we will be able to allow the B2B partners to introduce this ingredient into their food products, into their infant nutrition, and so on. So for us, it's not just about empty calories. It's not 20 grams of protein. It's not 15 grams of carbohydrates. It's functional proteins. Proteins that you don't need a lot of, but gives you the full health benefits that it was meant for.
And all these fantastic solutions that is already developed, but are still to be pushed to industrial scale in all over the world, I would say. That's where we need to work together. That's where we need to team up and dare create new partnerships across the value chain, and also utilizing companies like us here, having the knowledge on heat transfer, separation, and so on when you go to industrial scale. So we get that transition going fast and efficient.
I think we need to think about the topic of speed and transformation. When we're going from something that is as nascent, as early as it is today, it takes time to industrialize things and to do it safely and in a way that does not have unintended consequences in the long term. I think the exciting part of there are many exciting parts of what's going on now, but one is that the pull is actually coming from the developed market today. It's healthy living, it's more sustainable diets, it's more interesting products. It's whether, if you don't, vegetarianism and veganism. What that is doing is it's creating a platform of development. It's creating technologies. And as I mentioned earlier, although the industrial process may be relatively similar, the precision, the formulation, the specific nature of each of the processes to produce that very specific lactoferrin or HMO or egg albumin or whatever type of protein it is, that is very specific to that installation. We need that time to create the truly high-scale industrial solutions. Those are the ones then that are going to help to transfer into the emerging populations and provide a better platform of nutrition for the long term.
For me, there is another point, which is key. It's that we don't have to take animal meat as a benchmark. I think we take too much the benchmark of nutrition of animal meat, and we can do much better. This is very limited, and it's very limited because it goes through an animal, and an animal is a technology that you can change a bit, but you cannot change a lot. However, if we use technology from this century, the benchmark should be being much better. Plus, there is something that still we have to explore a lot, which is the plant-based kingdom. It's huge. And we still use mainly soy and pea. But there are many other sources to explore. And if we put all the budget, all the investment that it's going to try to make more sustainable one industry that it's clear, and I said all the numbers before, that it's obsolete, if we put this budget into trying to accelerate this because there is no more time, I think we will reach better nutrition, same taste at least, if not better, and easiness to cook, everything that the animal meat has, the positive side of animal meat, but with all the positive side of plant-based. And this is possible. We just need some time. I would like disagree a bit, like, because I feel there is like the number says that we have to accelerate this a lot. Obviously, we have to make it sure that it's in a safety manner, but it's possible. I mean, we started Eura with 40K in Barcelona, 2 guys asking family and friends, and now we are selling in many countries, and we are showing that plant-based is possible. This is made by 2 guys with very few resources. Imagine if all the money goes to that, not to Eura, but to the consumers to have accessibility.
Yeah. 2 guys with not a lot of resources, but clearly a lot of energy, at least if this half here is indicative. And I love the point that you made about the plant protein sources themselves, because you're right, we've mostly used commodity crops because that's what's been available, especially for startups. But there's so many exciting other crops to explore, and they can help with helping small-scale farmers, right? We can use indigenous crops that help biodiversity, that regenerate the land, and also are more nutritious. We can use things like algae, which has omega-3s, right? Fish don't produce that themselves. They get that from the algae that they consume, and then they are also unfortunately consuming mercury and microplastics and a lot of things we don't want. And so let's explore those proteins. So it's a very good point. Fengru, please.
I think there is a way to partner in every level. So from our point of view, on the research side, we do have a lot of partnerships with research institutes, with universities, even with plant-based options. Say your Oatly or your plant-based milks, these are great products, but when it comes to having functional benefits, we are partnering up with some of the biggest plant-based milk companies to introduce our ingredients into their plant-based milk products to make it a fortified plant-based milk. So that is an angle. And think about it, lactoferrin in the past was from animal milk, right? From cow milk. You couldn't put lactoferrin into plant-based milk because then it wouldn't be plant-based. But now with precision fermentation, there's a whole new market that we can expand together, and I think this is a great opportunity. Now, on the industrialization level, it's really these guys who have the experience, and they have the know-how to be able to scale to feed the world. I've been to some of the largest plants in the world. These are $800 million plants, and it's not something that startups like us can do on our own. I mean, even every equipment, every piece of technology, every piece of engineering that goes into the separation technology, that goes into the centrifugation technology, there is so much engineering involved, and it's really partnering up with these folks, introducing new technology to produce food for the world. We are feeding the world here, and scale is the name of the game.
Yeah, so let's spend a little bit more time here. This topic has been coming up over and over. Charles in particular has been highlighting it, that we need to scale these technologies, and that's challenging both from an engineering perspective, right? It's not the same producing something at lab scale than at commercial scale, and certainly from a dollar perspective, that 13 billion is not going to scale alternative proteins to the size that we need it to be. So how can companies work together? And again, our panelists have already been touching upon this, but let's just spend a little more time here because it's a really big question.
I'll answer your question, but I just wanted to address your point. I am a big believer in the complementary nature of lots of different initiatives. I don't think one is going to solve everything. Animals are going to be a source of protein for many, many years to come, if not forever. And other types of plant-based initiatives, I think, will have a life together. So I think that's something I truly believe in. Coming back to your question, that the way of working between the different partners in the value chain, so the startups, academia, our process of taking a customer, which is not new for the fermentation area, but which is something we've had for many years. We've got 12 product development centers that we use for our customers to come in, trial a product, formulate it, turn it into something that is then commercially viable, test market it, and get it going. Because just because you have a product doesn't mean that consumers are actually going to buy it. I usually say test, taste, texture, price. Those three things have got to work with the consumer, whatever the product is. And that just says that there is a period of time that it takes to get it right. And that we have to do in partnership between all of the parts of the value chain to make it work properly.
And just building on that, having the challenges in front of us also drives the innovation much more. So if we have a specific case where we need to treat something or convert something or twist something, that's really something we love as a technology provider, to help making that possible. Maybe it wasn't possible yesterday, but really seeing the greater purpose of doing that innovation. And we have a lot of R&D hubs where we can drive this innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think an invention is not an innovation. It's only an innovation if you're able to commercialize it. So I think that's where the experience of the large companies really come in. And I like to quote my experience with Tetra Pak. How they work with startups is showing us how they work with their customers. So we have a very close relationship with them, and they have this experience center in their regional HQs where they introduce ingredient providers, ingredient innovators like us to go through what their customers would go through, understanding what are the trends for the consumers on the market, understanding the different processes and support that Tetra Pak can give their customers. And that's how we see what's important to them, and that's how we can partner up with them.
Why not? For me, in the point of scale, sorry, I'm a bit more like, I take risks in general in life, but in the point of scaling, I think, and I say this because there are counters here saying how many years we have to give a solution, and it says that it's 6 years. So, I mean, we can say that we can take and we can do a transition that's very slow, but rather the data says that we don't have this time. So just in the European Union, 30 billion euros go every year to try to make animal meat and dairy cheap. And this is the reality. This is the reality. So institutions here, and obviously, companies, we have to work together to make sure that the institutions put the money in the right place. And I'm not saying that it has to go to us to put my salary up. No. It has to go to the consumer. The consumer has to have at least price parity as soon as possible, because yes, price, it's a big point, but we will reach price if the subsidies stop going to an industry that has negative impact and start going to industries that have positive impact. And it doesn't make sense that the European Union, is doing many things right, but we talk a lot about the 2030 agenda. There is no 2030 agenda if we stop giving subsidies to the industry that pollutes more our continent. It doesn't make sense. So scaling quicker than what it has been used in the past, it's possible. We just have to make sure that we push the institutions and then the investment side, the private investment side, to the path of the positive impact. And yes, I totally agree with you. We are more close than than what we think, but
maybe one thing, because I agree with you. The meat food chain will stay there for a long time still, if we want. But I think there will be a demand for it. Also, we need to increase the amount of food in the world. So here it's also about optimizing and make sure we get more out of less. And we have a case where we have increased the output by 15% by working together. And I think that's also important to continue doing that while also investing heavily. There should also be money, a lot of money spent into, but we should not forget about the existing and continue optimizing all streams.
So we've got about 5 minutes left here. I have plenty more to ask these fantastic panelists, but would love to first open it up to the audience. Anybody have any questions to pose? Yeah, we got a couple here.
Thank you. I'm Kanchan Lama. I'm from Nepal, but now you see I am doing some party overflow for Canada. Okay, and when I was standing there, I was trying to articulate what is the important, very interesting topic, because if you relate to climate change in my country, Nepal, developing country, our women, especially pregnant mothers and pregnant women, they suffer most due to lack of protein food. So like they get anemic and they get malnourished. Big, huge problem. All the UN organizations and all the development organizations are funding many programs, but there is no sustainable way how to enable them to produce in their own land, some kind of this plant-based protein. But on the other end, in all those parts, our forefathers, our grandparents always lived with plant protein. It was not new anything. Myself, I am 75. I use plant protein. So I know the value, but how can we enable that kind of intervention in those areas where most deprived, poor people can really make it? Because it will be real fantastic and sustainable. As you said, yes, we will have to do it, the existing ones, we cannot forget. But how can the transition be with investment, actually efforts, how can we make it happen? It will be a wonderful dream. Thank you.
Maybe I can start first by addressing the anemic challenges around women. So the first protein that we're targeting is called lactoferrin. From the word ferrin, it helps with iron regulation. So it helps to transport iron throughout the body, which means it helps with anemic mothers. It helps with more oxygen into your brain and better muscle recovery. So for us, using novel methods of producing lactoferrin, we can make it accessible at a price point that is acceptable for consumers in other markets outside of that 5% of infant nutrition, which has lactoferrin today. We're going to drive the cost down so everyone can have access to it.
One comment from my side is, now it comes in here, is that we have this innovation house in Søborg where we have a lot of startup, more than 20 startup companies working. And there's actually one company that has been focusing on reducing waste at the very start of the food chain. So having a way of preserving the food coming out, agriculture or whatever food there is produced, so it's not wasted, but preserved and can be saved for a longer time. And I think thinking together, teaming up with startups and other companies to try to optimize the reduction of waste in the early stage of the food production, I think there we can do much more.
Thank you. And I think maybe very quickly we can take one more question there.
Thank you so much, panelists. I'm Christine. I work at Aquatic Life Institute on improving fish welfare for capture fisheries and aquaculture. So Bernard brought up a really critical point that seafood is a very neglected area of protein, alternative protein. So how do we get more investment in this area? And how do we influence industry to provide more plant-based food at conferences like the UN, and also for UN to stop using aquatic foods as the solution to livestock?
Maybe I'm going to give an answer which covers both the two here and also the point here, because although businesses, we come up with innovations, we come up with solutions to problems and we provide them. So if there is a way to use seafood protein, which there obviously is, then it's our role to search that out. But I think policymakers have a role to play, and they have got to understand the country's situation and say this is unacceptable. They've got to say it's unacceptable to subsidize the animal industry in this way, because it is not promoting the right behavior. And I think this is where we have to look to the policymakers to support those transitions.
I'm going to try first to answer your question. I don't remember your name, sorry. I don't hear, but anyway, I'm a big fan of Nepal, my favorite country in the world. And for me, one of the things that we lack in this industry, it's how we unlock the democratic making of our products. It shouldn't just be for an elite that can pay €5 for a package. Our objective should be, if we really are mission-driven, to unlock this. And when we unlock these products will be in Nepal, will be in Africa, will be in every corner of the world, because without options there is no freedom. And this is the most important thing, because we say, hey, yes, Europe is growing in plant-based. Yes, because Europe has accessibility to plant-based. And this is very key. And so for me and for the whole organization, one of our objectives is to be in every corner. Obviously, this needs sustainable growth, because we cannot go everywhere. But the objective of the UN should be also like to push this not just for Europe and for North America and Japan, but for all the world. And regarding fish, I think there are two things that I think that would change the whole food system, but also the marine lives. And one, it's obviously using these subsidies. But I say it again, I don't use it for the companies, but to make sure that the consumers have more accessibility, plus helping all the people behind the fishing industry and the animal industry to do steps, because there are very interesting reports this week of saying that many farmers, for example, in the UK, want to make a transition, but they don't know how. They need the how, and they need the resources. And if we put the resources and the how on the table, this will happen, and this will start to happen. Things that change in many, many decades will change now faster, because we need it. And the other one, and I think this is very key, and I think here the policymakers can help a lot, it's people have to have accessibility to not just the nutrients a product has, but the impact the product has. Because if you don't have anything to hide in your production, in your supply chain, you have to be able to say which is the CO2 you use, which is the amount of water, which is the amount of resources. And we need to empower people, we need to empower consumers to ease this information that sometimes stay at COP and the elites and the universities. It has to go to every single street, square. People have to know that there are products that a beef burger needs almost 2,000 liters of water. This is not just unsustainable, it's also not fair. There are people with no access to food. And this is sometimes something that we don't talk a lot. We say, in 2050 we will be this amount of people. But today, in the today food system, we are not feeding everyone. We are not feeding everyone. And this is a reality today. If we don't change quick, and the growing population is happening, will be worse. So we have to accelerate this.
Yeah, and we should make the transition based on data. And I can tell you, and we have talked about that we have a responsibility also on making transparency on all the data in the whole value chain. So it's really important that everyone is pushing for that transparency.
All right, I think we're going to get, sorry.
No, and something very important is to use one language, one single language. And this can be an agreement here at the COP. Many countries around the world can agree on using one single language and on pushing all the companies, also us, to do better.
And on that note, so completely agree with all of these points. We clearly could all talk about this all day. So please do come talk to us after the session. I could not agree more on the point of information flow. Everything GFI does is open access. So if you're interested in learning more about these solutions, more about the data, we have all of that available. We also recently published an ESG, Environmental Social Governance Reporting Framework, specific to alternative proteins to measure the exact impacts and make that data accessible. So look, there's clearly a lot to do, a long way to go, but all I can say is, instead of focusing on that, I'm going to focus on the clearly passionate, innovative panelists that we have here. And there are so many more across the industry that are driving these change. So let's end on a positive note, and then we can keep having the debate as the days and years go on. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. We're about to start, so those who are joining us, please take your seats. Those who are not, please continue to your next event. My name is Angela Chirikalhauge. I'm the Executive Vice President for Impact at the Environmental Defense Fund. Thank you to Business Sweden for hosting this event, where we're going to discuss accelerating on-farm adoption of enteric emission solutions. So, as a short-lived climate pollutant, methane related to human activity is responsible for at least 25% of today's global warming. In an IPCC report that was released earlier this year, Inge Andersson, who's the Executive Director of UNEP, noted that cutting methane is the strongest lever we have to slow climate change over the next 25 years. Addressing methane emissions from human activities in an immediate and impactful way reduces the chance that we will have to exceed the 1.5 degree warming levels. And the largest single source of methane from human activities is from enteric emissions of ruminant animals. Now, this methane is generated through the natural digestion process. And to clarify, it's the burps, not what comes out the other end, that is the source of the methane. So at EDF, our mission is to build a vital earth for all. This means being all in on fighting climate change, the greatest threat of life to this planet. Now, given how critical dairy in particular is for the diets of billions of people around the world, the challenge before us is how to address enteric emissions from livestock while still producing a global source of nutrition from milk and meat, and protecting farmer livelihoods. So today we're going to talk about this challenge, what is the current state of science, and critically, how we can help farmers adopt these solutions. So with me, I have two eminent people, Hannes Sondergaard, who is the Executive Vice President for Agriculture, Sustainability and Communications at Arla, and Joe McFadden, who's an Associate Professor of Dairy Cattle Biology. It's the first time I've heard that title, at Cornell University. So just to help me set the stage a little bit more, dairy farms can be divided into segments. The first is a lower intensity model of production where cows, making less than 5,000 liters of milk per year. And these farming systems tend to be found more within the global south. And here the solution to the enteric emissions is to improve production and reduce the methane intensity of each liter of milk. The second segment is a higher intensity model of production, and these are cows that are making more than 5,000 kilos of milk per year. And many of these farms tend to be found in developed countries in the north, and they are already producing the lowest methane milk possible. This is where additional solutions are going to be needed to reduce these enteric emissions. So we're a science-based organization. We're deeply involved in better understanding of the biology of the cow and how we can address enteric emissions. And we're one of the first environmental NGOs that was named a partner of the Alliance, the Global Research Alliance for Agricultural Greenhouse Gases, or GRA, which is an organization that has a membership of about 66 countries focused on reducing agricultural greenhouse gases. So through a long-standing collaboration with the Atkinson Center for Sustainability at Cornell, our scientists have been working with Joe along with the GRA's enteric solution flagship efforts to accelerate science and discovery in this space. So I'm going to turn to you, Joe, to ask you whether you could provide us an overview of the current state of technology in addressing enteric emissions and what could be the next steps for research on this topic. So maybe you can talk a bit more also about the new chambers at Cornell.
Thank you, Angela. So with regards to feed additives that suppress enteric methane production, we probably think about things like 3-P or 3-nitrooxypropanol, or other types of nitro compounds. There's also seaweed that also gets a lot of attention. And then there's rumen modifiers, and those are typically plant-based extracts like essential oils that have lower efficacy. Recently, I was asked by the Global Methane Hub to talk to researchers across the world and identify what are the major gaps regarding feed additives to really accelerate their discovery and adoption. those gaps where we really don't understand the mode of action for many of these compounds. So to understand how it's inhibiting methane, it's going to be really important so we can better understand how that rumen is going to respond over time to a particular additive. That brings me to adaptation. We don't understand how long this effect can last. If things like 3-NOP can drop methane production 30%, does that same effect last 12 months down the road, just like it did 6 hours after it was initially fed? Early life interventions. We have to better understand what we can do early on in the life of an animal so to make sure that the total emissions throughout the lifespan of that animal are kept low. And we haven't put much research focus with regards to feed additives. Learning how to use feed additives in different production systems also matters. A lot of focus is centered on confined dairy management, but the reality is that there's pasture systems, rangeland scenarios. There's scenarios where an animal might not even see a human being for the first year or so of their life. There's also the realization that a lot of these additives are only going to work for a very short period of time, and so they need to be continually fed to the animal. I think also we need to think about other outcomes that these additives can have on the animal. When you look at a lot of the studies, unfortunately, the approach that's been used is not necessarily holistic. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of focus just on methane. But things with nitro compounds or additives that are going to influence nitrogen use, there's probably going to be a high likelihood that nitrogen that escapes in the manure could be impacted, and therefore nitrous oxide emissions could be impacted. So we need to really work hard to make sure that we're looking at changes in efficiency, changes in animal health and well-being, but also the emissions from the complete system, including the manure. At Cornell, over the last year, I've had the privilege of leading an effort called Cornell Life, which stands for Livestock Innovations for Food Security and Environmental Health. The purpose of this initiative is to build a national testing facility for feed additives to be in alignment with the FDA regulatory process. This involves the building respiration chamber facility, which will be unique in the United States. We're to the rest of the world, unfortunately, but we're working on expanding that, but also expanding our capabilities on our 2 research dairy herds, and so we can measure the efficacy of feed additives using high throughput approaches.
Thank you. So can you hear me? Yes? No, you can't hear me. Can you hear me? So I've been allowed to ask you a question, Joe. More than 70%, I think, of our cows are on grass. I'm going to tell the group who we are in a minute. Where are we in finding solutions for cows on grass, do you think?
Yeah, no. That is definitely recognized as a major research gap. I think we have to identify feed additive approaches to potentially like slow release boluses, looking at how you can add something to the rumen that's slowly released over time, looking at early life strategies where maybe you got to do something really for a short period of time in the first few months of life, but then it has a long-term impact because you change that microbiome. Things like using salt blocks or urea blocks that have the additive in it, so the animal can go up and just lick the additive off of it. Those are the strategies we need to think about. So modes of delivery, long-term efficacy, and there's some focus on like vaccines as well or genetics. That's certainly longer-term application, 10 years down the road, I'd hope. But in terms of feed additives, mode of delivery is really, really key here, and making sure that the additive lasts more than 6 hours to the effect.
Thank you very much. And at EDF, we focus on systems change, and as we've looked at enteric solutions, the first step is about getting the solutions into the pipeline through research. We also recognize that these solutions have to work for the dairy sector. So Arla Foods has recently launched a pilot project to feed an enteric solution known as 3-NOP to 10,000 cows. So Hanne, can you provide us some background on Arla and then talk about the 2 recent projects, the enteric solution pilot and Arla's recently announced sustainability incentive model, and what you hope to learn from them?
Thank you very much. So first of all, for those that don't know in the audience, Arla is a farmer-owned cooperative. We are owned by 8,000 farmers, or 9,000 farmers, sorry. For us, of course, we've set targets and objectives for 2030, not specifically on methane, but on CO2. But of course, methane for us, for dairy cows, is a big part. And in particular is around the digestion of the cow and around our manure. And that's also why we have, or why we are spending a lot of time working with feed additives. It happens in the research environment, like has been described here, also in Scandinavia. And then for us, what we need to do is to work with how do we feed this on farm. So we are working with the practicalities of feeding it to cows on farm. And we are running pilots with 10,000 cows this year and 20,000 next year. And it's all about the practicalities of how do we use these additives. And I think it's very clear that, it's not like a vitamin pill we take at home. There is actually some sensitivity of feeding it accurately. And of course, we also need to understand, like Joe said, do we see any impact on the cow's well-being, etc. So that's what we're looking for. I think for us, where we want to, or where we are focusing generally is how do we create an incentive for change on farm? Because one thing is that we need these technologies to come on stream, but another thing is we need to drive the right incentive on farm so that we see change. Therefore, what we have done based on climate checks that we do on farm, where we measure CO2 on farm, we've built an incentive model on top of that, so that farmers that are taking more action gets a better milk price through that incentive model. And of course, linking back to the additives that we're looking at today, what we really want to do, and we can't do that yet, is to bring them in so that when farmers are using them, we also see a higher milk price for those farmers that are taking action and using them. So we create a financial incentive for using these or applying these technologies on farm.
So I think one of the things I talk a lot about with researchers is the value of sort of commercial herd testing and what role it plays in defining efficacy. So I'm a little curious with regards to these studies that you do on farms. How are you measuring the reduction in methane? What is the tool that you use to measure efficacy?
So we are not measuring the reduction. We are measuring the application. So we are going to lean up against studies that are done for the reduction side. So our work is about the application of the feed additive, and we are going to use data that are already existing to lean up against, because we need this to be built into the national inventory numbers as well, and there we are not going to create our own, we are going to lean against what's there.
So this is a bit challenging as a scientist, because I don't think I'm ever going to be happy with the 30% reduction, because I realize that there are different dietary patterns that an animal goes through, different life cycles, different environments, and so that probably doesn't necessarily hold true, and all those interactions need to be explored. So it's certainly a challenge.
So we have our universities, so we have a unit in Denmark that works alongside us. So they will be looking at the impact, which is not where we are experts. Where we are experts is how do we apply this? How do we make sure that it's practically working for farmers? How do we get it into the feed mix?
So earlier this year, EDF Plus Business, and that's a part of EDF that interacts with the corporate world, released a report for food companies on what they can do to prepare for enteric solutions to come to market. And the recommendations include setting up pilot projects to understand how these solutions work in the real world. And it's great to really see that Arla, one of these companies, is taking steps in this direction. But we know ultimately that it's the farmers who are the ones who need to adopt the solutions. And we did a survey recently with about 400 US beef and dairy farmers. And through this, we learned that 35% of them thought that this was an issue that was very important to address within the next 3 to 5 years. But 70% of them felt there were not enough solutions for them to adopt to be able to address enteric emissions. So I'm going to turn back to you, Hanne, again. how are Arla farmers thinking about enteric emissions, at least on this side of the world? And maybe you could talk a little bit more in detail about how Arla is going to be paying farmers to implement sustainability practices, and where would you be getting additional funding? Would it be coming from? How would you be getting it from the marketplace?
Yeah, thank you. So I think what we have learned is that it's really important that at farm level that we link profit and climate. So farmers need to see that when they do certain things, that it doesn't erode their profitability whilst they're improving their sustainability. So the financial sustainability needs to go hand in hand with our climate work, which is why we've created the incentive. So our incentive is based on efficiency KPIs and action. So the more, and it's a point-based model, so the more or the better you perform on efficiency measures, the better you perform on activities and actions you take, the more points you get, the better your milk price is. So that's how the system works. I want to say here that this is not something that we have, as employees, have created. This is something that the farmers have created. And I think it's important to understand here that if this isn't a farmer-driven thing, I'm not sure it will have the impact that we want it to have. I think when it comes to feed additive, of course, the financial viability needs to be there. We've not taken it in yet in our incentive because, quite frankly, we need to work out the practicalities of it, but we also need the pricing of it to be in the right place. But I think what's also important on feed additives is that farmers know that it's safe, that the product is safe for them to use, that it's not going to negatively impact on the health of their cows, and also that it's available across many different farming systems. So if we want to really scale this, you know, I said earlier that 70% of our cows are grazing. You know, so we can apply it to 30%, but we still have a lot of cows that we can't use or where we can't apply this yet, which is why, you know, getting these additives available to all the different farming systems that we have is key.
So Joe, I mean, you've heard what Hannah has said in terms of the kind of solutions and how Arla is thinking in terms of getting them to the farmers. From your side of the world, how do you see this? How can we make these solutions also easier for farmers to adopt? Are we thinking about things like pre-mixing into feeds, and if that's sort of like the avenue we're going, what are some of the on-farm challenges that you have seen or that we can expect?
First thing, make it profitable. I talk to farmers in the United States, and I talk about 3-NOP, and everything I know about 3-NOP is that you do see a modest increase in body weight retention, so maybe that's where the energy loss is going. But there's also a little bit of nitrogen loss as well. Nitrogen retention in some studies sort of goes down. And so there's really no obvious performance enhancement with 3-NOP. So incentives have got to work. I mean, that's great. I applaud that. But as we think about in the United States, that's a big issue. It has to either improve animal health, it's going to improve milk production or composition, enhance efficiency. It's got to have some sort of positive economic impact for it to be a viable solution. In terms of adding it to diets, absolutely. But as we think about things like seaweed or more specifically bromoform, which would be defined as a drug, that has to have really unique handling sort of properties. So there's a lot of things we got to think about in terms of farm management that we may overlook. You might have a perfect feed additive, but how are you going to store that additive on the farm? How are you going to manage it safely and make sure that it's fed at the same time every day like it's supposed to? So those are major challenges. And you asked me another question, I already forgot.
So the other question was what some of the on-farm challenges, but I think you have covered that in your response. Hannah, is this very much the same thing you're seeing with regards to Arla farmers?
Yeah, I think, of course, if we take Bovaer as an example, we've spent 10 years making sure the efficacy is there, making sure that it's safe, right? And I think now it's about feeding it. And all those practical elements that Joe's talking about. And I think that's, you know, when you look at this from the outside, we talk to also politicians, etc. in Denmark, you know, it's like, can't you just get on with it? And I think the practicalities are there and they're real. So the faster we can get this fed to cows, the better. And that's what the game is now. We need to feed this to as many cows as possible, as quickly as possible. And then we need Joe to come with the next and the next and the next so that we can cover more farming systems than we can now.
And just a comment about that 3NOP. 3NOP, if it's something like that that is proven safe, proven effective, there's a responsibility for us to use that technology. And so you have to find paths forward to accelerate its adoption, even in the United States where maybe the performance gains aren't necessarily there, but you have a clear methane inhibition.
So, sorry, if I can just say, which is why I agree. I think we have to build the incentive separately, I would say. And that's been important to us that we can do that.
No, thank you. And I think it's not just the farmers who need to adopt the solutions, but also the consumers. Now, you did touch on the question of safety and making sure that the enteric solutions are safe for the animals, but of course have to be safe for humans. And can you speak a little bit more to how do we do that? How do we make sure that that happens? And I mean, I assume that there are consumers of dairy and meat in this room who would be interested in knowing what that means also for them from a safety point of view.
No.
So either of you can take the question.
So it's a very important question because as we develop new technology, the consumer has to be aware of any of the pros and cons associated with that technology. I'm going to give you an example. Recombinant bovine somatotropin has received hundreds of studies, was approved as safe by the FDA, but it is not used in the United States simply because of either a misinformation and about the technology itself. But that technology could reduce methane intensities significantly if it was broadly adopted. So things like seaweed, and I get about 3 or 4 emails, phone calls, Zooms a week about seaweed. Sounds really great, but there's a lot of studies that have shown increased bromoform in milk. There's the potential for increased iodine, and there's also increased arsenic potential there too. And so we have to be really transparent with the consumer about this because we can't go 10 years down the road and say, oh, this is great, it really works really well at inhibiting methane, just to discover that there's this potential safety concern in milk. So all these studies need to be looking at residues in meat and milk simultaneously, but then making sure the consumer is fully aware of what is in that milk or meat product.
So I'm an old marketeer. So I think we need to make it simple to consumers, but we need to make sure it's safe, right? And I think part of the testing that we do around us, and I'm sure you do in full, is of course we need to understand that it doesn't have any negative impacts on the product and the healthiness and the safety of the product. I think another element to this is consumer perception. Maybe this is a slightly bigger topic, and it's a bigger topic around technology and whether there's an acceptance that we are, if we're really honest, manipulating nature a little bit here. Because I don't think we thought we were going to mess around with the cow's ruminant, but we are now. And will the consumer accept that? In the consumer work that we do, there is quite a, and we are mainly focusing our work so far in Europe. There's quite a difference in country. So in some countries, there is a real sort of willingness to say we need to do what it takes to deal with some of the challenges that we have in the world today. So therefore, I'm open as a consumer for what it takes. But I think we also see countries where we are less open. We've specifically tested food or feed additives, and we don't get any negatives. So we've passed that hurdle internally in our company to say We don't see any negatives in our consumer work that means that we are not comfortable moving ahead. But I think it's a bigger topic, because this is not going to be the only thing that we need consumers to come along with when it comes to technology and how we use it on products, to be honest, that we like to be natural, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, of course, we need to make immediate and impactful reductions to address these emissions. And so what do you see is needed within the next 5 years to really drive this change? I know we've talked about consumers, we're talking about incentives, but what would you see is really needed now?
So actually, this whole area is an area that we within Global Dairy Platform are probably going to call out. So we have a big project that we launched last year at COP called Pathway to Dairy Net Zero. We have a big program there now, together with the FAO, working on what we call the developing country when it comes to yield per cow. And what we are creating now is a program that sits more in the developed side. And I think we're going to call this area out as one of those that we are going to look at, can we, if we work together, accelerate the work that goes on from the research end and all the way through the application. You know, what is it that we need to do? We did it with the COVID vaccine. We fast-tracked, a solution that we needed as humans on this earth. What is it that we need to do here to fast-track this? And I think that might be one of the areas that we will pick up there, and I think we need to.
Yeah, to look at sort of reducing global methane emissions, and you're thinking specifically about cattle. If you're going to do this in the developed world, there's a general realization that this 10%, 30% reduction is not going to cut it. The reality is we're going to have to aim for much greater inhibition of enteric methane production beyond 50%. And the main reason why is that the developing world is not going to be using these technologies, and so we're going to have to compensate for those countries that can't use that technology. But also, simultaneously, make sure that all the science and innovation that has happened over the last century, accelerate the adoption of that in the developing countries, and to enhance efficiency so we reduce methane intensity. And that is a very complicated problem and challenge. I know the Environmental Defense Fund, Global Methane Hub, partnered with them, try to figure out ways to move a path forward on that. But those two things have to happen immediately to get the rapid gains.
So we've spoken quite a bit now about addressing emissions in high-intensity systems. You've touched a little bit on things we could be thinking of in the next 5 years around also tackling the question of low-intensity production systems. But since we're here at a global COP, where even within the audience we have people from different parts of the world, few last words on how each of you are involved in addressing those emissions in other regions that are not as similar, and any further words of wisdom that you may want to put forward as we will probably continue this conversation further after this. So I'll start with you, Hanne, and then Joe.
So in ALA, we are involved in development programs in some of our key markets like Nigeria, Bangladesh. But if I may, I will actually pull this up again to Global Dairy Platform, because I think, again, if we work together here, we can have a much bigger impact than we can individually as companies. And one of the big initiatives that we've also been working with there is an initiative called Dairy Nourishing Africa, where we look more holistically at how do we develop the dairy supply chain onto the market, and also develop the nutrition side of that whole value chain. And I think we can, within those projects, as Joe also said, we can apply some of the learnings we have in the developed part, but we need to work with it. So if I call out one thing that we've done in ALA, we have something we call the Big Five. And those are the big five productivity KPIs that we can still use in the developed part. And we are actually starting now to also bring those into our projects on developing markets, because it's the same efficiency measures that we need to work with. So it is feed efficiency, it is protein efficiency, it is animal health. It's the same areas that we need to work with. So I think we can transfer.
So in terms of what Cornell is doing and what my group does, and my colleagues also in the Department of Animal Science, I mean, one of the things we developed was the Cornell Net Carbohydrate and Protein System model. This is actually a nutrition model that's used by over 40 countries and feeds over 70% of the cattle in North America. And when you do that, you really enhance the efficiency of production. But now that model is really great for North America, but how do we get that model throughout the world and used by other countries that could benefit from it? And so one of the things we're initially thinking about is improving our understanding of feed chemistry in regions throughout the world. And so that model has greater utility for those countries. But I had great conversations this morning with folks from the Global Dairy Platform, and yeah, they shone a lot of light on me as well, that, you know, yeah, you can have great nutrition, but if you don't have great genetics or great management, what's that nutrition going to do, right? And so really making sure that there's a holistic perspective, that you have sound education, crosses all three of those sort of scenarios, I think is really going to make sure that there's really good positive impact. And I'll say too, there's a lot of talk about the negative impact of dairy, but when you think about the developing countries, there's a lot of positive impact. The reality is it represents livelihood, it represents prosperity, it represents health and nutrition. So those are the things we really got to uplift and hold true to, okay?
Thank you very much. This has been an extremely insightful conversation, and I think the beauty of having this kind of conversation around something that we can relate to, dairy, beef, the farming industry, puts a face on the nature of implementation when it comes to the things we need to do to address climate change. I think too often when you cross the street, we talk in abstract terms. What this has shown us is that dealing with this issue is critical because it's tightly interlinked with our livelihoods and with our society's prosperity. I picked up a few points from listening to you. One, the fact that we need more solutions, including also for grazing cows. We need incentives, but at the same time, we need farmer-driven solutions that are safe, that are accessible. We also need to bring the consumer along with us, because also having the consumer understanding the opportunity also helps those who are innovating solutions and also those who are implementing the solutions. And lastly, we need also to ensure that we can strengthen collaboration across regions of the world, even though it's high-intensity farming, also with the Global South, because this is indeed a problem across the entire industry and a problem for the world society. So with that, I would really like to thank our speakers. Thank you for taking the time. Make sure you reach out to them. I think there's so much more to discuss on this subject. Reach out also to my colleagues from the Environmental Defense Fund, who spend their days and nights following up with their counterparts in the industry, if you want more information on some of the work we're doing. Thank you, and thanks so much for your time joining us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Swedish Pavilion. Here on the stage is Windy Arini. I'm a program officer at Raoul Wallenberg Institute. And first of all, I would like to thank you Business Sweden for hosting us, first and foremost. Thank you for your support so far. Has been excellent. And then it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this global launch of the research paper entitled Human Rights in the Process of National Adaptation Planning, Insights from a Review of Submitted NAPs, that was co-authored by RWI and the Stockholm Environment Institute, or SEI. You can access the e-copy by scanning our QR code, and my colleague Victor and Yuda will be able to help you with that. And this report marks the beginning of RWI's research initiative on human rights and climate change adaptation, and highlights the degree to which human rights have been incorporated into the published NAPs. I am delighted to have with us Dr. Albert Salamanca from Stockholm Environment Institute Asia Center, based in Bangkok. Please, Albert, join us. And then Ms. Pirawan Wongniti Sataport, I'm really sorry if I butchered your last name, from the Asia Indigenous People Pact, or AIPP. And then later on, we will have a representative from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, who is coming on his way from the negotiation room. And so thank you for being here with us. So our colleagues here and Pa Arif later on will share their perspective on what needs to be done to strengthen further human rights and gender equality in national adaptation processes, based on the report's findings and recommendations. You in the audience will have an opportunity afterwards to pose questions by raising your hands, and we will catch you. But before that, let me just set a bit of a context first. So we repeatedly, throughout this COP and beyond, have heard how climate change is the defining issue of our time, and how funding for climate change adaptation and resilience is urgently needed to help the most vulnerable countries deal with escalating climate shocks. As my colleague Victor has mentioned repeatedly, that 85% of the world's population, most of whom reside in the developing and least developed countries, has experienced extreme weather events exacerbated by climate change. And myself, living in Jakarta is an example of that, as Jakarta is the fastest sinking cities in the world. Climate change and disasters adversely affect a wide range of human rights, especially those of the most marginalized in society. Disasters and climate shocks will also exacerbate the pre-existing inequalities and exclusion, which in turn render these groups even more vulnerable and exposed to future disasters and climate change related risks. Ambitious, accelerated action to adapt, both at the national and local levels, to climate change is therefore paramount, together with solid mitigation efforts to save life and protect human rights. However, even ambitious investment in adaptation cannot entirely prevent climate change-related impacts. Hence, dealing with loss and damage cannot be avoided and must be addressed adequately. We have heard a lot during this COP about loss and damage and then how to finance it, and I believe Albert will touch upon a little bit on loss and damage later on in his presentation. And a recent report from UNEP on Adaptation Gap 2022 highlighted that at least 84% of parties of the UNFCCC have established adaptation plans, strategies, laws, and policies, and about half of those have 2 or more planning instruments in place. Nearly 90% of the planning instruments analyzed by UNEP in that report displays consideration for gender and/or historically disadvantaged groups, such as indigenous people. However, the report also noted that different groups appeared to be represented into the differing extents in adaptation laws and policies. For example, while reference to children and young people and future generations were identified in most documents studied, relatively low reference was found on the indigenous people. So this is something that we could pick up later on during discussion. So while NAP is an essential part of climate action, however, adaptation plans are not only or should not only focus on national level, but also at local level. So cities plays a big role in this, as cities also often move faster than states. And during the World Human Rights Cities Forum that Albert also contributed, cities and local governments have expressed their commitments to integrate human rights-based approaches into developing laws, policies, and plans at the local level to address climate change. Besides the direct human rights impacts of climate change and disasters, measures that respond to this can also negatively affect human rights. Human rights-based and gender equality approaches play a fundamental role in ensuring that the response to climate change and disasters is inclusive and equitable. However, the question is really how? So to answer this question, RWI, with its partners, including SEI, developed a framework for integrating rights and equality called FIRE. You can find it again in our flyers. RWI has launched this research initiative on human rights and climate adaptation at COP26 in Glasgow, which was introduced by a discussion brief on pathways to a just and fair adaptation. This was followed by this research paper on human rights in the process of national adaptation planning that we are launching today. I would now hand the floor to Dr. Albert Salamanca, the lead author, together with my colleague Victor Bernard, who will give an in-depth overview of the report's main findings and recommendations. Dr. Salamanca is a senior research fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute's Asia Center, where he leads its climate change, disasters, and development cluster. Albert has, can you hear me? Yeah. Albert has over 15 years of experience working on climate change adaptation, natural resources management, conservation, development, and sustainable livelihood issues in several countries in Southeast Asia. So without further ado, Albert, you have 10 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Wendy. Thanks also to RWI for this invitation. So let me present the work that we have done. So what we did was we mapped the references to human rights principles in the existing national adaptation plans that are currently being submitted to the UNFCCC NAP registry. If you want to download the report, this is the QR code, and you can scan it, and then you can also, so that you will have a copy. Yeah, so in the Paris Agreement, so human rights is enshrined in the preamble, so you know that very well, right? That parties should, when taking action to address climate change, respect, promote, and consider the respective obligations on human rights. And then it mentions also a series of human rights principles, including the rights of indigenous peoples. And then also in the LDC expert group, they've said that the framing of adaptation is actually complex. That means that we need to engage with different kinds of stakeholders. And also in the Paris Agreement, particularly Article 7, it says that adaptation action should follow a country-driven, gender-responsive, participatory, and fully transparent approach, taking into consideration vulnerable groups, communities, and ecosystems, and then should be based and guided by the best available science and as appropriate traditional knowledge. So that's the reason that we conducted this study, because we want to find out to what extent the NAPs that have already been submitted to the UNFCCC really follow those principles. So these are the objectives, so to assess how human rights are being integrated, to map how they have been directly or indirectly referenced, and also to identify entry points for action. And then, so these are just the steps that we have gone in conducting the study. And then, so the study was based on the NAPs that were submitted to the UNFCCC as of 31st June last year. And then at that point, there were 33 NAPs being submitted. And then some of them were not in English, so we only analyzed those that are in English. And so these are the NAPs that we have analyzed in the study. So for example, NAPs from Palestine, Kuwait, Sri Lanka, Kiribati, Fiji, Timor-Leste, Brazil, Suriname, Grenada. These are some of the NAPs that we have included in the study. And then, so why NAP? So NAP is a strategic process that enables countries to identify and address their medium and long-term priorities for adapting to climate change. So this is the standard definition in the Paris Agreement. Oops. NAPs. So for example, in this one, this is for the NAPs of Fiji. It's very strategic because the National Adaptation Plan is supposed to contribute to other plans in different areas, different sectors in Fiji. So that's why looking at NAPs would give us indication on to what extent a country is really committed on adaptation. So I look at the NAP trends as of 31st October 2022. Now there are 37 NAPs being submitted. And then these are the countries. So most of them are in Africa and Latin America, and only 2 in Eastern Europe. And then if you look at the dates, they're very recent, in fact. So what are the key findings in the study? Perhaps this will not surprise you, but few countries really mention human rights at all, let alone that in a way that guides any part of the NAP process. There's one NAP that has sort of follow a very sort of strong human rights principles. It's the NAP of Fiji. All other countries did not really take into consideration human rights principles. And this is really important because if adaptation is important for vulnerable groups and communities, then human rights should be fundamental, right? Should be fundamental in all in these planning processes. But that's not really the case. How come this is not really working? Okay, and then maybe I'll just go straight. And there are also indirect references to human rights. So although in terms of the overall design, it's not based on human rights principles, some rights are actually being indirectly referred in the NAPs. And then human rights principles and obligations are not generally utilized in a way that guide the NAP process. So the countries are parties to different human rights conventions, yet those conventions did not guide the formulation of the NAPs. And then these are some examples of where the NAPs, certain principles, human rights principles, are referred to in the NAPs. So for example, if you look at gender equality, women's rights, you can find it in Timor-Leste, in Kenya, and Kiribati, and child rights in Kenya, and then food and nutrition, for example, in Brazil and Fiji. So these are some of the references on human rights principles. So going forward, what we need to do, one is that I think we need to develop guidelines on human rights, especially for implementers or planners of the NAP at the country level, to guide them on how to use human rights principles or how to approach the NAP planning process from a human rights perspective. Second is that we need to engage with them and perhaps develop their capacities so that they are able to really fully utilize the opportunities in human rights. And also that means that we need to track progress to know how far the implementation of the NAPs have really achieved the outcomes, the objectives that they're meaning to achieve. And these are just some of the elements and steps in the NAP process. So there are 4 elements, and then there are steps in each of those. And these are the standards being provided by the UNFCCC, especially for least developed countries, to follow, to guide them. And then this is where we thought how the human rights approach can be integrated in each of those elements. So for example, in the planning process, did it consider, for example, principles of non-discrimination? Did it enable participation of certain groups? Is there access to information to certain groups? And is the state accountable on their obligations? And then are they sustainable? So all of these different principles of rights-based approaches could actually be deployed in the different elements of the National Adaptation Plan. And these are some of the entry points that we could actually discuss. So for example, first, we really need to reinforce the value of the human rights norms. In other words, we need to adapt our rights lens in the planning of National Adaptation Plan. And then we need to empower climate at risk and vulnerable groups and communities. And then we need to also provide enabling change processes based on human rights principles and then integrating that with social, cultural norms within that particular country to guide the implementation of the NAPs. And also we need to build capacities of communities to claim their rights, because if they're not claiming rights, then maybe the states also are not obligated to fulfill, to promote those rights. And also we need to build the capacities of the duty bearers of the state to know what are their obligations so that they are held accountable as well. And then finally, we need to support advocacy networks especially among vulnerable groups and communities, because it is through these networks that human rights principles are being pursued and the states are being held responsible and accountable to their obligations. Thank you. And I just want to end with this note, because I think the fundamental principle that we need to recognize in the context of the NAP planning process is that we need to recognize the role, the value, and the contribution of vulnerable groups and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert, for the presentation and for keeping the time. And now we will have Ms. Pirawan Wong Niti Sisataporn to give your reflection on the recommendations and the presentation that Albert just gave us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nilage Swadika. My name is Pirawan. I belong to Karen Indigenous Group from Thailand, and I'm representing Asia Indigenous People Pact. I would like to share in the context of Asia, as I come from Asia region, and maybe touching on my country as an example as well. No, just give you data first, highlighting the data first. Come with the number first. Maybe easier for you. 2/3 of the world indigenous people population live in Asia. So majority indigenous people, the diverse of language and culture living in Asia. 80% of the world biodiversity located in our indigenous people land and territory. 6.2. These are the population of indigenous people worldwide. Represent only 6.2%, but we are among 15% of the poorest of the world. Only 6.2%, that number of us, but we represent 15% of the poorest of the world. And to recognize indigenous people in Asia, there are only 5 countries that recognize the term of indigenous people in Asia. Even though the global adopted the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, but only 5 countries in Asia that recognize the rights of indigenous people. What are the key rights that I would like to highlight? The first one is the land rights. The land rights, why is so important? I remember I'm working with one program on adaptation as well, and the donor asking me, why you're putting the land rights under the adaptation activity? And then I'm thinking, what should I respond to her? For indigenous people, land is life, and the river is our blood. The way we see the land is not for the commercial, but we have the relationship with our land, territory, and resources. I give you example for the current community where I belong. When the baby born, the umbilical cord, you know, the one attached you at the baby. Yes, that one, the father will put in the container and tie it with the healthy tree. And you're not allowed to cut down that tree because the soul of the baby, the child, is with the tree. So for his, since he born until die, this tree represent his soul and spirit. If someone cut down that tree, that means you killing not only the person but the soul of that person. So there will be the process of community to take action of your violation of this customary law practice. So see, this is the way we see the danger, not just see as a recreation or just for the commercial, no, but we see as we take care of each other. We have responsibility. We can use it, but in the way you also have to take care of it. And land, this is what land provides to us, provide life to us. That's why land is so important. But only 10% of the land title that recognize the customary land tenure of indigenous people. Only 10%. And it's really less in Asia, since your rights, indigenous people right is not recognized. So it's really challenging. The second part about indigenous women. When you are women, you are facing discrimination. I think you already know as a woman what are the challenges when you become a woman, and even worse when you are indigenous women. Just give example, if we have a son and a daughter who will go to the education, the son will have the chance to go first. The woman, you just don't need to go because you will get married and the man will take care of your family, yourself. Which is not in the case because women have a right to learn and grow and to be in leadership. It should not be put at the kitchen. But when you are in the, as a general woman, those things, the lens has been closed down for you. That channel closed down for you. When we're talking about full and effective participation, we speak diverse language. You know, my first language is not English. It's my Karen. And then second language, I have to learn Thai. And then the third language, I have to learn English. But imagine how many of my sisters can able to access to the education like me and come and speak and access to this opportunity. So since I represent, it's not represent only my people, but also for the women voice. This is we need to build the capacity for our women so that they're able to be the position of decision making. And the government and other stakeholders also to have ensure this voice of the women will be take place. Because women not only just sit and cooking in the kitchen, but we have creativity, we have the idea, we have knowledge that we can contribute to this climate change, both mitigation and adaptation. The third one about indigenous knowledge. Mainly you may hear that scientifics. In the many report, not representing the indigenous knowledge as one of the knowledge system when talking to combat with climate change. That is the missing part. But if you see in the Paris Agreement, in the preamble, and also in Article 7.5, also talking about indigenous knowledge. Or in the language of the UN is the knowledge of indigenous people. It's there. And this is the mandate of the government to put into action. And you can see the finding, how many countries mention about indigenous knowledge as one solution for our world. The next one is about the decision making. When you come to indigenous people, how many people can represent here? Let's see among us, how many of you are indigenous person? Okay. So, except Lakpa, of course. So you can see the representation of indigenous people is very less and also still invisible. Language is one barrier. And traveling,
How much you spend to come here? Imagine how much you spend to come here, right? I even don't want to come here. I saw the money. This money should go to my community who are affecting from the climate change. It's worth than I'm flying so far away and produce the carbon emission here. So there are many challenges when you are a indigenous person to come and have the voice. But thank you for inviting me to sharing the voice and issue of indigenous people here. Another one, we are so talking about the finance. Money talking everywhere. Everywhere I go, I heard about finance. Yeah. But the issue is people, I would like to say state doesn't want to give the money. When the one who affect the most is the indigenous people and local community, who the front line, who affect directly. And our people been doing that without salary. We protect the forest. We manage the water. We used to fight with the forest park and we asking them, if you don't get the salary, will you do this work? We are doing, we born here, we take care of the forest or water. We don't get salary, but we do it. If you don't get salary, will you do the work or not? That is the question we putting to the officer. And the officer just silence. So, financial is really need to be direct to the indigenous people and local community, those who are taking action in the ground. And it should be their initiative led, not by the design by the top. You don't know. Like I'm eating Thai food, I eat rice. You cannot just give me bread. So the same thing, this planning of develop any plan, you should ask the local people, what do they need? What is their priority? Ask the people who are in the ground. They know the best. They know what they want. And they know what is fit to their life for development. So respect the voice of the people. Lastly, I would to say like the partnership. Partnership is very important. That's why we are meeting here. So we want the equal to sit in the same seat and decide together. And that's what we want. And we would like to encourage not only the state, but all the sector that you are working with, the people and local community, to see us not the victim or beneficiary group, but see us as the rights holder, the one who can make the change, the one who can contribute. Without to work together, it won't succeed. No? So there are diverse of solutions here. It won't work if we're not working together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have Pak Arif, Mr. Arif Wibowo from the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Please, Pak. Thank you for making the time to join us despite your very busy schedule in negotiating room. And I just want to make a quick question to you, and then you might want to also have a quick answer because we're running out of time. So this research is really highlighted that human rights is the missing piece in national adaptation plans. Do you think it's the same trend in Indonesia, where I also come from? And then if not, how Indonesia has been incorporating human rights in our climate action?
Thank you, Windy. Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm late. I just running from negotiation, but I would like happy to share our experience. Yes, with regard this human right, I think it's very critical. What's that? If I can say issues. But how can we incorporating these issues into a national adaptation plan? So we should start with what is the big picture, how in this framework of this national adaptation plan. So yeah, it's a long way to say, but I would like to cut into the basic issues. What kind of human right indicator we should we should come with an agreement on that. Indonesia, we would start to focus on the how can we try to provide the basic needs first, like food security, water security, energy, health, and environment quality with a environment with sustainable quality, something like that. So with that, so we can understand how we try to develop the ideas. What is the main cause because of the impact of adaptation related to this vulnerable issues, vulnerable groups. So we already commitment with Paris Agreement, NDC, and then we also already developed our national NDC roadmap, especially for adaptation. And then based on that, we can strengthen our indicator related to the risk assessment, vulnerability assessment. So we can start it from there. And for the case of Indonesia, we have already provided an online system which can be extended by adding indicator related to human rights. Are we focusing on children? Are we going to focus on the gender issues? Are we going to focus on the another vulnerable group, children, and so on and so on? Based on that, we hope that we can mainstream these human rights issues into this national adaptation plan, and then we can also facilitate to local government and engagement of stakeholders. So that's the way we are preparing the system, and this vulnerability and risk information system is already exists, but we can add this human right related indicators for vulnerability issues, capacity, sensitivity, and so on and so on. I think because of the time, if you have any more clarification, please to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Arif. And since we only have 5 minutes left, I would like to call on Albert and yes, please, Pirawan, to just please, please have a really quick message of what do you expect in this COP in terms of adaptation planning coming from IP's perspective, from the government perspective, and from academic NGOs perspective. What do you expect coming out of this COP? And then what do you want to scale up to the next COP or other international forums on climate change?
Hello. Okay. For me, what I'm really looking for here, the discussion, actually, I want the action or the theme of the implementation already happening. There is no more talk. In our group, we say like, our people say like, we don't like the saliva. You know saliva? Yeah, you know the saliva, right? Come out from it. But we want to see your sweat. When you work, you're sweating, no? So this thing should stop talking, preaching, but let's put in action. And with our human right-based approach, you want success. If you left us behind, you want success. Thank you.
Yes, I think my very quick expectation here, we can try to have a practical, local level adaptation plan, and involving community, local NGOs, universities with their expertise, and then indeed the representative of private, because they have many potential funding, as you mentioned. We can start it with CSR. We can start it with a very simple action. How can we try to show that without mentioning human rights, but we can do something with really giving impact to these vulnerable groups, indigenous people, children, gender, elderly, and so on. So I think my expectation, we hope we can have a kind of pilot projects, 1 or 2 cities, or maybe districts we can start with, and to show that it's doable. It's doable. We will try with our own effort. But if there are potential support, let's do it together. So we are happy to work to all stakeholders internationally, locally, and hopefully from this meeting we can produce 1 or 2 eggs anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, I think an important part is that I hope we don't do every COP wherein we keep on talking we should engage in the vulnerable groups and communities. Instead, we have to really start listening, and countries in particular would need to engage and involve all those vulnerable communities in the planning for their adaptation.
Thank you so much for all the 3 panelists. Give a round of applause. I'm really sorry that we cannot take questions, but they will be here, so grab them and ask questions. And thank you so much. So salamat po, terima kasih, and kapun ka. So everyone, thank you so much for listening and for choosing to stay with us. And hope to see you again very soon. Bye.
Testing, can you hear me in the back? Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it worked. The people in the front flinched. Excellent. Okay, so if I can please invite you to come and take your seats in the front if you are here for this session. Please don't be shy. Please come into the front. It's much easier to hear us and to engage with us. We would like to make this interactive. We've got a fantastic panel. And I think people are still weighing up whether they are going to join the middle here or sit on the sidelines. You're going to be in the bleachers. Okay, and this is the other lot of the bleachers. Okay, fantastic. I think that we may get a few more people. Sounds like there's a plane flying overhead. There is, isn't it? We're competing with music and aircraft. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Malini Mehra, and I am your moderator for this afternoon session, which is on Healthy Planet, Healthy People, Dairy Net Zero, or Call to Action. This is a fantastically controversial subject, and I'm delighted to be moderating it and learning along the way. Because, of course, with me, we have 4 speakers. We do have on the list here 5, and I should just correct, just to manage your expectations, that unfortunately we don't have the 5th speaker here with us, the Vice Minister for Agriculture from Colombia, because he's been called into bilaterals, and it's a reflection of how live these issues are. He has a fantastic story to tell about the dairy hub in Colombia, and I hope that that challenge can be picked up by Charles. Thank you very much, Charles. So, as I mentioned, and I do have a job to be a little bit provocative and challenging, this is a controversial subject because, of course, the world is suffering from tremendous pressure on the global food production system, where we still live on a planet where almost 900 million people go to bed hungry, where 3.1 billion people don't have access to a nutritious diet. And as we all know, with the conflicts in many parts of the world, they cascade many problems, including, as we have seen with the conflict in Ukraine, the mass hunger in parts of the world, which couldn't have been anticipated even last year. So we are dealing with fundamental challenges around food production, food distribution, nutrition, food security, food safety, lots to do with food. So without further ado, I'm going to begin by inviting, I'm going to just do a roll call of our esteemed speakers. First of all, starting with my left, we have, of course, Professor Johan Rockström. Johan really needs no introduction because he is the glue stitching together all of the conversations at COP. Not just at this COP, but many previous COPs. Of course, Johan is a director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Change. Before that, at the Stockholm Environment Institute. And to his left, we have Charles Brand. And Charles, I do need to read your title for this one, is the Executive Vice President of Processing Solutions and Equipment at Tetra Pak. He's also a part of the global leadership team. And one of the extraordinary things about Charles is that Charles embodies the journey of Tetra Pak over 40 years. So we're delighted to have you here because you are a reservoir of knowledge and experience of a journey. We have also with us, we have Hanna Sondergaard from Arla Foods. And Hanna is the EVP, what Executive Vice President. Jargon and acronyms will get you in big trouble. If I was not a non-native English speaker, I wouldn't know what EVP was. Executive Vice President for Agriculture, Sustainability and Communication with Arla Foods, which is a cooperative, a milk cooperative. Did you know that? Wonderful. And of course, we are joined by Mr. Thanawat Tiensin, who is at the Food and Agricultural Organization. Another person who is very familiar with the speaker much in demand, I know you've been flitting about, but also director of the Division of Animal Production and Health. And we're going to get things rolling by an introduction by Johan, who has spent quite some time thinking about these issues. And Johan, I would like to invite you to kick us off with that first real question, which is, to what extent can dairy be part of a healthy, sustainable diet in the future?
Thanks, Malini and hello everyone for this really important session. And let me just, before coming straight at the question, just confirm your introduction here that scientifically we today have unequivocal evidence actually that the global food system is the #1 threat to the stability on the entire planet. So it's the single largest emitter of greenhouse gases. If you choose to sector if you kind of distinguish depending on economic sector. But it's also the number one cause of biodiversity loss, consumption of fresh water, land system expansion, overloading of nitrogen, phosphorus, nitrogen, another greenhouse gas, but also a major cause of pollution due to overloading of pesticide, but also overuse of antibiotics. So we have a problem, and this is well recognized in the science. So a chance to deliver on the Paris Agreement requires a transition of the global food system. Livestock is a key component of this. Livestock is in the order of the equivalent of the global aviation sector in terms of emissions. And we have a situation where the whole livestock sector is not only an emitter of greenhouse gases, but it's also one of the major determinants of whether we have stable ecosystems, which are themselves carbon sinks, but also sources of ecological functions. So we have a challenge of a rapid transition in the whole livestock sector, and dairy is at the heart of this, because without livestock, or without, dairy and livestock are fundamentally intertwined as a source of nutrition. Now, we have recently carried out an assessment of how do we define a dietary dimension of planetary health. And this is done through the Eat Lancet Commission work, which is the first time science gets together to scientifically define healthy diets from sustainable food systems. This led to what we call the planetary health diet. It is the best diet universally for the best human health outcomes, so to minimize risks of non-communicable diseases from heart disease to chronic obesity and diabetes. And we find that a flexitarian diet gives the best outcomes. So there is strong scientific evidence that reducing red meat consumption, but still maintaining a balanced level of dairy consumption, gives the best nutritional outcomes for all humans in the world. Now, this is a very good message for humanity, as it gives us a guide for a transition towards a healthy future. But it does mean transformative changes. It means going from 700 grams per person per week of red meat consumption in the global north to roughly 150 grams per person per week. But it actually means an increase in developing countries in the world. And when it comes to dairy, it still includes dairy as one important component in diets, but not allowing for more than something like 250 grams per person per week as the most healthy outcome, which again means reducing in some of the over-consuming regions, but increasing in the vast majority of geographies in the world. Now, we take this healthy diet, to come to a closure here, into the sustainability agenda, and we find something quite remarkable, that if every human being eats the diets that gives the best outcome for health, we also tip the scales very significantly in a transition towards a decarbonized, sustainable future. So this is quite an interesting win-win, that dairy and animal, both husbandry and consumption, can be part of the solution towards a safe climate landing. And this is what we conclude being one of the most important levers of change into the future. But it requires recognizing the fact that there's no silver bullet for all dietary components in the world, and it's not a silver bullet for all cultures in the world. We need to be very careful in looking at the different social and economic settings for all geographies and cultures around the world. But that dairy has a very important role to play for a healthy outcome for both planet and humanity. I think that is quite well established today as part of the transition.
So thank you very much. Johan, you've laid out the prospects for a sustainable future for the dairy industry. And we know that the subject under discussion is fundamentally about how the dairy industry, the productivity can be maintained, but it can also contribute to a decarbonized future for the industry itself. So the viability of the industry, at the same time as delivering the planetary and the human health beneficial outcomes. So in this less than an hour that we have now, we're going to be tackling a couple of key questions. And the questions that I'm going to ask you individually hopefully will allow us to answer those two big questions. So the first fundamentally is about how are the key stakeholders in the dairy value chain responding to the global food and the climate challenges, and working towards decarbonizing the industry? And in particular, how can working in partnership drive that sustainable future for the dairy industry? So let me come to you now. Hannah, if I may. So the question for you really is around the second piece of it, around those partnership alliances. And Johan, as you mentioned, there is a real need to not only drive sectoral reform, but also ensure there is a rebalancing between different regions of the world. So my question to you, Han, is how can we accelerate the efforts towards decarbonization of dairy? What needs to change or better be transformed? And what's being done, for example, through your partnership alliances? Over to you, please.
So can you hear me? Yes. So thank you for this question. I think I'm very pleased that we are starting out this debate with the need to look holistic and actually look at both the nutritional element and the climate impact. We have within the dairy industry an organization that we are members of together called Global Dairy Platform, where we have created a big project or big roadmap, so to speak, called Pathway to Dairy Net Zero. And I guess what we are doing there is we are mapping out what are all the different farming systems that exist across all the different countries globally, together with Global Research Alliance. We are working with the FAO on then, particularly in the developing part of the world, how do we get the countries working and bringing food into their agendas? And in particular dairy. So that's one piece of the activities that we are working on. The second piece that we're working on is for the more developed parts. How can we accelerate some of the technologies that we need to bring those areas where we have a lower carbon footprint to start with even further forward? And I think, we all individually as companies working on various initiatives, and I can talk more about that. But I think what we're working on here is how can we achieve more faster by working together? And on the developed world, together with the FAO, how can we also transfer some of that knowledge that we have across to those developed markets?
So let me, in that case, where we're still sticking with this subject of, you mentioned technology transfer, where the advances are there in the developed countries in the industry and how they're being promoted and capacity built in developing countries, for example. Thanabati, if I can bring you in on this subject, please, because I know that you are very much involved in the development and in the delivery of these partnerships. So your view, please, on how technology and innovation can contribute to that, and in particular what you are doing through the FAO to facilitate that.
Thank you very much for your questions. When you're talking about science and innovation, I think it's one of the key. Last 2 weeks at FAO in Rome, we just organized the first ever FAO Science and Innovation Forums. And 2,000 scientists around the world discussing how we're going to improve agri-food system to make sure that our agri-food system is much more sustainable, efficient, inclusive, and resilient. And that's why we know that while we are feeding almost 7.9 billion people, and will increase more and more. And that's why the issues of food security and also underlying nutritional security is also the issues of concern. And that's why, as our speakers already mentioned earlier, each countries, each regions have a different socioeconomic settings. Each country, each regions have a different need. Each countries, each regions also have a difference in terms of the level of development and the need for food securities and nutritional securities. And that's why when we are discussing about agri-food system transformation, and also we discuss with all the livestock sectors and also agri-food sectors, We make to make sure that we understand the issues of environmental impact. We learn from the past experience what we did something wrong. But we need to make sure that for the future, we will do better. To make sure that we will have a better productions, better nutrition, better environment, and also a better life for all. For we as a consumer, we as a citizens of the planet, and also all of us who are working for us to produce food for us in the field, our producers, our farmers, our transporters, our retailers, because of the food system is so complex. But we know that once we really set our goal, as we are working with dairy sectors now, we are working toward pathways to dairy net zero. And also when I joined FAO, before I joined FAO, I was the ambassadors and permanent representative of Thailand to UN agency in Rome, and also in another capacities as the chairperson of the UN Committee on World Food Security and also the advisory committee of the UN Food System Summit. And we know that if we want to transform, if we want to change, we need to make an action. And that's why during this week in COP, all the sectors are discussing about we need to make progress. And that's why yesterday, the day before yesterday, we are reporting, we are making the progress together with all stakeholders, because we know that the issue is so complex. Not only the member state can do, but we need support from private sectors, we need support from our farmers, producers, and also support from international organizations, and also financial institutions, and also research institutions as well. And that's why we need to move forward to make sure that we can make things better for our planet and also for our better life together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let me draw out some of the challenges there, because Thanabat, as you've mentioned, so the FAO in 2022 held the first ever Science and Innovation Forum, bringing together 2,000 scientists. This is fantastic, but it could have occurred 20 years ago. So we need to accelerate that innovation, because the dairy industry has been with us since the dawn of time. I come from India. Yep. We have a very strong culture around dairy. We worship the cow, okay? And my colleagues and I at breakfast had a bit of an argument when one of our friends said, oh my God, I can't stand vegan radicalism. Can't stand vegan radicalism because it's got no respect for cow culture. So this is an issue which is very deep, because it's part of our societies, our cultures, our lifestyles. So when we talk about decarbonization of industry, it's not like decarbonizing any other consumer good. We know that there is a huge challenge. We started off with that, of agriculture, contributing a third to global emissions. So there's a decarbonization challenge. There's a food sufficiency challenge, all of these. So I think in terms of the technology challenge, and I'm going to come to you with this, Charles, we have to step on the gas, right? So where is Tetra Pak on that decarbonization plus journey to dairy net zero?
Thank you for the question. And I just want to start with a small correction, because it's not 40 years, it's actually 38. I'm still a youngster. Yeah, so my assumption is that Tetra Pak doesn't need an introduction in this session about dairy, but we're a company that's involved in integrated industrial food solutions, so all the equipment on the dairy floor together with the packaging. I thought that Yuan gave a very clear description of the importance of the total value chain when decarbonizing, and obviously our role sits in that food processing and packaging area. If I just touch on a few different areas. The first thing is the equipment, of course, and there we have a job to do to reduce energy, reduce water, reduce the inherent food losses in the production itself, and to reduce the chemical usage. And this is something we're putting a lot of money into our development activities to deliver. Once we put that equipment onto the customer's floor, then it's being operated. And there we have digital systems, a digitalization of the operation itself, where we're gathering data out of the operations and through, let's call it artificial intelligence on its various different levels, making use of that data either with feedback loops directly into the production, with everything an aim to increase the efficiency and remove loss out of the system, or to provide insights to the operational management so that they can take longer term decisions about how to improve the production. So that's all about creating the most efficient production system possible for the dairy product that is going through the operation. If I then go into the packaging side, and we advocate for our aseptic packaging systems, it is the way to be able to take a liquid food product from the production site to the consumer with no waste, or literally no waste. It is a highly efficient system. And I think this brings up the topic of food waste, which has been discussed a lot in many different places here. And I think this is something we have to address and make sure that policymakers are actually incentivizing the reduction of food waste and ensuring that there is no food waste in the chain. The final bit, which is a very interesting area of upcycling byproducts of the production. We're engaged with a company called Engenzyme, a very interesting company that produce enzymes. And an area that we're applying it into is in a byproduct from cream cheese and Greek yogurt is acid whey. And acid whey is a byproduct that's actually rather difficult to dispose of. But with this enzyme, you can upcycle the acid whey into natural prebiotic fibers. So instead of it being a problem, it suddenly becomes a healthy food ingredient to be used in another food product. So I think across these different areas, we as a supplier into the dairy industry have a lot that we can work with the dairy industry on and provide better decarbonized solutions for them.
Johan, did you want to come in on that at all?
No, go ahead.
Sorry, okay, yeah. No, I love the way that you're describing it, because I must say, although the technical terms not everyone may be familiar with, what you get is, this is the innovation mindset. You've got to continue to innovate. We've got to accelerate that innovation. I'd like to come back to you on this, because let's spend a few minutes thinking about the people in the livelihoods agenda. So we know that 40% of all of the milk which is produced by small farmers. So how is what's happening at, upstream on one end on the technology, and how is it benefiting them? Where are they seeing the benefits of that?
Thank you very much. I think it's very nice when you talk, because I know really that you are from India. And I just went to India just in October. We are September's on 12 to 16 of September's that I can recall. We have the World Dairy Summit organized in India. And in India, only one country, 80 million families who are involved in dairies. And you times by 3 or 4 members per families, it's more than 300 million. And that's why all the Indians dairies, all of them are small-scale farmers. And that's why when we discuss, and I remember the first day when the Prime Minister Modi arrived and gave a talk, you can see that a lot of energies for small-scale farmers that the government of India would like to support more in terms of how to improve productivities, how to improve nutritional securities for people. And also when we're talking about small-scale farmers, even though when we talk about dairy sectors itself, we know that milk is more. The issue that we talk about milk is beyond milk. They are more than that. Because the issues of dairy sectors as well, it linked to livelihoods. It linked to nutritional securities, socio-economic development, employment, youth women empowerment, and so on. And that's why when we're talking about the issues of environmental impact, to make sure that we also need to balance all the issues, to make sure that all the issues has been taken into account. And that's why now we are discussing how we're going to work with all the livestock sectors, dairy sectors, and also agri-food business to make sure that we can build global, positive, balanced narrative. And also when we're talking about food securities, nutritional securities, healthy diets, I just talked with my colleagues and also young youth at Thailand pavilions and also some nutritionists. They just say that when they're talking about nutrition, some of them just talk about obesities, but they don't talk about the need of micronutrients, the need of others nutritions or nutritious food that support our children, support elderly people. And that's why all the issues, we have to look at the holistic view to make sure that we balance all the issues. And that's why I think it's very nice that we share our information, we share our thought to make sure that we can work together. We can work with all sectors. We can work with all other stakeholders. When I was the chair of this UN Committee on World Food Securities, I think it's a good example. We put the private sectors on the table. We bring civil society on the table. We bring consumers on the table. We bring government on the table. We bring research institution on the table. We bring government on the table. And we talk about our global policies. And we talk how we're going to translate the global policy into action at the country level. Because we want to see result. It's the same as the issue that we are talking at COP27. We talk here, we have heard for so many years about pledgings, about commitment from the government, from our leaders. But for today and tomorrow, we need result. We need action. We know that once we can see action, once we see result, we can think if we need more result, if we need more action, we can think how we're going to invest more, how we're going to work together to make more impact together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Hannah, I know you're itching to get in there, and I just want to provide a context for this, of course, because, you know, for every Indian, and we are one of the world's largest producers of milk, for every Indian, you grow up with this famous brand called Amul, Amul milk. And Amul was transformative in milk production in India. For thousands of years, we had a Stone Age approach to milk production until Amul came along. And it was an individual, and he revolutionized the field. And it was a cooperative that he built. Of course, we have stagnated in terms of innovation, not having an innovation mindset, and that's where this multifaceted challenge, not just production, not just nutrition, but decarbonization, you know, reducing the footprint. So I'd love to know what your story is on that. And
Actually, that was exactly the point I was going to make. I think I love this panel, but I think we're missing someone here. I think we're missing a farmer. You know, I think the journey we're going on needs to be a farmer-led journey. It's fine, we all stand here and talk about what we know and don't know and all the technologies that we can bring on stream. But if we don't get the farmers to go in front on this, it ain't going to happen. So I think from, and now I talk Arla here, we are a farmer-owned cooperative, like the one you are describing in India, not with quite as many cows as the one you are talking about, but we do have 9,000 farmers. And I think one thing that has become very clear in how do we accelerate is, yes, we can talk about technology, but we have to talk about how we make change happen on farm. We have to talk about how we create the right incentive on farm for them to change. That's what we need to talk about as well. And unless we have that incentive, we can come up with all the technologies that we want, but they're not going to take them. So I think getting the right incentive on farm has to be part of the equation. And then the other comment I want to make is, if we go back to smallholder farmers and the developing countries, another project that we have in GDP is a project called Dairy Nourishing Africa. And I think the learnings from that is that we have to take a full value approach or full value chain approach when we work there. And what I would say also is, yes, technology onto smallholder farmers, but I think the technology that these farmers need the most is how do you improve productivity? And I'll go back to my 9,000 farmers. The difference, 78% of the difference between the best and the lowest performing farmer is explained by 5 areas, 5 productivity areas: fertilizer use, feed efficiency, land use, cow mortality, and one more that I can't remember now. But, you know, so it's not rocket science. It's more about how do we get good management also on farm. And I'm not saying we don't need technologies, because we definitely do. But I think we also need to think about the technologies that's about good management.
And that, of course, that is a social technology. Absolutely. So, Johan, if we can pass the mic over to you, please, for your contribution. Yeah.
Yes, I totally agree that this is a really rich discussion, and it just proves the point that it's not black or white. You cannot say that dairy is bad or good. We have to find this middle ground where we're able to balance dairy production and consumption across all geographies, but also, as Charles points out, transition very rapidly towards sustainable dairy. And then just to make the point that we I think have a lot of support for Tanawat's point that you know, fundamentally, I mean, the Indian context is a very good proof point there, that we need dairy as a fundamental basis, not only for nutritional health, but also for resilience in small scale, fragile communities where livestock and dairy is a part of a life insurance system apart from culture. We actually concluded, which is a number that comes across as very controversial and is actually not carried so far, but in our healthy diets from sustainable food systems assessment, we conclude that the world needs to decarbonize entirely. We need to keep all carbon sinks intact on nature. But we actually conclude that to feed humanity, we will never be able to come to a complete negative point on emissions. We will have roughly 5 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year associated with the global food system. This is methane and nitrous oxide. We conclude that we simply have to recognize that if we want to take a responsibility, a moral responsibility for all fellow citizens on Earth, there will be an ecological footprint. What does this mean? Well, it means a rapid transition towards sustainable dairy, but it also recognizes that other sectors need to go negative even faster, because there will be dairy, there will be some methane, there will be some nitrous oxide, and we cannot entirely get rid of that. And that is also recognition of the value that it fundamentally has for culture and for nutrition. That said, I very much agree with Charles that there is so much we can do on shifting away from the really unsustainable dairy systems, which are the grain-fed, intensive industrial systems, and move towards more livestock crop system balanced systems, more grazing based, and definitely use technologies for getting feed that can reduce methane flux. And I mean, that's quite an exciting area where we can make a lot of headway while recognizing the importance of the fundamental role of dairy for the basic security of livelihood.
Thank you very much. Johan, I would like to just underscore what you've said about livestock as assets. That's a very important term, because if you are living in a fragile economy and you are a micro, going back to the farmer, your cattle are your assets, because they not only provide you with nutrition, with a commodity that you can sell, but with fertilizer. And so this is this holistic view of the value chain of the cow that I think, again, needs to be part of the conversation. But just to come back to your critical point, it's unfortunate we don't have the policymaker here with us. But this is fundamentally about policy choices, how you it's a bargaining process, isn't it? The emissions that at a national, regional, international level one can agree on come from industry or transportation or buildings or agriculture. And so this is where on Adaptation and Agriculture Day, these kind of conversations should be taking place. But I'd like to draw you out on the key question you asked, which is how can you create that change, incentivize that change at the grassroots level? What kind of enabling policies would spur that at the same time as addressing the macro question of what Johan challenged, which was we've got to have this global bargain of emissions from sectors and at country level. How do you bridge that? Let's get your thoughts on that. And I just want to say, we will come to all of you. It's not just a talking heads here, but we've got 15 minutes for Q&A, hopefully.
So I guess there's an overall and national plan for nations that need to be made, and what's the plan for different sectors. In Denmark, for example, the government has done partnerships with all the different sectors or industries and signed up plans for each sector. That's one way of doing it. There are many ways of doing it, I think. But in terms of creating incentive, I think there are many ways of doing it. Again, if I go back to the company that I work for, what we have done is, and this is based on us experiencing that and now I talk CO2, our reduction is not going as fast as we need it to do. And that's been a very intense conversation in our board, and our board is a farmer board. I just want to say that as well. So amongst them to say, hang on a minute, we've made a commitment, we're not going fast enough, what do we do? So they have decided that they need to create for themselves an incentive for the members of this cooperative to move faster. So we have created a model where we take money off the milk price and pay it back to the farmers who create or who perform the best on these 5 KPIs that I talked about before, or take action on a number of areas. So that can be management of manure, it can be carbon storage, it can be moving to deforestation-free feed, for example, and a number of other things. They can score points, and high number of points, high milk price. So I guess it's just an example to say, I think as cooperatives, as commercial players, we need to also work with how do we create the right incentive inside our businesses amongst ourselves for farmers to really transform. So that's would be my answer to your question.
Thank you. And of course, you're working with a very organized community. So you have the capacity to actually be able to deliver because you have that constituency that you're working with. So I think coming back to you, Charles, so let me invite you to have the last word on this before we open it up to a Q&A. So from where you're sitting in a different part of the value chain, how are you looking to accelerate that transition and contribute to the roadmap that, Hannah, you mentioned?
Yeah, so I talked earlier about these global developments and providing equipment into the dairy industry, but we've also got a group called Food for Development that work on a very local level, and I think Kuntanawat and Hannah and Johan have all described that local situation. 20% of all produced milk is actually wasted. You've got just shy of 1 trillion litres of milk produced, of which roughly 40% come from smallholder farmers. When you go to smallholder farmers in developed markets, and there are still some smallholder farmers, they are still usually, I think, part of a formal system. As soon as you go to developing markets or to developed markets with developing regions, that formalization of the system actually disappears. And that's where we see a tremendous amount of wastage, consumption of milk that may not be food safe, and a lot of different issues. So we've developed a concept called the Dairy Hub. The concept is around putting a collection hub in the middle around a number of farmers, and a number means maybe 400 or 500 farmers Each farmer might have 1 or 2 cows. The collection hub guarantees the offtake of milk from each of the smallholder farmers at a price so that they know they have a guaranteed income. And there is then technical support that is given to the farmers to help them with herd management, 1 or 2 cows, but managing the cows, quality management, ensuring that the milk is actually kept cooled and chilled before it gets collected. And then when that is then connected to a processor, that's when you get a sustainable chain of milk with a much lower food waste and less food safety concerns. You mentioned Colombia, and it's a shame the Colombian gentleman isn't here now, but we're in the throes of building such a dairy hub in Colombia. And a very exciting project, and I think that is number 8 or number 9 in these units that we have put together. And so that's one way that we're supporting also on the farming side.
That's fantastic to learn of the Dairy Hub. Where can we find out more? Charles, where can we find out more? Because I know this is one of the subjects. I have some fantastic notes prepared by the Vice Minister, and I would love people to go and learn more about the Dairy Hub.
So we can, Tetra Pak can help to provide those contacts. It is an established system now. We have this group, Food for Development, and so for anybody that is interested, Aya, who is here, who is head of our corporate affairs, can help to put in contact with that. But I think it shows that, you know, we're a company and largely engaged in the equipment and the packaging, but we see also, and just by nature of the fact that we're working in many different geographies, some of the things that we can help with and connect up partners in the value chain and help countries to develop their dairy sector in a faster way.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for that. And of course, it is all about delivering through partnerships, and the subject of the theme for this COP is implementation together for implementation. So on that note, let's give these guys a break. No, we're not finished yet. I just want them to have a moment to maybe have a water, sip of water, because I'm going to turn to you next and invite you, please, to raise your hands if you have any questions or comments to make. You've heard some very interesting stuff. And you certainly have your thoughts on it. So before I have to nominate people, let's see some hands go up. The lady over there, please do introduce yourself. Is there a mic that we can just, yeah, a mic's coming to you.
You have water? Thank you very much. My name is Caroline Aymon, the Executive Director of the International Dairy Federation. So we work closely with Global Dairy Platform, that's Hanne mentioned earlier. I just wanted actually to maybe make a little correction to one of the statements you made at the beginning, when you say that dairy do something, and we faster. Just to say that the International Dairy Federation was created in 1903, so 120 years ago, where we started working on hygiene and safety and working collectively. So that's what we've been doing for a long time. And same thing in climate action. We started actually the first LCA methodology for green gas emission calculation done by the dairy sector was actually done in 2010. Then we've done since then improvement, and we just launched a new version a month ago. So just to say that actually the sector is dynamic, innovative, and has been working together for many, many years. So I think it's important that we mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I just, so when you say, fantastic to hear this, a long-standing organization, an international organization, yeah. And so how are you addressing some of those challenges about the transfer of skills, technologies, competencies that we've just been, discussing here?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, our role has been to provide those methodology. We always say you can actually reduce what you can measure. And actually one of the publication that we've made, that methodology to calculate the green gas emission, that's exactly that. A tool that everybody can use, then you can compare, because those are actually work that we've agreed on. We just published something as a methodology on carbon sequestration. So those are the elements that we do that help actually the sector to move forward. And maybe mention as well the dairy sustainability framework that actually was developed 10 years ago, where we actually have made indicators to help us measure our progress. So I think that we've been able to provide the tools that the sector needs to move together. And as you say, we're all starting from different point, but the idea is that we don't leave anybody behind and that we provide the tools and inspiration. I think that's what's important as well. An organization like IDF is bringing everybody together to get inspired and learn from the experience of each other. And that's actually accelerate change. You were talking about how we accelerate change. It's by learning from others. And that's what we're hoping to do with actually sharing that practices between North and South so everybody can actually move faster and learn from what everybody has mistakes so we move faster.
Indeed. So that's what we want to do, moving faster together. And so thank you very much for your points of information. The gentleman at the back, please.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone is hearing because the mic, I have the impression I has a problem. Can you hear me, please? Okay. My name is Ivan Tamba. From my dressing, you can imagine I'm from Africa, but I want to be precise. Central part of Africa, Cameroon. And I love this country so much, Sweden, because I remember one time when I was on transit. That was last year. I was going to Glasgow. Some of you were in Glasgow last year for COP26. And I was stopped in, I've forgotten the city. I had to make my COVID test. And I came out with cash. They said, no, we don't deal with cash. And my credit card had a problem. So since then, I've had this country in mind. And I started loving it. Although I was stalked, but I love the country. Because the policies in this country are so enviable. By the time some African countries reach Sweden, I'm sure the war will be coming to an end. Sweden is so advanced. I enjoy most of your policies. And when I came in here, I was a bit lost because everywhere climate change, but here we are talking about agriculture, we're talking about communication, we're talking about food, though we are not eating, but we are talking about food. It's interesting because whoever understands what climate change is, he will understand that it has much to do with agriculture and food because we understand the effects of climate change on these two factors. But now, something is running in my mind, and I want us to think together. Cameroon is very interested in the Swedish model, transfer of technology, food and agriculture, the advanced method of technology. How do we come in? How can Sweden help us? I'm thinking at the same time, while I'm asking the question, we are interested in the training, the knowledge which you can pass upon us, but maybe through vocational centers. That's a kind of soft campaign I'm already sending on Sweden, that Cameroon needs you. You can come through transferring technology, through telling us how you can establish some vocational training centers, because it has all to do with education. Because when we are growing up, they tell us, don't cut a tree, don't do this, don't do that. That's a way of teaching us, telling us that we are fighting against climate changes without knowing, somehow indirectly. But now, you have to empower us. You have to make it more advanced because you have the know-how, you have the technology. So now, how do we help us?
Stephen, thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm just going to move to the next question. Your point has been taken.
Okay.
We'll come back to it. And I have a gentleman here in the front, if we can have the microphone. And again, please do introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, can we hear me okay? Yes. Hi, I'm Donald Moore from the Global Dairy Platform. And my question is not for the dairy people on the stage, but for Professor Rockstrom. And thank you for your introductory remarks. And you were sharing some data from the Eat Lancet study. And I guess after Eat Lancet was published, we all understood some limitations in the modeling work that obviously had to be there. And I'm just curious, I know we're now working on Eat Lancet 2.0 and we're all very enthusiastically looking forward to that. And I was just wondering if you could share with us some of your thoughts about what's likely to be in Eat Lancet 2 that we maybe missed in the first one, and maybe some further thoughts in terms of the timing on it and whether you expanded the commissioners, etc. But maybe just an update on that if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Let me take another question, and then we'll come to all of you, because we've had some contributions. That's the first specific question to you, Johan. So any other thoughts, comments? Helen, in the front, please.
Thank you very much. It's been really interesting to hear from all of you. My question is, how do you reconcile animal welfare with cows as commodities? I'd be really interested to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. From Helen, and so Johan, let's start with that question which was directly posed to you, and you may also want to weave your response to this in.
Yeah, so perhaps I should just reiterate that, so what was the Eat Lancet Commission? It was the first time that health scientists, sustainability scientists, and agricultural scientists came together to scientifically define a universal diet on healthy diets from sustainable food systems. It was published in The Lancet, the world's leading medical journal, in 2019. And now we're just starting on the Eat Lancet 2.0 as a scientific charge for an update. Why are we doing this? Well, in a way, I don't know if one can talk about Chatham House rules in a pavilion like this, but it's because we believe we need an IPCC for food, and that this can actually informally go in that direction. So we are actually getting scholars from around the world in a very open nomination process from different disciplines, not through governments, but independently from the scientific community. And we're doing a scientific update just like the IPCC, but we're also, inspired by the IPCC, inviting research groups around the world to come in and do what in technical terms is called a MIP, a Model Intercomparison Project. That's how the IPCC runs all its climate risk analysis. You invite groups with the best analytics to run with the same data, the same demographics, the same economics, the same socioeconomic pathways, different scenarios into the future on healthy diets from sustainable food systems. Because in the first round we just used one model. It was very limited. Now we want this to be much more robustly anchored in a broader assessment. So I'm really excited about this. But finally, the breakthrough, we hope, will be to take this planetary health diet at the global level and bring it down to the geographies, to the different dietary cultures around the world, and see how can it fit with the West African, a South African, an East African, and South Asian, etc. diet, and how we can align. Because that was a criticism in the first round. Are you trying to impose one dietary, one plate of diets, and that was of course not the case, but now we want to adapt this locally. And we'll also look into much carefully the innovation space. So again, coming back to Tetra Pak and the work of Alfa Laval, how can we learn from business and from different sectors in terms of innovations to accelerate pathways towards sustainable, along the whole value chain, sustainable dairy, but also meat and agricultural food production.
Thank you very much. And please do just pass the mic along. Thank you. Who would like to pick up the question? So we had two specific questions over there. Why don't you touch on the one about, I think it was, yeah.
Do you want me to pick up animal welfare?
Yes, indeed.
Since I'm the one with the cows. I can talk about what we do in the company, and I know that most companies like us do that. So we have a standard. We call it Arla Farm standard. That where we audit all farms constantly on whether the cows have the conditions that we have a number of metrics. Then we have some lead concepts where cows are getting more space and that kind of thing. So we're also evolving on that. So I think that's happening across. I'm going to say something here. Obviously, you have different farming systems and thereby different, different conditions for this. I actually think cows have a pretty good life. And I know I would say that because I look after a lot of them. Not personally, but compared to a lot of other sectors, I actually think that most cows have a pretty good life. But it's an area that we need to keep working on. And the investments we make in stables, etc., make that better and better and better in our part of the world. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I'd love to have the final remarks. So why don't we hear from Tanabat and then Charles?
Charles first, and then I can.
Yeah.
You go first.
Shall I go first? Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to address the gentleman from Cameroon, not as a representative of Sweden or any official in any official capacity, but more from a Tetra Pak business capacity. As a company, we go into countries and help to develop those countries in their liquid food industry or other types of food. So I would say that I will leave my business card and I will have somebody contact you from our company that can see where we are. I'm not exactly sure where we are in terms of our position in Cameroon, but I'm sure that we can help in some way.
Thank you for all questions, and also I try to wrap up all the questions at the same times. And also the first issues, actually at the FAO pavilions, we have the pavilions for food and agricultures in building 4. And during this week, we are also discussing with all our colleagues from the government, from farmers, producers, private sectors there to talk about agri-food system, food and agriculture related issues, how we can support the countries, how we can develop projects and programs to support, to make sure that we can build resilience and sustainability for food and agriculture at the country level, and how we can bring investment from our international and regional financial institutions to support. And for example, for Africa, just last month we discussed with the team and also with the international livestock research institutions, because now we have the livestock master plan for some countries in Africa. But now we want also to bring the investment plan together. We know that we have only master plan, is nothing move. And that's why we want to bring the investment plan together and talk with the government. But not only for the support from international organizations and others organizations can support the most needed countries or low and middle income countries. But the role of private sector is also very important to support in terms of development and technology transfers. And also I would like to highlight some issues that you mentioned about science and innovation for low carbon productions. I can give you one example, maybe two examples. In 1999, at that time FAO went to Thailand because I'm from Thailand. They went there to talk about crop livestock integration. At that time, even though I myself didn't get what they're going to do on crop livestock integrations. And then we start doing some work on the ground on crop livestock and soil nutrient cycling. How to use byproduct from crop. How to feed those to livestock. And then how we manage waste and manuals to soil to make sure that we can have a healthy soil at the end. And that's why this concept is moving forward. And also we start develop the project on biogas. In 1999, in Thailand, 0 biogas. No biogas in livestock farm. But today, more than 3,000 biogas from small scale, medium scale, and large scale in livestock farm. And many more go for agricultural sectors, agricultural producing plants, and even though to municipalities to make sure that they can also use biogas to generate the green energies. And you can see that in 2010, the number that we can capture carbon And also the amount that we produce electric power is a lot. But once we compare again in 2020, it's double. And now today, when the energy price is increasing, fertilizers price is increasing, and that's why we see that, okay, the investment that we do for science and innovation in 1999, and also the government have a domestic investment, is really show the result for 2022. And also another good example of India. When the government of India, when the Prime Minister of India, when the Indian National Dairy Development Board investing on small-scale biogas, when they are investing for improving feed and feeding practices in small-scale farmers, and also when they are investing in, they call it manual initiative, to collect all the manure from farmers to generate biogas. And you can see that these kind of actions, this kind of initiative is really make the result in the near futures. And we can see that every countries, I think we are concerned. We are concerned about the low carbon production, but now they are making an action. They're making a progress. And that's why all of us who are here, you are a champion. You are a champion who can move the work more and more. And also I would like to touch upon the issues of IPPC on food as well. Actually at FAO, now we are the UN Food Security Food System Summit Coordination Hub. And also now we have the scientific committees to follow up all what the national pathway are moving forward. And also at FAO as well, the UN Committee on World Food Security, we have this high-level panel of experts for food securities and nutrition. And those experts, those scientists also discuss about the issues of food and food securities and nutrition. And that's why we need to make sure that we make use of all the resources that we have, to make sure that we join our effort, to make sure that we move forward and we make action together, and we will see the result. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think that what you've just spoken about with those flood of amazing examples towards the end of our session speaks to just how catalytic the investments over the last 20, 30 years, but importantly the Food Systems Summit last year was, in sparking global attention to this issue and the interconnections between the global frameworks, the need to have the science, the data. Johan, as you were talking, Johan, you kicked us off with your scene-setting remarks. I know that you've been following the negotiations obviously very closely. Today is once again it's Agriculture Day. And I would like you to bring us to a close by offering us your reflections on where you see this roadmap over the next 5 years and this journey to dairy net zero.
Yeah, well, as you know, the discussions in the corridors here is that today food has placed itself very centrally in the texts for the declarations coming out of COP27. Of course, we may want to celebrate that if it stays. I think one should be rather just pulling up our sleeves and getting down to work, because it's 20 years too late, and we know that food is the make it or break it for anything that has to do with a manageable climate future, both in terms of managing with the impacts, but also as a mitigation source. So I think this session really proves that we have a lot of work in front of us. We have a very interesting agenda, because not only is it about risk reduction, it also has been come out very clearly, and the science supports that a transition towards a sustainable, zero carbon future for dairy and agriculture gives better outcomes also for livelihoods, for resilience, and for managing what will inevitably be a more jumpy future, unfortunately. I mean, we simply have to have a larger ability to handle shocks and stresses, and the livestock sector plays a role there. I would just give a final warning. It's a pity to end on that note, but I think it's tactics. We're in a negotiation space. Let's not allow the food system transition to become an alibi for not mitigating and getting rid of fossil fuels. Because there's a risk here that our success, if we call it like that, and we say we're moving on food, we're doing great progress, it's a fantastic pathway to decarbonize dairy and livestock and red meat production, and we go towards healthy dietary transitions. It even gives us a kind of a nature climate solution, and you can talk about regenerative carbon sinks. All of this is really important, but it can never be used as an offset to the fact that we have to decarbonize the world energy system. And there is a little bit of a risk there. If you see some negotiating groups kind of almost becoming a bit over-enthusiastic for the food agenda. And so we have to be very scientifically strict here. And that's also why I would love to see that this dialogue is not held only in the Swedish pavilion. It needs to be held very broad across all zones here at Sharm el-Sheikh.
Thank you very much. And we will. So your summary and your caution deserve the applause, but we count on you all to cross-fertilize other pavilions and outside of Sharm el-Sheikh, of course. So on that note, would you please join me? First of all, thank you so much for remaining. We have almost double the number at the end as we did at the beginning. So it's a good thing you're in the front. Thank you very much for your questions, your attention, and please join me in thanking our 4 fantastic speakers, Johan Rockström, Charles Brandt, Hanna Sonderberg, and Hanawa Thedsen. Thank you.